world today will be here at the Slave Theater on Women's History Month, and we certainly want you to come out to honor our queens during that particular month at the Slave Theater. And so now we are extremely fortunate to have a giant among giants, and then to have a growing giant who is studying at the feet of the tallest tree in the forest. We certainly thank Dr. Charles Finch today, who came to us a few weeks ago and electrified us with a tremendous presentation. But we are most honored that he would come back this evening to speak to us briefly and then to introduce a man that we all admire, and certainly a man who has given him great inspiration, and that's Dr. John Henrik Clarke. At this particular time, we want everybody to rise on their feet, and let's give Dr. Charles Finch and then Dr. John Henrik Clarke a rousing ovation. Dr. Charles Finch, round of applause. Dr. Charles Finch, all the way from Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia. He has already been properly introduced, and the next voice that you will hear over these microphones is my good friend and great brother, Dr. Charles Finch.
It is always a relief to come home.
All right.
Now, that might sound like an odd thing to say, but home is where the spirit is.
All right.
And as I get older, I seem to be more and more preoccupied with the spirit that is Africa. Because I like to say that Africa is not just a geographical expression. Africa is not just a people. Africa is not just a state of mind, although it is all those things. Africa is our animating spirit, and it's indeed the animating spirit of the world. Even the continents were born from Africa. Humanity, of course, itself was a child of Africa. What we call civilization is just one of Africa's latest products. And I think that our collective task is the rebuilding of that civilization. Because the civilization can never be the product or the image of one man or woman, no matter how blessed with genius they may be. Civilization can only be the result of the collective spirit of a people. In fact, 4 or 5 years ago, I even had someone said, they knew that I was a physician, they knew that I had spent a lot of time reading and writing about African science, the empirical foundations of African scholarship, African intellect. And they said, but Dr. Finch, you seem to be more and more preoccupied with spiritual matters than I ever knew you to be. And I says, well, yes, you are very perceptive, absolutely, because you see, that is where it begins and ends for all of us. That indeed, to the extent that people of African descent have a major problem, it is indeed a spiritual problem. And until that spiritual problem is taken care of, anything else we do is futile. Now, one of the consequences, you might say, of my first, but by no means last, sojourn here among you in November was that we began to discuss, in some sense, the other dimensions that of the universe. What we call modern physics only recognizes 4 dimensions: length, width, height, and time. But modern physics is now coming up against a brick wall of their own making, because they are finding that to get beyond those 4 dimensions, and by the way, those 4 dimensions are limited by the physical constant we know as light speed, but to get beyond them, there is only one way to go, and that is through consciousness, because the 5th dimension is consciousness or mind. And that with consciousness or mind, you encompass all the other 4 dimensions, and you transcend light speed. And it is therefore possible, really, as African adepts have known for time immemorial and have practiced for time immemorial, to in fact be 2 places at once. To indeed to see eternity in a second and the universe in a grain of sand through the medium of the mind, through the medium of the conscious, literally to go to the farthest ends of the universe. And there are those who do that, who encompass the universe, because if the universe is in fact mind, it is accessible to mind. And we find in ancient Kemet that what? The universe comes into being through the agency of the mind of the creator, who gives the creative word out of that mind, and his name is Jehudi or Thoth. The Dogon say that the universe is a thought in the mind of Amma, the creator. So we see that even in the profoundest of African philosophies, this idea that the universe is mind is at the very heart of their thinking. So modern physics is a latecomer to an essential truth that African adepts and sages have known from the beginning of humanity itself. And the word is there for anybody to see, read, hear, and understand. So in a sense, modern physics has been chasing its tail. It was always there, always at our fingertips. In the universe we know as the mind, or as Ivan Van Sertima would say, as another way of looking at this issue, is that what happened 10 minutes ago or 10,000 years ago occupies the same space in this domain we call the mind. That means there are African adepts who can get to a place of timelessness, who can indeed move in more than one direction of time. And finally, physics has recognized that time moves in both directions. That time does not move in a single direction, which we call the arrow of time. So it is possible, with these innate God-giving abilities that were honed to their highest refinement by the ancient adepts and the traditional adepts, some of whom are still existing today, to transcend time. To, as I like to say, predict the past and remember the future. Because modern physics is also coming finally to the ancient African idea that, in some sense, the future impacts the present, and the present impacts the past. What the past is determined by what is happening right now, actually. So time doesn't move in a single length like this, it moves in what? A circle. Because everything moves in circles. And again, all you have to do is read the thought and philosophy of ancient Kemet and the Dogon to understand this basic truism. These are the kinds of issues and questions that have been occupying my time and my attention. I have, as I have indicated to some, been adopted by 2 groups of traditional healers in Senegal. Slowly but surely, they are vetting me. You know what that means? That they are testing me. They don't just because they adopted me, they just don't give it up, you know. Just because I'm a nice fella, maybe. Just because I have a nice smile, maybe. I am watched, observed, and tested, not over hours, days, or weeks, but over years. And only at such time am I given a little tidbit, and then only just enough to find out the rest of it for myself, because the only true education is self-education. Your teachers and sages and spirit guides are not supposed to hand it to you and force feed it to you like a child getting pablum or milk from a bottle. They are merely supposed to stimulate you so that you can go and find it for yourself, because then what you learn, what you acquire, descends from the brain consciousness to the heart consciousness. And when it is there, it is possible to transform yourself into a God. One of these, and this idea of God consciousness, of God presence that exists in all of us, the divine spark, again, is an ancient idea that is hoary with age in the African frame of things. So this is why, in order for me to embark on new levels of the past, I have to go to Africa to do that. At least I find that's the way it happens for me. Just being on that soil, just being there, just soaking it up. And I don't ask questions. You will never hear me ask a question in Africa. That is not the way you get information. And it is Africa and Africa alone that I have learned what patience really means. Because with patience, time becomes not only your ally, work becomes your servant. You have to know how to wait. It is not a passive waiting. It is an expectant waiting, an active waiting, a positive patience, so that when the window of opportunity opens, you walk right through it and transform your life. Africa taught me that. So there is something that is ennobling, something that is transformational just being on African soil, just absorbing those energies. My adopted mother, Mom Fatou Sek, 93 years old, a healer for 70 years, has performed 15,000 healings without one single failure. When I met her in 1986 in my own house, interestingly enough, not in Senegal, it was the first time I had ever felt the power of someone's aura. As I tell people, careful about coming into Mom Fatou Sek's presence, because there are no secrets from her. You do not even have to open your mouth. You can keep yourself as closed off as you think you are, and she can read you like a book. This is the power and presence of ancient Africa living through her. The problem is she is 93. Her mind is as clear as crystal glass, is as limpid as a pristine pool, is as sharp as a diamond, but her body is frail. We are told that this may be her last calendar year on earth before she is called home. But what is her last will and testament? She has charged me, as her adopted son, with the responsibility of bringing her and all of her priestesses, drummers, ritualists, interpreters for a healing ceremony, 8-day healing ceremony on U.S. soil in St. Helena Island in South Carolina, August 11th through 19th. We all know about African-derived religions here. Santeria, Candomblé, Vodou, Shango Baptist, even root doctrine. But this will be the first time in the entire history of the Americas that an authentic, active, current, living African healing ceremony will be brought intact to the United States for the specific purpose of establishing the African spiritual presence here, so that Africa's lost children will have direct access to the spiritual powers that will lead them into the new age. It is open to the public. We have a group of Native Americans who are coming to pay homage to Mom Sek to this, because they see the new age a coming. And this will be the first. This will be her fourth visit to the United States, and most likely her last. Open to the public, free of charge. The only thing required is yourself and your spirit. Not only for her, for yourself, but for those yet to come. Penn Center, St. Helena Island, South Carolina, August 11th through 19th. Please see Minister Clemson Brown for details. Please see Mr. Bill Jones, First World Alliance, for details. Yvonne Milliner for details. In African tradition, the most sacred of individuals are the newborn and the elderly. Why? Because they are closest to the ancestors, and by definition, are the wisest among us. We cannot make any headway without the guidance and the wisdom and the experience of our elders. We are here because they came before us. I first met Dr. John Henrik Clarke in 1982 in Raleigh, North Carolina. He defined the word erudition for me. You know what erudition means? It just means limitless knowledge. I don't think I had ever then or since met a man who knew so much. But I have met people who have accumulated facts and information. What set Professor John Henrik Clarke apart was the sharp, decisive, penetrating analysis, interpretations, explanations he gave for historical phenomena, quite unlike anybody I've ever known before or since. He is an institution. He is an icon. He is an elder. He is a living ancestor. His wisdom, his experience, his knowledge, his intellect is the fire that warms us. If he were in Africa, he would almost be worshiped because the ancestors speak through him and he speaks for them to us. My mother, who is 81 years old, has always told her children, don't give me my flowers when I'm dead. There's nothing that I can do with it. You give me everything that is coming to me while I'm living. And this is what we do. Is that not true? We take our cultural heroes and we do not give them their proper due, the love that they have earned until they have passed on. It's all backwards. If we are going to engage, and I'm going to give you these numbers, a 500-year process of reconstruction, because brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, and children, sons and daughters, that's what it's going to take. And be ready for the task. Be ready to work for something that you will not see the fruit of until after your life has passed. And therefore, you can continue the work of John Henrik Clarke. You have a responsibility for continuing the work of John Henrik Clarke. You will be held accountable if you do not continue the work and build on the legacy of John Henrik Clarke. So, he is among us now. Let us touch him. Let us listen. Let us absorb. Let us be transformed by his sacred words. Professor John Henrik Clarke.
Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Okay, all right. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Let's give it up in a loud voice. We can do it. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. He could have been anywhere tonight, but he chose to be with us. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. We love you, Dr. Clarke. We love you, Dr. John Henrik Clarke. The next voice that you will hear will be the eminent Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
I'm at the podium. Good.
Can you take a stick down front?
Yeah, I appreciate being here, and I wish I had a cheerful message. But we are at the crossroads of our existence as a people, and we have never been in more danger than we're in right now. We're in danger because we have not understood a basic thing, the structure of the community and the family. And we have dwelled among and catered to and worshiped foreigners, fakers, and fools. And we have forgotten our own sense of the family and the community. We're meeting at a time when we are memorializing the 31st year of the passing of Malcolm X, and we still did not understand him and did not really meet him. Because if we understood what he was about, you would understand what that charade in Africa and Asia is about. If you have read a newspaper here, published here in Brooklyn called The Liberator, that article, that appraisal of that needless journey and a waste of our money is appraised. It is very often, very seldom, that I read an article and agree with every word of it. If you want to know what I think, read the article. I will devote no time to this masquerade tonight, this massive waste of time and money, this great international show that will lead you no place except to another collection play and make the players richer while they look down their nose at you. Now, our sense of community was lost when we came in touch with people who had no sense of community because they did not come out of a community comparable in its organization that we did. And we lost that community when we began to imitate them. We lost a concept of the community as nation. Something called nation is a container. It's a container for your aspirations, a container for your hopes, a container for your past, an influence on your present, and a prophecy to your future. And when you lose this container called nation, you lose the frame of mind that goes into the making of a nation. And once you understand nation, nation is portable. You can take it wherever you go. Now, if you understand the Italians is on the face of the earth, he will answer to the word Italian. Your great mistake is you should not only lost the concept of nation, you've lost the nation frame of mind. You open a store in Chinatown, you wouldn't get one customer. Then Why are aliens running the store in your neighborhood? And if you ask to run the stores in your neighborhood, you are called racist. Why are you called racist for doing for yourself what everybody else have had the common sense to do for themselves? This is where you have misunderstood the concept of nation, because the concept of nations is the concept of responsibility. Now, what kind of nation did your enemies come out of? All the years when they had not emerged from the ice, had not built a nation at all. And now, with all of the attack on African people, and they're bringing now pseudo-black white people, dark-skinned Caucasian. Oh, the Egyptian was in Africa, all right, but he's a dark-skinned Caucasian. The Ethiopian was in Africa, but he's a dark-skinned Caucasian. Why have both blacks and whites neglected the vast body of literature, of radical literature that white people wrote about the danger of white people on this earth? We don't want to destroy any people. That's not part of our culture, to destroy people. We have dwelled among the people of the world. And if you read all the information on Africans in Asia, Africans in the Americas, how is it that we had the common humanity to dwell among the people of the world, to scatter ourselves through our curiosity throughout the world, and there is not one hint of a wall between us and the people that we visited? We have already proved that we can maintain an African nation and participate in a universal nation. The time to call for this is the time that we need to remember Malcolm X, because we are still misinterpreting him. We are still missing his mission, and we're still missing his call for the restructure of the African nation throughout the world. He went beyond Pan-Africanism to a holistic approach for African people throughout the world. He did not call for you to dismantle your society, but he called for you to deal with the people who destroyed the society and your sense of nation. I have written a book called Who Betrayed the African World Revolution and Other Speeches. There have been so much betrayal since I wrote the book, and so many betray us. Now I must write the book all over again. I must make a deeper assessment of the civil rights movement when we began to dismantle the institutions in the black community and run toward everything white. When we got into the NACP syndrome and that bag of worms called integration that we should have never asked for. Had we asked for desegregation and justice, we could integrate on our own terms or not integrate at all. You do not integrate institutions that hold you together culturally and spiritually. You can welcome people into your institutions, but you do not change the rules to suit them. So we're not talking about what other people are already doing. One of the main reasons why they guard their institutions, because they fear the security of their institution, and yet they tell you to be like me is to be civilized when he is not civil. The relationship of the European to the non-European world is a protracted act of aggression. Then why then there are so many of us brainwashed to the point where we think that to rise to respectability in the world is to be like them? When you look at their attack on our institutions, our frame of mind, our concept of the family, our language, our clothes, our tradition, is that they fear these traditions that they have observed because we built nations and had no word for jail because no one had ever gone to one. We never heard of the word sociology. Sociology was invented to take care of defects in their society. A jail was invented to take care of a defect in their society. A jail. And because that society was so out of kilter with reason, people got lost in their society. Now, right now, there is a custom in the South where we never use the word adoption. We use the word taken in. But child, no parents, no, family and mother died, father, somebody take him in. And I know this because I was one of the taken in children. Couldn't get along with my stepmother. My father didn't do much about it, although he tried. I was working and mowing lawns and cleaning dogs and washing cars and a cook at one of the houses I work in. Said, if you ever without a home, you just come and live with me. Never forget, Miss Rosa Lee. So I was taken in. It was an honorable house. Then came the Depression. Had to be another kind of house that we don't mention in respectable company. But the ladies in the house, in their feeling toward me, in their feeling toward themselves, and their hope for themselves, they had not given up. Although they had to violate their humanity to stay on the earth, they had not given up. That they would, from their own earnings, would buy me a set of encyclopedias. People in the neighborhood would come to me to get the lessons, and me to look up things. I was always reading almanacs. When the white folks throw away the almanacs, I would pick up the almanacs and memorize things. So all my information was a year old, but people didn't know that. So the gamblers would take me around. I bet you this boy can name me all the many ships in the Japanese Navy. And another little boy would open, and I could do it. And they'd win their bets. I'm going all over town. Now, they're exploiting the hell out of me. I didn't think about this till 20 years later. But I'm loved and respected for my fine memory. And bet you I can name all the capitals in the United States starting backward. I began to train my mind by packing my mind with insignificant information. I can name the second name of the first wife of Clarke Gable. Now, what the hell does that mean to a little kid in this house? Now, what I'm trying to get to, that we came out of a structure where the mind was respected because I could read, teach Sunday school before I was 10. I was a little celebrity in the community. Now, what I'm telling you, what happened to me, I'm telling you what you still fail to do for young people. I would thread the needles for old ladies, run little errands, and sometime when I'm passing, they cook some gingerbread. You know, when you're a kid, some hot gingerbread or 2 nice buttered biscuits. They just hand it to you. And after the evenings of going around displaying my knowledge, and the gamblers had won $20 or $30 on me, they would take me to Miss Ada's restaurant. So, Miss Ada, feed this boy. So what did I get? The house special. Beef stew and rice and beef stew gravy, 10 cents. Because Miss Ada loved me and respected me, she was sneaking a little beef, and after a while she would bring me some cornbread. What I'm talking about is that we had a common humanity and a community-ness before we encountered people that we wanted to imitate because we thought their toys were better than ours. Their language was better than ours. They began to destroy our sense of community-ness. And this is why I would think it is vile and vulgar to compare a Malcolm X with what is happening now. Because there is no relationship to the great integrity of Malcolm X than what is happening now. I have seen and witnessed Malcolm X turn down more money than was collected at the Million Man March. Turn it down and walk away from it because he had enough integrity to do so. We need men of integrity now. We need people with enough nerve to refuse something. We need leaders who don't need Mercedes-Benz and stretch limousines. For the price of one stretch limousine, if you contributed to a black student, he could go through medical school. We have not asked, leader, where are you leading me? Where are you leading me? We have followed after people without checking them out. This is why I think you need to read this article in a paper called The Liberator, published here in Brooklyn. The article by Pleasant, because it contains the best analysis of what is happening that I have seen so far. Now, back to the concept of the community, because people take from their basic community a community frame of mind that goes into the making of that collective container called nation. When an Italian is in Australia, Africa, or 1,000 miles away from home, when you call his name and he answers in the name of a nation he took from home. Then, who deprived you of your nation concept and your nation name? Why are you so misguided that you would think that one of the great shows of the 20th century would occur and there would be speaker after speaker, 40 speakers, not one uttered the name of your nation. Your nation in the world is called Africa. And when you understand that people function from the basis of a nation, and they go back to that nation to renew their spirit, their hopes, and to call a meeting of over 1 million people, and nobody mentioned the name of Africa. And I said, if you call a meeting with 2 or more black people anytime in the world and don't mention Africa, you are out of order. There's a book called The Tribes, dealing with the rising power in the world, the rise of the overseas Chinese and the rise of the Chinese at home, the rise of the Japanese, the rise of the Jews. Nobody mentions Africa because all of them assume that somebody else, European or Asian, will continue to rule Africa. That is because you do not have a single African head of state with the sense of nation. He has a European mind and an African body, but no African destiny. He is a slave because he can be the head of a nation with no African values. Why is it that Africa needed no civil courts, no Western trained lawyers until the European came and created the need for them? Because the elder in the family was the head of your Supreme Court. In my family, my great-grandmother Mary was it. And when she started talking, everybody stopped. And she would tell the same story over and over again. Story about her husband who was sold into slavery to a slave breeding farm in Virginia, and how brave he was, and white people had to get rid of him because they wouldn't dare kill him. And the story of her enslavement in Georgia, and her watching Sherman move to the sea, burning down Atlanta. And we would say, Grandma, you know you didn't see Sherman. I did see it. I saw his eyes, meanest man I ever see, his eyes redder than the coons. And we would dispute her one more time, and she would took her cob pipe out of her mouth, tap her cane on the floor. So I ceded. These old eyes ceded. All right, Grandma, the court has met. You've announced your decision. There is no reprieve. You saw Sherman march to the sea. And yet she was teaching us lessons of survival, teaching us her memory of Africa, her memory of the last Africans to come over before the fakery of emancipation, teaching us truth, teaching us wisdom, teaching us survival. Into ourselves, we were a miniature nation. And when something happened within that nation, all of us came to the assistance of the person. And the one thing we wanted most, to keep the trouble away from the white folks who don't understand our problem, don't understand our history. Today I heard Malcolm X's message to the grassroots again, and most people have heard it but not understood it. For what he was calling for is to understand the land basis of nation. And so many of us have let our parents lose thousands of acres of land in the South. We once owned almost 20 or 30 million acres And today we own less than 3 million acres. We own the land from which the bread must come. And within ourselves, we are a miniature nation and a black community. I am not an endorser of Jim Crow. I wanted to get rid of it as bad as anyone else. But what I'm saying that once you get rid of that, you didn't have to get rid of your values. You didn't have to get rid of the black corner store. You didn't have to get rid of the black church. You didn't have to get rid of the black lodge. You didn't have to get rid of the numerous small but clean as a laundry black hotels in the black community. You didn't have to get rid of the sisters who can lay a dish before you to make other people apologize for thinking they can cook. Because in the civil rights movement, we reached for the wrong things. We thought the thing to be is to be like them. When we had a higher standard of morality than them. Why be like them? Why not set an example and let them be like you? We wanted to be close to them. We wanted our children to sit next to them and soak up education through osmosis. And our children got cut to pieces. Many of our children could run rings around them educationally. Then why did they go to these white schools and got dumbed up and confused? We should have given our children strength and confidence when they went to the school. Don't tell me math is hard. We invented it. Well, hell, the pyramids is there. You can't deny they're there. There's no bonding agent. I mean, things were built without cement 6,000 years ago. They're still standing there. They had a paint that's color fast, hadn't been retouched in 3,000 years. Right now, you paint a house in 10 years, you got to paint it again. And you can observe all of this without understanding the nature of the war on our community and our community frame of mind. The European came out of a scattered community. It was no community. And he claimed the creation of Rome and Greece. I can do more in proving to you that Rome and Greece was not Europe than anybody else can prove that Egypt was not Africa. Rome and Greece was not Europe. Two Mediterranean-inspired nations, because when they rose, there was no Europe. That's hard on your imagination. What created Europe? The challenge of Rome and Greece. Fighting Rome and Greece, they got themselves together to fight it or try to destroy it. Getting themselves together to fight this challenge made them a nation. They began to have facsimile nations, and they weren't even clear on the nation concept in Europe until near the end of the 18th and the 19th century. And you actually go, here's the people who came into the world civilized. And Europe was born when the ancient world was ending at the beginning of the modern world. There was no Europe in ancient time. You don't know how to dispute him or turn back all these fakers and these woman book called Leskiewicz, not out of Africa. If not, look, a cat will protect its kittens. A snake will bite you if you jump near its it's young. And we can't protect those things that sustain us as a people as we walk the earth. We can't claim anything that we did. And one of the main reasons we are delinquent in making a claim, we do not understand the concept that someone else projected to the world called civilization. Civilization is mechanization. To organize thuggery is not to civilize a people. Now, when we look at the history of the intelligence of Europe and its war on our community, we can trace European intelligence from the discovery of a book called The Odyssey and the Iliad, written by someone named Homer, who we don't even know whether he's man or woman. To this day, they began with a lot of mythology about Africa. Complementary mythology, but strange and confusing. The African was 10 feet tall with one eye in the middle. It's a complementary, but misleading mythology. It began with the Greeks. Anytime they want to get people off their backs, said, no, I'm going to call on my friends, the Ethiopians, leave me alone. Why did they turn to Africa as a symbol of strength when they were just beginning to discover intelligence? Now let's look at 850 BC. Egypt had already had 10,000 years walking the sun. It was tired. 100 years later, Egypt's relatives from the south would move up, Castor, Pianki, Tahaka, starting in 751 BC. These relatives from the south, from the 25th dynasty, would show the people in the country that the Greeks called Egypt how to rule a nation one more time. Don't count any dynasties after the 25th. Because all the other dynasties was mixed breed, mulatto-sized, foreignized, and confused. Ending with Cleopatra. Where was Europe? Learning to crawl while the Africans were walking in the sun. But the first thing when he beheld your community was to declare war on your community, your own frame of mind. I have over the years delivered a lecture called Africa 3,000 Years Under Siege, many times, but not always the same way. For 2,000 years, our enemies came from Western Asia. Before the European came, the last invader from Western Asia after the Assyrians, now called Syrians, was from Iran. They were so brutal that the Africans cried out, oh God, if you cannot send me a liberator, send me a conqueror who will show me some mercy. This invasion from Iran set up Africa for the invasion of Alexander the Great. Now, this is 332 BC. Hear me well. Nothing in Africa had any European influence before 332 BC. If you got 10,000 years behind you before you even saw a European, then who gave you the idea that he moved from the Ice Age, came all the way into Africa, and built a great civilization and disappeared when he had not built a shoe for himself or a house with a window? Why are people so good to us before they're good to themselves? Now, if you want to do some good homework on this and want to understand the nature of a fakery called civilization, remember, civilization like Broadway shows have to have a rehearsal stage. Now, if Europe came and built the pyramids and all those temples, then you've got to find the ruins of a rehearsal stage in Europe, because you would rehearse on how to do it before you finalize it. Just like they take a show and put it on out of town to see if it's good enough for Broadway. If it's not good enough for Broadway, they close it out of town. Broadway's so expensive you can't even afford it unless you can draw an audience. Now, if you take African history, go to the South, and you will find experimental pyramids, 42 experimental pyramids. You will find the same social thought in the South as in the North. You will understand that the Nile River stretches 4,000 miles into the physical body of Africa. And the main population that peopled Egypt came from the South, from the rehearsal stage in the South. Now, after the rehearsal, they had a general idea how to build a great structured nation. Then they developed a great agriculture so they can feed a lot of people. Housing complex, a great spirituality that contained a lot of people. And so the greatness of Africa does not belong to Egypt alone. It belonged to a collection of people who came down that great cultural highway called the Nile to build Egypt. And the first thing they built was a structured families, a community nest. And when communities couldn't get along, they began to sell the difference between community and the community to make a larger community called a city. Then they consolidate the cities into something called a state. Then when great territories came together, it was equivalent to an empire. All of this opened the way for the first dynasty, and the second dynasty, and the third dynasty with the great commoner, Imhotep, father of medicine, father of philosophy, builder of the step pyramids, father of great architecture, a multi-genius. Now, look at this multi-genius and look at his ancestor. Look at Paul Robeson. Great singer, lawyer, all-American athlete, languages. Now look at it. Now you can understand that Paul Robeson and Imhotep are relatives. Do you know anybody else that produces geniuses of this magnitude with consistency going back thousands of years? Then why must you leave these great values to be whores after the values of a valueless people? The sense of community and the sense of nation is what we have lost, in the sense of what Malcolm X was trying to teach us, especially in his message to the grassroots, that land is the basis of nation. Edmund Blyden, in the end of the 19th century, his inaugural address at Liberia College, He said we will have to work for many times, many years to come without the popular support we have to have. We strive to be those things most unlike ourselves. We feed grist into other people's mills. Nothing comes out except what has been put in. That then is our great sorrow. We're knocking at the door of someone else's house and we're neglecting our own house. Now where do we go from here system-wise? I maintain that there is no African solution short of a Pan-African solution. That there is no capitalist solution unless you are in charge of the capital. There is no socialist solution unless you are in charge of the social. That there is no solution that can be imposed to you. But you must work out a solution based on your values. There are certain things we may not need. But had we in the United States understood that with the rise of the civil rights movement, the Montgomery bus boycott, we could have put those best values together, rescued the predominantly black colleges, especially those teaching forms of technology, understood not only Booker T. Washington, understood that there was no fight between Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois. There was a difference of opinion on educational methodology. But they were all walking in the same direction. It was not then or now Booker T. Washington or Du Bois. It's now it is Booker T. Washington and Du Bois. Take each one for what he had to offer and do not start a fight between one and the other. Marcus Garvey was attracted to the United States because of the Booker T. Washington program. He wanted to build a school of that nature in Tuskegee. So there's a link between all of our strivings. But if the black American was in better position than any Africans in the whole of the African world, it is not because he is wiser or stronger than the rest. Once we get this through our skulls and stop competing to among ourselves by my slave master better than your slave master, if you're against if you're against slave masters, then they're no better. If you're against evil, you do not choose the lesser between two evils. Anytime you choose the lesser between two evils, you have compromised with evil. Yes. Now, why did I say that the circumstances of oppression in America has given the black American certain advantages that could be used to rescue the African world? Because of the nature of the work we had to do, the attitude of our oppressor leaving us with no illusion that we were a part of him, the things we had to learn in order to stay on the earth, we were in a position to rescue Africa. We were the only African people on the earth where Africa get a modern, scientifically trained army. But we had been trained in the basic military techniques essential to the maintenance of a nation, land, air, and sea. We weren't trained to do this for Africa's sake. We were trained to do this for our oppressor's sake. Our oppressor needed us on those ships, at those guns, drilling and fighting his designated enemy. So we gained that skill that we did not transfer to Africa. If we had transferred that skill to Africa, there'd been no coups and counter-coups wrecking African nations by a bunch of thugs called an army. We would know that the army is separate and distinct from the state. Armies cannot run in a state. Now, if you understand what those thugs have done in Nigeria to destroy what could have been Africa's greatest nation, you would know what I'm talking about. Because they had enough lawyers, they had enough technically trained people, but they did not have a sense of a coordinated community. Nigeria's effectiveness was destroyed by religious fascists and religious thugs. People who don't understand spirituality and choose an artificial form called religion, all man-made, male chauvinist murder cults. You do not have to engage once you understand that, understand the nature of our society in Africa, where the woman had a designated place, while sometimes different from the man, sometimes the same, it was always equal in importance. That's right. Amen. Now you got to imitate someone whose wife had to fight him for a crust of bread in a cave. You want to be like them. When your greatest hope is to be like yourself. Your greatest hope was to look into what kind of society you produce, what kind of spirituality. How is it that you can build entire societies without one trained judge, because grandpa is the judge? The elders are the judges. Why can you build a society with no woman beating, no child deserting, no teenage pregnancy? How can you build that whole society? Because you've got a built-in morality in the community that lets you know what is permissible and what is not permissible. Before the advent of civil law, what we produce is not what you should do. We produce taboos, what you should not do. And once you were clear on what you should not do, you knew what you had to do. You will not desert your family. You will not strike a woman. And you will consult both sides of the family if you had a difference of opinion with your wife. And when you married her, you did not marry just a single human being. You married into a family. And if you dare to lose your sanity and think you're going to raise your hand against her, remember, she's got 100 cousins, 50 uncles. And you got the same thing on your side, because if you strike her, you have disgraced your family, and your family gonna get on you too. So your hand is not gonna get up before you take it down. Say, oh my God, what have I done? So we had no domestic court, because the domestic court was the family itself. The help came from the family itself. The sense of arbitration came from within that family. Now, why people succeed where you fail is that even when they move from that historical place of origin, they take the concept of the family with them. The Chinese will look at another Chinese he ain't never met in his life, but if he's in trouble, he's going to come to his assistance. You're going to walk away. You see too many brothers in trouble, too many sisters in trouble, you walk away. We have to understand that the war between the black man and the black woman is not of their creation. They didn't know they had a war until white sociologists told them they had a war. Then they began to react to a war of somebody else's making. Now, this is why I take offense to the concept that black men must march 1 million and atone. What am I atoning for? I know a whole lot of black men not delivering, but I know a whole lot that's doing the best they can under circumstances created by their oppressors, and who needs some assistance, at least a pat on the back and say, you've done well. In the South, many black men work 2 and 3 jobs to keep their women from working in kitchens of the enemy. Because she took undue liberties. And some people were strong enough to fight it off. My own sister said that I'm the last kitchen generation in this family. She trained all 4 of her children. First, she made sure they got through high school before they slowed down. And when they slowed down, we can have a family conference about which one we can afford to send to college. But you ain't gonna stop being educated until you at least finish high school. And wherever you work, it's not gonna be in somebody's kitchen or more in somebody's lawn. There's nothing wrong with working in people's kitchen. There's nothing wrong with more in people's lawn. I've done all of it. But when you don't have to do it, you're trained to be something better. Why not be something better? This is a sense of communityness. It is a sense of family. It is a sense of hope. It is a sense of nation. We have to look into all the activity that we are engaged in relationship to Africa, and some of it negative. I admire Reverend Sullivan, but what Reverend Sullivan is trying to impose on Africa is pan-capitalism and not pan-Africanism. I attended the 50th anniversary of the 5th Pan-African Congress met in Manchester, England, a few months ago. There were 2 or 3 rival meetings of black cop-outs, conservatives. They think Pan-Africanism is obsolete. Multiculturalism now, interracialism. Yeah, you're going out of business as a people. First and foremost, I claim myself and my kith and kin. I call that the essential selfishness of survival. Taking care of my kith and kin first and foremost. For this, you have to begin with a mirror and liking what you see. If that's not a friend staring back at you, you have no friend. Maybe thinking about Malcolm X is the time to say something that emphasizes his integrity, and to ask you to please read some sincere work written about him. Most of the recent books on Malcolm X could have been left unwritten. There's some scattered things in it. In the new book on the Million Man March, and read the mission call pulled together by an utter faker, Malina Karenga, who no more invented Ponzi than he invented the air. He took it from a concept in Tanzania. All this is documented now. He went to jail for mutilating black women. And that's documented. Go, you good lawyers or pretended lawyers, go look up the court record. It's all there. He's got only high, yellow, almost white ones in his harem. And his number one is a Mexican with afro wig. Why are you following this faker who not only have an ego problem, but a color problem too? Why don't you investigate and ask leaders, where are you leading me? I saw him in Africa. I saw him in Africa. He is disrespectful of African people. In Egypt, he goes into the Holy of Holies, the sacred prayer room of the priests, with his shoes on. I'm going to tell you some of this is not gospel. I saw this. He treated other African people with utter contempt. We got to the bus going to Memphis. He says, why are we going to Memphis? Nothing there. This tells me how little he knew about Africa. Memphis was one of the world's first metropolis. It was the first city that had a traffic jam. They tore down most of Memphis to build the Gaza Strip and all those areas that before Cairo, which is a modern city, modern Western-built city. The great temples of Egypt were not built in what we now know as Cairo, built on the outskirts. The pyramids, you never see a pyramid on level ground. It's on ground tilted toward because they had to get out of the way of the river. It was the African sense of communityness. Now, European interpretation said all this was built by slaves. Slaves are not that skillful. You can go right now to some of the temples in Egypt, and between the seams, you can't even put a playing card. It's so tight. There's no cement, and it's balanced, not fell down. Been there thousands of years. Now, a bunch of idiots of Europe who didn't even have a shoe when this was done, will say, we came and built this. And failing to understand that, they said, well, somebody came from the sky and built the pyramids from the top with a straight face. Some of you don't dispute that. Now, there's a book called Not Out of Africa, endorsed by some of the black conservatives, written by an Irish woman married to a Jew, who find anti-Semitism all over the place. Have you ever seen anybody give you a clear definition of what is a Semite? You can't be white and a Semite too. You can't be European and a Semite too. Anti-what? Have you ever seen anybody stand in front of a German and call him an anti-Semite? Aha. Then why do they call you? And get away with it. You might think this is off the subject, but it's on the subject because it's on the community. People have been able to destroy your community and yourself and your confidence with the tyranny of words. Words you did not create. You have to understand, you've done some interesting things with the English language, but it is not your mother tongue. You live in a Eurocentric intellectual universe. Even the name of the stars came from them. How do you know it was called a star until they called it a star? They painted a picture in Europe in the 15th century using Michelangelo's relatives as the model. They told you, this is the Christ. How do you know? Between the conference at Nicaea in the painting of that picture, there was no figure of Christ. Then suddenly someone paints a picture, and you accept the picture, and if they take that picture down from your churches, you leave the church. He don't resemble your father. He don't resemble your mother. Then how did he become your Christ? You won't deal with it. All people paint the deity to resemble themselves. I've seen six different pictures of Buddha, all with the Church of Blackness. Japan, Indonesia, and in China. Why are the Indonesians not arguing with each other over the picture of Buddha? Because they have exercised something you have not exercised, the right to paint the deity in your life to resemble you. My point is, if your spiritual community was imported and other people are in charge of your commercial community and you have neglected your cultural community, you are in essence a slave. If someone else mines your mineral, markets your gold, cuts your diamond, how dare you lie to me and tell me you are free? You are still a slave. But we could have done, after the Civil Rights Movement, the Caribbean Independence Movement, the African movement, we could have pulled the talent of the African world together, and Africa would now be a world power. We would have counted the Africans in Africa, nearly 1 billion right there. The Africans in Asia, the Africans in India. You put all of those people together, and you've got 1.5 billion people. Now, if someone goes into bargain for their unity and their goodwill for $1 billion, that means that he is bargaining for less than $1 a piece, and we didn't tell him to sell us in the first place. Now, don't get angry, get smart. Think it out. Who authorized anybody to put us on an auction block for sale? Once you understand the nature, the imperial nature of all of the religions of the world, you can pick and choose any one of them, but convert them into what you need them to be. I am not arguing against religion, I'm arguing against concept. You took a concept created at the conference at Nicaea when they Europeanized it, and from then on used it as the handmaid of European conquest. I'm saying the Islamic faith is not one mite different, except in some cases it's more brutal. And I'm not saying leave it. I'm saying seize it, take it over, make it what it needs to be. To hell with the corrupted Arabs. You must distinguish between Arabism and Islam. You must study the life of Bilal and Zayd bin Harith, two Ethiopians who helped the man make the faith. You must study Ethiopia, who sheltered the members of this faith. And when the trouble blew over, they went back and established it as a faith. You must understand why Bilal, the first of the Mazun, the first to call the faithful to prayer, this Ethiopian, who was offered the job as the first caliph of Islam, why he refused it. These Arabs fighting among themselves over the religion, they're still fighting over it, and yet you let them guide you and enslave you. They're deeper in the slave trade than ever. And the documents are existing. And many of the people in the slave trade, especially the Sudan, are black Africans in the North enslaving their brothers in the South. Well, the head of the state said recently, I am Arab first and African second. Wherever you are on the face of this earth, your world community is named Africa. You must pull that world community and take it, speaking a single voice, into the arena of world power. You must do this for yourself, for your children, and the still more beautiful ones waiting to be born. Thank you.
Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Woo. The Slave Theater is on fire tonight.
Ohio, then I went to Georgia, and just on and on. But, you know, he is our national treasure. And we are very fortunate to have him within our community. Not just here, but he can be at the First World, he can be at the Jamaica Poetry Theater. And I say to you, as we always say, don't take what he says and just keep it to yourself. Take it and spread it within the community. The community is open now. You know, we proud to be called African Americans or Africans. You know, I know this time you couldn't even call us black, you had to fight. And you couldn't call us Negro, you had another fight. But now we are Africans and African Americans. And the history is coming out, and I said to somebody that all of a sudden the buds are springing out of the ground. Now all we need to do is put some water on it, and nurture them, and put them together, and get ourselves together, and put our plans again in the agenda. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the man I call the Charlie Parker of lectures, Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Let's stand up and give him an applause.
I, of course, appreciate being here again. The subject for tonight is Martin Luther King, Beyond the Dream. One of the reasons why I keep speaking on Martin Luther King, keep projecting beyond the dream, because too many times we get so tied up with the dream, we miss the man. We get so tied up with the speech, we forget the other things he said, the other things he did. We point out some mistakes he made, and no man ever walked this earth without making some mistakes. Now that there's a book out on it, about 4 pages of smut, it's a big book now, only 4 pages of smut. You're more interested in the smut than the fact that this man sacrificed himself and his time, his energy, and put his own life on the line and lost it
in our freedom struggle. You're missing the man, and you are missing to look at the fact that you must be the carekeeper. You must be the gatekeeper. You must be the guardian of the personalities who devote their time and their life trying to make this world better for you. Now, a process of colonization of great African American personalities, great African personalities has been set in motion. And this colonization has taken over to the point where they are giving us personalities that did not exist. White writers and some black writers too are giving us an Nkrumah that didn't exist. They're giving us a Langston Hughes that didn't exist. They've already given us a Paul Robeson that didn't exist. It's a big book about Paul Robeson. A book written by the best white homosexual who's looking for the sexual deviance in Paul's life. He can't find it, so he invents them. He wants someone to be like him. So he's inventing things. And people who know Paul Robeson know that this is not, has no basis in truth. Now, if you get so hung up on a few pages of smut, you're going to forget to really look at Martin Luther King and his role in our freedom movement at the second half of the 20th century. And you're going to look at the dream, but you're going to forget the plan. Now, the I've Got a Dream speech was really, in substance, the least significance of all the speeches, of the many speeches he made. It was the one speech he said the least. It was the one speech which he dealt with fantasy and other than reality. And a speech where he dealt with certain things that wasn't even necessary. He got a dream, and one day he see a little black boy and a little white girl hand in hand on the ground. Who in the hell care whether they ever get together so long as both of them have justice? Integration in itself, physical integration, was never our aim. We wanted justice. And once you've got justice, what other relationship you make from that point is a personal matter. All right, now, let's deal with the 4 pages of smut and the man who allegedly wrote the 4 pages of smut. Abernathy. In the first place, Abernathy can't write that well. You know it's Ghost. You know Ghost wrote. Because his name has some notoriety, and the subject of Martin Luther King sells books, they would get a ghost to write the book, and he signs it. He gives the ghost the basic information. The ghost writes the book. It takes half of the profit. This is the way it was done. I was offered a book that could have been smuttier than that one by another person in the King camp. He's going to call it All the King's Men. That was going to be an exposure to end all exposure. A publisher was going to give $25,000 advance for me. That'd be $50,000 advance. That means before you start writing it. Look how interested they are in smut. Truth, they wouldn't give a nickel. I turned it down. I didn't need the money. I didn't need that kind of money. I didn't even want that kind of thing on my conscience. A ghost wouldn't write the book because he couldn't sustain the smut well enough to keep a lawsuit down, so it didn't get written. Now what we have to deal with here is something that is not just a part of abnormality. Let's deal with something that is a part of most of us. The starvation of the ego. Because our egos are sometimes so starved. We want to take a bow sometime in life. We want a little pat on the back sometime in life. We want a decent hug sometime in life. And you stand by somebody, you ain't getting all those things, and you're in the line. You're in the light, but you're not in the limelight. Why not me? Faith, a God, a nature that gives out charisma to people is very stingy. Very few people have charisma. Marcus Garvey had it. Malcolm X had it. Quite a few other people had it. Du Bois, the greatest single intellect we produced outside of Africa, had the greatest body of knowledge of any black man who ever lived in the Western world, but no charisma, no sparkle. He dulled out right in front of your eyes. And yet he spoke well. Harvard accent, of course. Wax mustache, spats, cane, gloves, very fine. But yet he never found that vocabulary that communicates with the lowest man in his audience and the highest man simultaneously without talking down or up to either one of them. Malcolm X could do it. And Marcus Garvey could do it. And Martin Luther King could do it. Martin Luther King had one kind of charisma. Malcolm X had another. When Malcolm X spoke, the next day, his message was so clear, you could whistle it. When King spoke, he massaged your ego and your spirit in such a way. You remember the next day he spoke so pretty and spoke so well, but you wasn't too clear about what he said. But you know he said it so beautifully. The style. Some people have style, and they can get away with things by virtue of style. British oppression in the West Indies, and some people think I beat this little horse too much. Have given the West Indies the fact that they didn't even have slavery. If racism wasn't as blatant as the West Indies is here in the United States. Now, if you want to argue with me about whether my slave master was worse than your slave, better, I'll concede. Mine was the worst. The American white man is the scum of the hood. Not only an oppressor, he's an oppressor with no style. No pretense.
That's true.
He's cruel. He will cut your throat with a dirty knife. He ain't got enough style to clean the knife. But an Englishman will clean the knife because it's proper, it's good form. Style. Some people, by virtue of the personality and the lack of it, don't have enough style to attract people. And sometimes nature gives to certain people charisma without giving them a program worth listening to. Some people got charisma and no message. Generally, people with the charisma has a message. Now, what should you concentrate on if you look at Martin Luther King beyond the dream? He got to the rallies on time. He made the speeches on time. He did what was asked of him on time. Seeing him with 3 women in one night talking doesn't mean that he has a relationship with 3 in one night. It's an exaggeration for anybody to assume that you can do justice to 3 in one night in the first place. And if someone saw him with 3 and reported with 3, it could be a matter of envy that he couldn't even attract 1. Didn't have the style, didn't have the charisma, didn't have the sparkle. Now, a man in his position naturally, normally would attract a lot of people and a lot of women. That in itself does not mean that there's always a physical culmination of the attraction. I am not defending the king. I have no evidence one way or the other, and I do not dignify rumors to the point of convicting people on the basis of rumors. What I'm talking about tonight, when I get the front matter out of the way, is a comparative study between Martin Luther King and the radical black ministers who were more dynamic than Martin Luther King, who were antecedents of Martin Luther King, and who made it possible for Martin Luther King to emerge. We look at him as a singular personality. He was not a singular personality. He came out of generations of black ministers, generations of black people who advocated peace, including Akhenaten, who advocated peace from the throne. He had a special kind of humanity that has reflected in African people through the ages. And this is why we have always been hospitable to strangers. We have many times invited the wrong kind of stranger in our house as our guest, and the stranger became the conqueror. It became the conqueror because we had something in us, and we still have it, in spite of the fact we bang on each other too much. We have a special kind of humanity that sometimes we transfer to other people because we say, I wouldn't do that. So you assume that the stranger wouldn't do it either. But the stranger did not come from your culture. The stranger did not come from your geography. And the stranger did not come from your environment. Now let me illustrate the point because it has something to do with today, although I'm going to go way back. You know, I maintain that all history is a current event. That everything that ever happened continues to happen. And that the first man that sneezed is still influencing the atmosphere. And the first kid that threw a pebble in the ocean is still influencing the ocean and will influence it for all times to come. We came out of a holistic society where everything related to everything and everybody. We were not individual. And we were asked, what group do you belong to? Is this the territory of your tribe? Did your king send you over here? Everybody belonged to somebody. And everybody had a responsibility to everybody else. And today, when you see a halfway job cat walking around the street, hey, how things going, man? He said, everything is everything. He don't know how philosophical that is. Everything is everything. That's true. Everything is a part of everything. Everything is part of a total unit that goes into the making of the universe. But if you came from one environment and another person came from another environment, he reflects what that environment did to him.
Teach.
So let me draw you an example. Let's kick history back 10,000 years. Let's look at that European in that snow. The seasons are short. He's got 4 months to harvest, to store, to plant, harvest, and store. Everybody have to work, because when the snow comes again, he must have some food and have it stored away in the cave so he can eat it. Sometimes the food don't last. So nobody can sit around in that snow. If he got angry with his wife or his woman and said, get out, she had to cop a plea. Because she knows if she get out there all alone, it's death. So from the beginning, the European woman was on her knees to the European man asking for mercy. And to a certain extent, she's still doing it. She's a slave on the air-conditioned auction block. The only difference between her auction block and ours is she's got a cleaner auction block, but she's still a slave on the auction block for sale. Now, let's look at Africa 10,000 years ago. The woman has already started agriculture, the basis of food. She peeped the man's hand every time she looked at him. Well, honey, I'm going on the hunt. See, now, she's planting some vegetables and all those things near the house. Now, we got enough food right here. Let me stay home. So many years he became a vegetarian. All right. The forest is a drugstore. Every time he has any aches and pains, if she goes out and finds the leaves, the bark, or the oil to put together to cure him. She keeps him strong, she keeps him healthy. She fixes the food he eats. She gathers the food that he eats. She cleans the food that he eats. She living in a tropical climate where land is plentiful. Suppose he did, first he ain't gonna play the fool and say get out, but suppose he did lose his mind temporarily and tell her to get out. Get out where? Who's gonna take care of you? She got plenty of places to go now. She got family connection. She got uncle connection. And when you tell her to get out, he got to deal with 20 uncles, 50 cousins. You can all examine his mind. Now can you understand why there's no white beaters in Africa? No white deserters in Africa? No teenage pregnancy in Africa? You had a connection, a unified family connection. No prostitution. What you gonna be a prostitute about? No basis for some of the degeneracy in our society. One of the great enduring civilizations of the world, not only no network of jails, no word in their language that meant jail. Now how can you call him primitive? He hasn't got a jail. He hasn't got a psychiatrist. Never heard of a hair shrinker. This is why right now when you go to a psychiatrist, the first thing he asks, how's your sex life? Well, sex life is all right. How you get along with mama? Get along with mama's fine. Mama's good. Every time I want $10, mama give me 10 every time. So the white psychiatrist, now what are you crazy about? He don't know that we can have a perfect sex life, get along with mama, and still be crazy as hell about something else. When we go out of our mind, we go out for one reason. When he go out of his mind, he go out for another reason. This is why Western psychiatry doesn't fit our case, because they don't know what to say to us, and they don't know how to cure the case. A black man went to a psychiatrist. He had a perfect wife, his wife, he loved his little girl, nice home, got along with every member of his family. You want to know what he's crazy about? He's been on a job for a number of years. He got his minor promotion, but nothing made. Here's a white man who came on the job 2 years before, who's now an executive, and he helped to train this man. The man is an executive, and he had moved beyond the shop. What he's frustrated about is he's got more talent than the president of the company. But it's a decent job, as jobs go. Not paying too well, not paying too badly. His wife advised him to keep the job and accept the amount of humiliation. His mother and his mother-in-law said, keep the job after all, you know, where else you gonna get that kind of salary? And halfway decent a salary go. And what's he frustrated about? You have humiliated him. You have impinged on his ego as a man. Men don't supposed to let this happen to them. When this happens to a man's supposed to leave or tell somebody to go to hell, or rock the boat, or do something. He don't supposed to just take it and be quiet. That's precisely what he came to a psychiatrist to talk about. And the psychiatrist don't know how to talk about this because the psychiatrist is a part of the problem. Right. The society of the psychiatrist is a part of the problem. You have created a society where you said that upward mobility is for a certain group of people. And you've denied a man who have enough talent to train a person who's an executive, but not enough talent, not enough recognized talent to be an executive. And he's frustrated. He's angry. He don't know exactly where he's going to find the next job, and he's got notes to do, and his little mortgages, and his child is in school, and shoes need to be paid for, and he got things under control now. But he don't know what he can have under control if he had to look for a job for 2 or 3 months. He'd be wiped out. He don't want to face this. They want to continue to face the humiliation of being bossed by people with less talent than he has. See now, the black man faces this kind of dilemma. And when he comes home to his ever-loving, and he can't explain it to her, what's he gonna do? She said, baby, quit the job. We'll make it somehow. You find another one. But the basic comfort is nice, and things are in order, and bills are being paid. And she advised him to stick it out. It's better than what you can get some other place. I'm still talking about Martin Luther King Beyond the Dream because I'm talking about a people. And Martin Luther King came out of a people. I want to get some front matter out of the way before I go back and deal with with the historical antecedents. We let certain things happen to Martin Luther King that should not have happened. We let certain things happen to him after his death that shouldn't have happened. He didn't need no holiday. If we needed a holiday, we could make the holiday. We didn't have to involve the nation in it. A holiday that we declare. We didn't have to take a day off. Something that is distinctly ours. Once we involve his opposition in the creation of the holiday, they created the holiday and created a personality that fit into the holiday. And that emphasis is on nonviolence. Here's a colored man who decided not to hit us. So we take a day off and drink to his memory. They're saying that Martin Luther King was not revolutionary. And I said he was revolutionary. But he was revolutionary in a special kind of way that his enemies could not understand, because they would not dare try anything as morally high as nonviolence. And as morally high as it is, I can go along with it only so far.
All right.
After the bus boycott, I'm a string reporter for the Pittsburgh Courier. I go down and cover the story. I meet Martin Luther King. He takes time off. John Killings with me, the late John Killings with me. He's busy all day. He takes time to take us to a restaurant. And every time he takes us to a place, no one lets us pay the bill. He takes time out and goes to the house and gets his little child and rides her around with his daughter, buys her some ice cream, takes her back home. Now, whatever else he was a warm and loving father. Now, you might say being a warm and loving father and talking to 3 women one night is a contradiction. It's not a contradiction. And even if he had relationship to it, there's no proof that he did. That did not rule out that his life functioned on the level of being an attentive father, and that he proved that he wasn't faking it. There's something you cannot fake. And that he was as close to his children as time would permit, being busy night, day, and traveling a great deal. Now, what I'm trying to get at is that in this atmosphere, immediately after the bus boycott, King did not want the leadership of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. He didn't want it. He did not seek it. Dixon decided this is the forgotten man in the whole civil rights movement. A Pullman poet named Dixon. He was the activist. He was a man that not only did not believe in nonviolence, wouldn't leave his house without his piece in his back pocket. Everybody knew he had it, including the police, and nobody crossed his path. You know, that's one you better not tamper. He propositioned Abernathy to tell King, I think you better head this movement. Why he wanted King to head the movement is because this is a college town, Montgomery. The black middle class is very serious about people who use the English language well. Dixon not only split infinity, he created some new ones. And he wasn't about to change his English to suit anybody. He was rough and he intended to stay rough. But he was the activist. He had planned this attack on the bus. He planned with one woman, and when, just at the day she was to get on the bus, he discovered that she wasn't married to the child, the mother, the father of her child. He personally could care less about this situation because illegitimate is a word we didn't invent. It's a word that comes out of white sociology. That if a woman is pregnant and the child develops and comes down the birth canal in the normal human way and comes out and is born, that child is as legitimate as any human being that walks the earth. Whether the mother is married to the father is a social matter of another caliber. We're sorry about that, but that does not make the child illegitimate. We have never considered the fact of whether a woman is married to the father or not illegitimate. When my grandfather died and left a little sum of money, a few $1,000s, nothing big, he wanted all the money to go to the children in the family under 12 that could trace their bloodlines to our family, whether the father was married to the mother or not. When it finally got down to my child, I only had one then. It was only $70. But he looked from Alabama to Georgia, and those who migrated to Chicago and Birmingham. All of those children got a little piece. And he made no distinction between who was married or who was not married, so long as they related in blood. If the father came from our family or the mother came from our family, he got the money. That was his respect for this occasion. All right, now, Dixon knew that the whites would make bad copy if this kind of black woman got on the bus and refuses to move back. Whites would focus on the fact that she wasn't married to the father of her child. And he didn't want that. So finally when he picked, now this is picked, freedom has to be planned. Right. It's no accident. This is freedom planning. So when he picked Rosa Parks, he had someone that they could not challenge no kind of way. She had one man and she still had. She worked, he worked. The seamstress in the community. Her reputation was pure. You have to understand the African concept of virginity, which is different from Europeans. The African can see a woman with 9 children. And if her reputation is good, if she's not a liar, if she keeps her promise, the African will look at her and say with admiration, her mouth is sweet, she speaks the truth, her skirt is clean, she is virgin. Now you got a concept of virginity that comes out of the conference at Nicaea when they were changing an African religion called Christianity into a European religion that I call Christendom. You have accepted a definition of this religion that came from the people who have defiled and betrayed the religion. And you have accepted a definition of morality that has come from the people who defile and betrayed this faith. We have to begin to define religion and personality based on our own measurement. Sometimes our measurement is stricter, but our measurement tends to deal with reality more than other measurements. This is why at an early age in human history, we dealt with the woman in a manner that not only guaranteed her equality in the society, made her one of the first female gods of human history, and made more than one. We did not feel insecure with a woman riding at the head of the army and the rest of the army all men. It didn't make us feel insecure. What make us feel insecure now? We felt no insecurity. The European feels insecure with the woman in power. You cannot measure yourself by his yardstick, because he changed the rules of the world to aggrandize himself at your expense. We must find our definition of things. And when we find our definitions of things and begin to honestly look at personalities such as King, we will discover that he was one of the truly great theologians of the 20th century. That he dared to believe in something other people had betrayed. It was a thing of great admiration when he kept expounding on the Judeo-Christian ethic. It was the Judeo-Christian ethic in the hands of whites who had betrayed it that got us into the slave trade. Their concept of the Judeo-Christian ethic differs radically from ours. Their concept of the church differs radically from ours. And if we conducted ourselves in the church and conducted religion in a manner that the church wouldn't be worth going into. And we have to understand that while they palmed off a religion on us, we became true believers of the faith, and we brought to it, and we still bring to it, a sense of humanity over and above anything that they brought to this religion. One of the reasons why we haven't understood Martin Luther King, we are too hung up with "I got a dream" speech. We quite forget that he also had a plan. That he also challenged his government. That he also brought up the problem of that land. And that he also brought up the problem of the vast amount of money that's being spent in this country for war and the neglect of the poor. And then he advocated a poor people's march on Washington, uniting white poor and black poor. He wasn't saying anything about integration. He got across a basic point that is still true. The same person who makes a white person poor makes a black person poor. He didn't ask them to marry. He didn't ask them to fight each other for dinner. He said they are going to have to put their strength together to deal with a common enemy. And after they have dealt with that common enemy, socially they both can go their separate ways, if that's what they want to do. If they want to be friends, that's all right. If they want to go their separate ways, that's all right. He wasn't talking about integration. That had Martin Luther King lived to bring off this dream, far more important than the dream speech at the March on Washington, had he brought off this dream, he would have been a political force in America 10 times more awesome than Jesse Jackson. he would have put together the common folk in America who have no axe to grind one to the other, because the same person that makes one poor makes the other one poor. We have not looked at this aspect of Martin Luther King's plan. We have not looked at the last 2 years of his existence when he began to have serious problems with the concept of nonviolence and said so. We had not looked at the time when he began to reassess the dream. What we need to look at is where, when he took that dream and the concept to its lowest ebb, it was so severely criticized, he realized that he had to rethink the concept. After the bombing at Birmingham, the killing of kids in Sunday school, when he went into Birmingham and said, if blood must flow, let it be our blood and not the blood of our white brothers. He was not only wrong, he was wrong. The children had not been buried. This was the time when he could have been confronted this nation and said, so far as nonviolence is concerned, I reserve the right to follow to the end of my days because I believe in it. But I acknowledge the right of my people to have the God-given right of self-defense. This was the time when we should call him home and say, Martin, close the door. Tell the children to go out to play. The adults got some serious talking to do. This is the time when we called him in and said that we have followed you down the non-violent path as long as we could. This day forward, we reserve the right to defend ourselves. In the early days, writing the stories for the Pittsburgh Courier, when I went down to Montgomery, there was a young man who had married a beautiful little girl, early 20s, called Leela. And I asked him, if someone hit Leela, some cracker hit Leela, spit on her, would you be nonviolent? He looked around to make sure that nobody in the front office was close here. He said, Mr. Clarke, if someone touched this gal of mine, I'm going to take out my knife, I'm going to love her. That way? This way? I'm going to just love them until they bleed to death. Now, he was demonstrating, he was in all the demonstrations now. But the one thing was clear in his mind. He'd be nonviolent until you touch that lady. And after that, he's on the warpath. He had worked it out for himself. There was another case where two people engaged, and they went down the store, and they all agreed they'd be nonviolent. And the cracker just took out on her, that one girl, burning cigarettes on her arm, called her a bitch, said you've never been a virgin since you were 10 years old. She took it all and cried. When it all got back, it was in a circle talking about it. And her boyfriend said, well, we didn't fight. We were nonviolent. She crossed the room and gave him his engagement ring. No, we wasn't violent. think we should have been. Or at least think you should have been. She told him the engagement is all, and she will not live the rest of her life with a man that permits her to be hurt and humiliated without saying a word. There was time when the dream of nonviolence didn't wear well, and groups pulled away and tried to find another way. Now, because I intended to focus on the radical antecedents of the concept of nonviolence, let's look at the historical relationship of the black radical ministry to that concept. Martin Luther King is not new in our history. That concept was over 2,000 years old before he was born. That concept goes back maybe 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, but I can trace it using personalities to Akhenaten. He was a pharaoh, a man who didn't want power. Amenhotep IV, who became Akhenaten. He abhorred violence. He loved life so much he would not crush a flower. He was one of the many priest kings of ancient Egypt. He outlawed warfare. He introduced the concept of monotheism. He did not introduce it so much as to reintroduce the concept that was there all along. Because the concept of the oneness of God, and I've said this before, people think it came from Akhenaten, they are wrong. People think it came from the Hebrews, and they are wrong. The Hebrews heard about it and wrote a literature about it, so therefore preserving the concept. But they did not create the concept. It was already there before they entered Africa. Akhenaten, seeing the corruption of the priesthood of that day, the priesthood telling people that your God can only travel so far. When you go beyond that point, you got no protection. Akhenaten would tell them that God is omnipotent. God is all-powerful. God goes everywhere. God protects all life, including the lowly cockroach. God is in everything, including the wind, including the tree. That if you want to pray to God, you can pray to the wind, because God is in the wind. Pray to the tree, because God is in the tree. Most important, pray to yourself, because God is inside of you. All right. He liberated man. He liberated man from the stagnation of the corrupt priesthood. And he told the man, if you are a child of God, then you are part of the flesh and the spirit of God, and God goes with you. So you can just sit and meditate with the God inside of yourself. And you need no leadership of a priest in order to do that. What Akhenaten did was to give people back what they had before. He told the colonies of Egypt, if you don't want to stay a part of Egypt, you don't have to fight for your independence. We just give it to you. And he did. And having given them independence, they pledged allegiance to Egypt. And that allegiance was so strong. Egypt was stronger after that. But some historians have misunderstood this act of courtesy and grandeur, this act of humanity. They've understood it, and they've taken a dislike for Akhenaten because Akhenaten had what we call stereotype Negro features. He did have thick lips, big nose, elongated head, and yet he was married to one of the most beautiful women who ever lived, according to some historians, Nefertiti. She thought he was so beautiful, she would sneak in the throne room and hide behind the curtain just to take a peek at it. Behold this beautiful man I married. This man left his mark on Egypt. He starred in the special Walter Wagel in his Personalities of Antiquity. He calls his chapter on Akhenaten The Adventures of a Nigger King. He had no question about who, he might argue about some of the other kings, but when you look at Akhenaten, there's no argument. What he forget, what some of you forget, is that we are people of diverse physical features. And what they are describing is only one of the many features that we are seen with. In the east coast of Africa, in Ethiopia, Somalia, you will find some Africans whose facial features are identical with that of Europe. And yet their skin is jet black. So inasmuch as they are older than Europe, instead of saying that they've got European features, why don't you look at the European and say, you African features? But we are slow in making claims for ourselves. This, of course, would continue. This kind of ministry. Now, the negative aspect of the 18th dynasty and the reign of Akhenaten, while he built a great spiritual age, he permitted the decline of the physical builder's age that had to be reinstituted in the 19th dynasty by Ramesses II. Now, what you have to understand, Ramesses reigned 66 years, maybe one of the longest reigns in human history. Pepi II reigned longer, but he was a boy. He came to the throne when he's 5, and, you know, most of the time he wasn't in charge anyway. And when he was in charge, he wasn't great. He didn't do anything great. One of the Pepis is the father of Ramesses, who was great. But Ramesses ruled all the way during that long period. What I'm getting to is that throughout the BC period, there were many kings who advocated peace from a throne, officially. There were many kings who outlawed warfare. They had created, after the disruptive period of, following the Hebrew entry, the Hebrew entered Africa during a terrible disruptive period. Africa was invaded soon after that, and they joined the invaders. This is something very few people are willing to deal with. And they're also not willing to separate the European who call himself Jew from the biblical Jew. The European who called himself Jew had absolutely nothing to do with the biblical Jew at all. And bloodlines are nothing. They belong to the same religion. When people use the word Semite and Hamite, this is a linguistic term and not a racial term. And nobody can, when people say that you're anti-Semite, you say, am I speaking to a Semite? What is a Semite? Define the word Semite.
Yeah.
The preface to the word proves that that's half of something. Semite. That's half. So the Semitic word, the language, is a mixture of two languages at least. So therefore, a mixture of one or more languages is not a language but a lingua franca created for the sake of trade. Too many times people throw things on you and you can't answer them. So they can throw garbage at you. They can make claims that you can't argue with. In the period after the Christian era, the AD period, several kings came to power on the Niger River, but most noted on the Congo River. After the Portuguese had gone into the Congo, went through the motion of finding a partnership, when the Africans discovered that the Portuguese wanted to turn that country to a slave trading country, they threw the Portuguese out. A king came to power, Shambo Belongango. Shambo thought so much of his ministers. This is 1600 to 1620 AD. He thought so much of his ministers he would not argue with them in public for fear their feelings would hurt. This man had great humanity. He saw a person killed with a throwing knife called the assegai. He outlawed warfare. He sent his people to knitting, his soldiers to knitting. He began the custom of having figurines made of the different royal families. Some of those figurines are in the Brooklyn Museum. The king that followed him, named Bomencheli, when Emil Torti, a Hungarian, was looking to put the chronology of the Congo kings in order, he asked some of the old men what had happened during the reign of the great king that followed Shambo Belongango. They said nothing happened during the reign of Bomencheli except one day the sun went out. Torti understood that the Africans were talking about an eclipse. And if the eclipse happened in the 9th year of his reign, if you can find the year of the eclipse, you can put the order, the chronology of the king in some kind of order. You know the man lived so many years after that. Now you got it in some kind of order. Because this was the rebirth of an artistic age of sculpture. Most of these figurines are in the University of Berlin. I said earlier today, if all the African objects were taken out of certain museums in the world, they would have to close their doors because they would have nothing to show. And that most of the art of Africa, most of the artifacts of Africa, most of the royal regalia of Africa are in museums outside of Africa. Stolen or taken from Africa against the wishes of Africa. This concept would continue. It will continue to some extent into the 1600s in what is now Angola, under Nzinga, until they forced her to go to war. It will continue in southern Africa under King Nkama, a country now called Botswana, used to be called Bechuanaland. It would continue along the coast of East Africa, among the kings who welcomed the Portuguese to their country, only to have the Portuguese turn on them. The Africans who had been nonviolent, who had the moral courage to be nonviolent, were never rewarded by the Europeans, but mostly conquered by the Europeans. Now, having dealt, at least in part, with the African antecedents of Martin Luther King, let's deal with the American antecedents. Because until you deal with the radical black ministry in the United States, you cannot deal with the background to Martin Luther King, because that is his background. The radical black ministry in the United States. Early in New England, where you had the free blacks, free with a question mark, of course, when finally they got tired of going into the back doors of white churches, in the balconies of the white churches, going down to have that service after whites. When Richard Allen, James Barrett, and others went to the altar and bowed along with the whites and got thrown out of the church, they knew that they were going to be thrown out. As Rosa Parks knew that she was going to be arrested when she got on that bus. Revolutions are not accident, they have to be planned. They found the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Look at the word Africa now appearing. We were not afraid of the word Africa. This is before we start using a word called color and Negro. We have overused the word black. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. There are many African as anybody who are not black in complexion and who are not mixed with Arabs and not mixed with Europeans. I know who's mixed with Europeans, who's mixed with Arabs. I'm not dealing with them. I'm dealing with a certain African culture groups, mistakenly called tribes, but they are light complected people in some of their groups, among the Zulus, sometimes among the Igbo. And I'm talking about the offsprings of foreigners. So if you see a person in Africa, you say he can't be in Africa unless he's jet black. There are some African group where the entire group tends to be medium brown. Where the entire group tends to be dark brown. There are other Africans, but every single human being in the group is jet black. We have to deal with these variations in African culture, the variations in the manner of African people. Now let's go back to the American antecedents, the radical New England free man establishing a church in Charlotte. Let's look at the fact of Prince Hall, Barbadian. Someone told him that if you were a minister, you get respect, so he became a minister. Nothing changed. You own property, you get respect, so he bought property, nothing changed. So if you own if you head of an organization, you could change things. So he organized the first Black Masonic order. What did he call it? The Black Mason? No. He called it the African Lodge. We wasn't afraid of the word Africa. My point of reference in using this is that these men too was as nonviolent as Martin Luther King and was as radical as Martin Luther King. They knew then that violence would be suicide, and that they had nothing to fight with, that they were surrounded by enemies. And so they began an approach that was basically nonviolent. They were not cowards. They would fight if there was a fighting chance out there. So they began the slow petition. And these radical ministers would continue throughout the first half of the 19th century, mostly under the influence of Frederick Douglass. Some of them the lieutenants of Frederick Douglass, especially Henry Highland Garnett, Ringgold Ward, Samuel Ringgold Ward. This is the period that produced both a violent and non-violent reaction to our condition. It was also the period of the Gabriel Prosser Revolt, period of the Denmark, 1800, Denmark Vesey Revolt, 1822, the Nat Turner Revolt, 1831. Gabriel Prosser was an amateur preacher, so was Denmark Vesey, so was Nat Turner. Now you see a radical black ministry playing a role in slave revolt. This would continue until after the Civil War. The black ministry would emerge again, building churches, building institutions, being the negotiating factor between the black community and the police, the authority, using the church not only as a place where you pray, but a place where you spotted the girl you want to marry, where you was baptized, where you did your calling, and a place where you could hide from the law, because the law would not generally search the church. Now these radical black ministers, who many times stood in front of the church and said, ain't nobody in here, told a lie and asked God to forgive them, risked their life to protect black people. Look at the role the minister is playing. The minister has been a part of our revolution. We have to separate those who are part of our revolution and those who just collect the collection plate. Two types. Those who are on the line, and those who are just giving out emotion, but not giving out direction. And to make this clear separation. Near the end of the 19th century, we saw the emergence of a radical black minister who needs to be remembered, Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, a dynamo from Georgia.
Yeah.
He thought, because he was half white, he would have some privileges. When he understood that he had no more privilege than the blackest of the blacks, he put all of his illusions behind him and began to fight. He would mount the American flag in his pulpit before he started to preach. And for 15 minutes before his sermon, he would point to that flag and say, this flag is nothing but a GD rag. So what has been done to his people under this flag? That flag has blood on it. That flag has the blood of your grandmother. That flag has the sweat of your grandfather and his blood. When he finished preaching that short sermon against the flag, then he would go to preach his regular sermon. Henry McNeil Turner took people back to Africa, more people than Garvey. Redkey has done an excellent job in a book called Black Exodus, Bishop Turner's African Dream. But when we look at Martin Luther King, we need to look at these radicals. We need to look at, because Martin Luther King relates to the radical black minister. And if we look at all of this, and look at the fact that Martin Luther King stayed out of hands at a time where violence would have been suicide. And he saw the concept of nonviolence turn obsolete before his eyes. And he knew this, and beginning to chart another course of action that would have made him an international politician. We have certain mistaken notions about him that we need to clear up. He was an admirer of Mahatma Gandhi. He was not a follower of Mahatma Gandhi, and he did not know Mahatma Gandhi with any degree of thoroughness, nor did any person around him know Mahatma Gandhi with any degree of thoroughness. Mahatma Gandhi was an East Indian racist. Mahatma Gandhi was a nationalist. King was a universalist. King believed in all people and the universal brotherhood of all people, which is ideal. Gandhi was practical. Gandhi believed in India, 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 and India. Gandhi didn't even have a good word to say about the Chinese next door being kicked around by the Japanese. Never said one word about it. Gandhi gave his people an economic incentive that King never outlined. When the British were charging too much for salt, he had his famous salt march to the sea. He told his people that salt is as plentiful as sand. He bankrupted the British Salt Company by this single act. And while he said he's non-violent, he had a violent alternative waiting in the wings. The Sikhs in the northern frontiers of India, who held knives so well you think all of them were born surgeons. And he told the British, if you don't deal with me, you got to deal with them. When he told 50,000 Indians to lay on the train and dare the train to move over you, he knew what he was doing. He had alerted the fireman, even if the engineer was English, that fireman was alerted to if that train goes near those bodies, that fireman would have to buy himself another head. That engineer would have to buy himself another head. Well, that was going on. Gandhi had his spies everywhere. Gandhi was devious and vicious. I'm not blaming him. Gandhi had a nation to free. Gandhi was willing to free that nation by any means necessary. If Gandhi had to lie, he would lie. He was committed to the liberation of India. Most of his fasts were fakes. He was never going to die. He told the British, I'll eat no hard food. I just sip a little goat's milk. Now, if you know goats, and if you can dismiss all the propaganda about goats being scavengers, and they are not, goats eat very selective. They eat the top of the grasses. Sheep come along and eat the grass to the nub. The goats just eat the juicy tops. goat's milk is some of the best, the most nutritious milk you can have. You can sip goat's milk and live indefinitely. Now, King never would have pulled a jive act like that. Now, why I don't know numerology. Each time Gandhi would make so many demands on the British was an odd figure. His famous 17 demands, and his 21 demands. He would have 7 demands that he knew wasn't going to be accepted. And once the British knocked off 7 and gave him the rest, the British would beat that breast. Well, we didn't give him everything he asked for. He didn't expect everything he was asking for. He was a child politician. But the next time he made demands, the 7 that they knocked off the last time on the first on the list the next time. Till they finally got it practically everything he wanted. And when Sir Clarke visited India, and they asked him to give us a date for Indian independence, when he failed to give the date, Indian army officers communicated with all the army. India had 1 million people under arms. They communicated with everybody in the army. And they finally told the British, if we don't get a date for independence, we will turn this rebel army into a revolutionary army and drive you into the sea. All right. Then the British gave them a date. All this was cleared with Gandhi. So Gandhi's non-violent alternative had worked. Martin Luther King had a violent alternative, but he never used it, and he wouldn't have dared to use it. That violent alternative was Big Bad Malcolm and the Nation of Islam. They were ready to protect it, were ready to move in behind. But he would reject that. I'm not blaming him. I'm saying that Martin Luther King was a different kind of moral human being. In many ways, he was too good for the age in which he lived. Too good for the people that he had to deal with. Nonviolence would only work with the people who have the moral courage to believe in it. His enemies didn't believe in it. In the march at Selma, there had been an agreement by the government of the United States that those young people would not be trampled on. They got to the bridge and the horses just ran right over it. After that, they pulled out. Many of these snake people pulled out and formed a separate organization based on black consciousness. Now I'm not talking about something I research now, because I'm talking about something I was a part of. Oh, right. The Black Consciousness paper was developed in my office in the anti-poverty program, How You Act, in Harlem. Now I still got a copy. It was taken, we had a meeting in New Orleans. We didn't stay in hotels. We stayed in the community. No one knew how many of us was there. We went to one place. This lady said, I can sleep 2. One lady said, I can feed 6. One said, I can sleep some, but I can't feed any. Until everybody got situated. A restaurant called Chevy Chase, one of the best black restaurants in New Orleans. And if you go there and miss it, you're missing a good meal, because they know how to cook. She would feed the greater number of them for nothing, mind you. There was a black gangster called Big Time Crip. we could use his pool room in the day because there's nobody in there in the day. At night, we would use the basement of the Y. And any person over 21 could come in his bar and get a drink. This kind of cooperation in the community set in motion the black consciousness concept. Different scholars went down to New Orleans to attend this concept, to attend these conferences. And they were told not only to pay your own way, but bring a contribution to the movement. And we did.
Yes, he's asleep.
The next day, the next year, the meeting was in Selma, 18 miles from the nearest telephone, in the backwoods.
He's out like a
Ku
light.
Klux Klan praying on us every night.
Oh.
At the Black Conscious Movement in New Orleans, there was a young man called Stokely Carmichael, just sitting by observing things. At the movement in Selma, meetings in Selma, same Stokely Carmichael, standing by and observing things, reading as much as he could. That's the origin of the concept of black power. Right there, from the black consciousness papers of those two conferences. Stokely don't deny it. Other people deny it. But the people who made it don't deny it at all. Now, this group had now raised some serious questions about the leadership of Martin Luther King over the concept of nonviolence that they considered obsolete. The last 2 years of Martin Luther King's life, he too began to consider and reconsider the concept of nonviolence. His association with those protesting the war in Vietnam, his speech at Riverside Drive, Riverside Church, his association with the garbage strike in Memphis, his advocacy of a Poor People's March on Washington, all of this would put Martin Luther King on a collision course with the powers that be. The FBI, dead on him because J. Edgar Hoover hated blacks, communists, and women. In what order? We don't know. So, J. Edgar Hoover was inventing things. There was a book called The King That God Did Not Create. It didn't sell, and maybe it's for the best, because it was made from a whole lot of information taken from the FBI. The FBI did not want the emergence of a strong black leadership in this country, be it minister or non-minister. They did not want to see a leadership that would show people the real face of power and what to do about it. Each time a leader emerged that shows his people the real face of power and what to do about it, he is either driven to suicide, driven into exile, or assassinated. Go back to David Walker, in the mysterious death of David Walker. We have not looked into the mysterious death of Booker T. Washington yet. We don't investigate things enough. We haven't even looked into the man who killed Martin Luther King. We haven't looked into the fact that we do not protect people who protect us. In other words, how could a white man in a white Jaguar come into a black neighborhood, kill a black man, and get away? One sharpshooter would have cut him down. Now, concurrent with Martin Luther King, look at Martin Luther King's death, look at Malcolm's death, look at Lumumba's death, look at the overthrow of the Nkrumah government. He was a part of an international thing, and an international conspiracy against black leadership everywhere. Look at the breaking up of the Caribbean Federation. Look at the beginning of the decline of the Civil Rights Movement. Look at them being bought off by, many of them being bought off by the anti-poverty program with high salaries. All of this, they saw something in us that we have not seen yet. We are the focal point of a new world power. If we claim those things that belong to us, those lands that belong to us, we wouldn't have to claim anything that belonged to other people. We can emerge into the world again. And we can do it with morality because we don't have to conquer other people to do it. Martin Luther King was pointing direction, moral direction. We will never know what Martin Luther King could have become. We will never know what Malcolm X could have become, because they were both cut down while they were still growing. They were not only growing, but they was growing in their capacity to understand each other, because both of them were traveling the same road using different methods. And while there was an attempt to create a conflict one to the other, they did not see any great conflict and any great cleavage, any great difference. They had a difference of opinion over nonviolence. Of course, they didn't see that as a great conflict. My main point is that we must look beyond Martin Luther King's dream, and we must take the dream into a new reality. We must memorialize Martin Luther King our way. If he is being memorialized by our enemies, then I feel he's being memorialized for reasons that has no value to us. I dissent in relationship to the holiday because I think it should have been something we made all by ourselves without any government interference. We should have made a week leading to the Memorial Day. We should not have called it a holiday. We should look at the values of the man. We should listen to the speeches of the man on that particular day. We should look at the truths to see to what extent we can live by. We should take from his life what wasn't finished and finish those jobs in his memory. We need to be honest with him and honest with ourselves. We need to place him where he needs to be placed, one of the great voices of the 20th century, who stood astride our movement from the bus boycott through the March on Washington, and began to make that change after the March on Washington, the change that ultimately will lead to his death. We need to see him as a sacrificial man. He did not and he's gone. So if we were as brave as he was, the chances are we wouldn't be here talking about it. We would have put our life on the line, and some of us at least would have been gone. I see Martin Luther King as a revolutionist, a special kind of revolutionist that stemmed from the revolutionary nature of our church. And I think when we forget all of the smut and the rumors, we can take from his life some revolutionary spirit, and each individual one of us can make our own revolution. And to find an ally for that revolution, I advise you to find a mirror and see who's staring back at you. And say to that person that staring back at you, you and I can change the world.
Right.
You and I can make a revolution. And you and I will do it right now.
That's right.
Thank you.
John Henrik Clarke. Dr. Clarke. Dr. Clarke, you want to do a question and answer? Or?
I can do it now if you want.
Okay. Be seated. Dr. A brilliant young man, and he's got a lot to say. We urge you to come out to that. Dr. Clarke, you have often spoke to us on the subject of what we need to do. And behind what we did, what happened yesterday. You often spoke to us about the economics that we need to get into. And I'm quite sure there were some people here who didn't hear that statement. And to me, that was a profound statement. Because you often made that statement about having a shoe factory. Would you expound on that theory that you said about what we need to do economically to make ourselves strong as well as the cultural aspect of it?
I have been singing this song for many
Excuse me, Dr. Clarke. Those people who were in the back and those who were standing up, out of respect to our elder, to our
To build an economic system among the people, you have to begin by making the things you need. I think we should begin by making our underwear. A people who cannot make their underwear cannot build a nation. Then we start with our shoes. Then we start growing the food we eat. We move from that point on. We have to study the rise of modern Japan,
I have no picture.
how it survived a war, 2 atomic bombs,
The tape is out.
and now the people who defeated them are now begging them for economic space in the world. How did they do it? There are 2 things they failed to let people take away from them. Their self-confidence and their concept of God as they devised them to be. The 2 main things that were taken away from you.
Okay, how's it?
The whole thing is whether you can rule a nation is how much knowledge do you have of the time when you did rule one. And how much knowledge you have when you ruled a nation well. Our children need to know that this is something we not only did, but something we practically invented. The concept of nation structure and nation rule. And we ruled with great humanity. And we ruled a diversity of people within the structure of nations without one being at odds with the other. This is why history is so important. We have to find out what we have done in order to find out what we still have to do. First, we got to regain some confidence in ourselves and some basic respect for ourselves, our history, and transfer this to our children.
Is there anyone else that has a question for Dr. Clarke this evening? Sister.
Dr. Clarke, if Christianity is an African religion, how was someone else able to come along and enslave us with our own religion?
Because they dressed it up and gave it to us as something new. I think in Ben Yakinen's African origins of major Western religions. The proof is there. But in John Jackson's book, Christianity Before Christ, is more precise. They could do it because they would tell us that this is something distinctly new and better, and some of us would fall for it. We don't examine schemes and ceremonies that's handed to us. The man that sold it to us wasn't a Christian himself and didn't believe in it himself. And yet, because it's so closely related to what we already had, he didn't find much difficulty in convincing us that this was something new and this was something vital, with an element of control. I think Christianity, as we know it, is a carbon copy. I'm for going back to the original copy.
Anyone else? Mr. Brennan?
Dr. Clarke, you had mentioned that the Semites, you had discussed something about the Semites. How did the European get to be known as the Semite that they are claiming today?
The same way he got to be known as a superior human being. He declared himself. When you declare yourself something and nobody dispute you, in their eyesight you become what you've declared yourself to be.
Mr. Brennan?
This is in response to the last thing. You said that they needed a copy of Christianity. What?
I said that Christianity is a carbon copy.
Right.
And I said that I go back to the original copy. When I say I go back to the original copy, it means that I go back to the spirituality that was used before Christianity that I consider to be higher than Christianity.
I was going to ask.
Go ahead.
What would you propose that we do as far as going back to that?
Study. If you want to really go back to it, you have to study the basic life and text that created it. The documents that came out of the mystery school in Egypt. You have to study a book mistakenly called the Book of the Dead, which is the book of affirmation. You must study the different books and papyri that came out of the period, the different teaching books. Because the Hebrews, you studied this literature and extracted from it what you know as the Bible. The Hebrews and the Greeks, and put it all together. Made it into literature. I'm not against the Bible. I'm not against religion of any kind. But I'm saying that Western religion is rationality. And all Western religion is male chauvinist. Western religion and rationality is rationality. Spirituality is reason.
Dr. Clarke, I wanted to know, what is the possibility of the entire New Testament being written in Hebrew before it was written in Greek?
You still hung up with somebody else's interpretation of something. Never mind writing it in Hebrew. Let's write it in Wolof or Yoruba. See how it sounds. Believed in supreme being, but the African also believed in helpers to the supreme being. If you had a god of fertility for the male, then that same god wasn't responsible for fertility for the female. The Catholic Church comes along and assigns saints, and you accept that, yet you can't look at Shango. Or the Damari, or the African god. Yeah. You call that primitive. what the Africans did is that he don't overwork any god. He divides the work.
Yeah.
The sun god don't have to worry about the rain. The Catholic Church has a saint, especially for sailors. Saint for the poor. And when they break it up and call it saints, you accept that. But the Africans have been doing that all along. The idea that it's hard for you to look at yourself as the giver of greatness. Somebody else is satisfied. Neglect your own.
Anyone else? Well, once again, it's been one of them historic evenings with Dr. John Henrik Clarke. And just listening to him in just them little phases, that's why he reminds me of the great musician, Charlie Parker. Because see, Charlie Parker never played a tune the same way, and everybody else came along and tried to do it and could not do it. And even sometimes when musicians got on the stand, they didn't know where he was going, and they said it sounded wrong, but it came out right. And the great European professors and maestros said, he's playing wrong. But it always came out right. And they're still trying to copy Charlie Parker. And just the way he just answered those questions was my statement by what I say to him. He's the Charlie Parker of the historians. And that's my statement. Now, you don't have to agree with me. That's how I feel about it. But let us stand and give this great man a round of applause. Thank him once again for his presence here at the House of the Lord Church. We know he will be back. I'm going to turn the mic over to Reverend Henrik Clarke to close us out.
A little before and extended beyond 1884. And it dealt with a particular incident in African history and in European history that's forgotten. And it dealt with an aspect of slavery that's misunderstood. It's misunderstood because too many people are anxious to say, when they're trying to excuse European slavery, the Africans were in the slave trade too. Okay, yes. They were. But there's such a distinct difference between what the Africans did and what the Europeans did, that you're not talking about the same thing. Now, the Africans were not actually in the slave trade as such, but there was an African system of servitude that had nothing to do with the European system of slavery and had nothing in resemblance to European feudalism that was a form of European slavery. on this point you have to be very clear, because the European is forever trying to equate what he did with what someone else did. He's trying to forever wash his hands of the mess he created in the world by saying someone else did it too. All right. The Atlantic slave trade, endorsed by the European Church, was something distinct in the history of the world, the like of which has never occurred before in the history of the world. And this was the most vicious Holocaust in human history, and it deserves to be called a Holocaust. And it transcends everything that man has ever thought of that is called a Holocaust. And you start counting at 60 million, not 6. Now, I am going to talk about an exception that needs to be brought up, and there's some other exceptions. I'm going to talk about an African figure named Jaja, who was a slave twice in one lifetime, and who became a king twice in one lifetime in Africa. And when you can show me one European case similar to that of Jaja, I'm willing to concede that there is an equation or a parallel between European slavery and African servitude. And you have to show me one European case similar to the case of Jaja. All right. First place, let's look at Nigeria. Nigeria, and the problem Nigeria is having today, is the fact that Nigeria was not a nation. And there's a difficulty today in making it gel as a nation, because Nigeria culturally may not have intended to be a nation. Functioning separately, it functioned well, quite well. The British slapped it together as one nation because they wanted it to be that way, because they wanted to administer that way. All right. When you look at the vast area that became Nigeria, let's look at what was this vast area. The northern area was an area, some people came partly from the north called Hausas, and they called it Hausaland. They were basically Muslims, partly Berber types. Now the Berber is a mystery in Africa, because a lot of people like to think that the Berber is white. And the Berber, like a whole lot of mixed people, can be white on Thursday and black on Tuesday, depending on when money is to be divided. When the budget, if the budget is to be divided on Tuesday, he's black. If black's got the budget, he's where the money is divided. All right, now, the Berbers came from northern Africa. The Berbers were in North Africa before the Arabs. They came from Western Asia, and when the Arabs came into Africa, they opposed the Arabs. Then finally, they accepted Islam, and to some extent joined the Arabs. They still speak a distinct language different from the Arabs, which is called Berber. Now, Berber is not their name. The word Berber came from the Romans, because when the Romans who encountered them, and the Romans encountered them, the Romans were there before the Arabs got there. And the Romans asked them, who are you? What kind of people are you? Where you came from? They moved away from the Romans, shouting, bah, 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 bah. In other words, drop dead, go to hell. You're damn good. And so the Romans gave them the name Berbers. And the name stuck. And they made the mistake that people made by accepting the name that the oppressor puts on them. It's like we made the mistake accepting the stupid word Negro. When you accept the stupid word that the oppressor puts on you, becomes the stupid word that the oppressor puts on you. So, now, these Berbers mixed with blacks.
What was the original name?
Huh?
What was the original name?
Well, it got lost in the shuffle. And I know a Berber scholar, Abdul Luis. He said, who in the hell knows? And who in the hell cares now at this late date? He says, I'm a Berber, I don't exactly know. He's from Morocco, he's one of the finest Berber scholars, finest living Berber scholar. He's the only one that I know well enough to curse out. He's written an excellent book on the Berbers, on the area of the Berbers. He's also written a book called The Crisis of the Arab Intellect. The Crisis of the Arab Intellect, which is far better in its insight than Harold Cruz's Crisis of the Negro Intellect, which was about the crisis of Harold Cruz, but we don't have time to talk about Harold Cruz's personal crisis. You know, write the whole chapter and died in West Indies because he had a West Indian girlfriend who quit him after 3 years. And when I heard her side of the story, I agreed. I don't know why she stayed 3 years. So Harold has got a problem. He hated Lorraine Hansberry because Lorraine Hansberry wouldn't give one of his scripts to Duke Ellington, a musical. He wanted Duke Ellington to set music to one of his scripts and give it to Lorraine Hansberry to give to Duke Ellington. And she wouldn't do it because I'm glad he didn't know that I knew Duke Ellington better than Lorraine Hansberry. He would have given me the script. Duke would have told me to go to hell. And rightly so. Well, Harold wrote a book about his personal crisis. A man got a right to write about a book about his personal crisis, but let him call it that. Men write good books about their personal crisis. Sigmund Freud made a whole profession out of his. An international profession out of his personal crisis. So ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing basically wrong with it. But he admitted it. He was honest about it. All right, now, what I'm trying to get to, trying to shape how Nigeria came into being. Another group called the Fulanis settled in the north and cooperated. They were Muslim too, and they were mixed with little Berber, little African, and also mixed with a bunch of troublemakers out in the desert. The Tuaregs, still troublemakers, still out in the desert. They're blue men. They wear veils. They wear the veil. They were desert gangsters, raiding towns out there, and just there's a good literature on the Tuaregs. Surrender Rod wrote a book on them called The People of the Veil. And they're despicable now. They breed of very beautiful women. The women are very beautiful, and they're so despicable. They bring them to the coast. And they're nothing but a bunch of pimps. Bring the women, service prostitutes in the houses along the coast. Got no honor among the Tuaregs. Used to kill you for looking at them. Now they sell them. Sometimes there's a difficulty in traveling so much and knowing so much and knowing so many different people under so many disguises and looking at so many people's closets. But they're just culturally. But the Fulani's partner mixed with the Tuaregs. That was when the Tuaregs were warriors and not pimps. So the Tuaregs were magnificent warriors. Always warred on the wrong people for the wrong reasons. Always wrecked the wrong cities. Wrecked cities, never learned how to build one. We got it hazard at least. The Fulanis were mixed with the Tuaregs. All right. Now you have North Africa, northern Nigeria. Different culture, mostly Muslim culture, northern Nigeria. All right, eastern Nigeria, Igbo people. Your basic organized group were Igbo people. Although the Igbo people were not a minority, were not a majority, they were the best organized group. They organized themselves and shouted so loud you thought they were the majority, but they were not. When all these other groups came together, the other groups were a majority, but the other groups didn't come together. You had other groups in the East, consisting of 500,000 here, 200,000 there, 100,000 there. But the Igbo and his 2 million were together. And the joke in Nigeria, or the joke anywhere, wherever you see 2 Igbos together alone, that is a fight. Igbos are forever fighting among Igbos. But wherever you see 2 Igbos in the presence of a non-Igbo, that is an Igbo protection society. Because the minute the non-Igbo appears, they unite against the non-Igbo. They will unite when every non-Igbo is the enemy. They're very clannish, obnoxiously so. Now, in the West, you have a different kind of people. You have the Yoruba, a large group of people, a beautiful homogeneous culture, and a people who unfortunately were trapped and caught the worst of the West African slave trade, because millions of Igbos came to the West as slaves. And this is reflected in the slave revolts in the West. In the West, you will find in the slave revolts nearly always solidified and instigated by Igbos, nearly always led by Akans. The Igbos from Nigeria set it in motion, then stepped aside and let the Akans from Ghana lead it. Now let me show you what I'm talking about. The maroon revolts in Jamaica was set in motion by Igbos. Captain Kojo, that's a Ghanaian name, led the revolt. The Bubby's revolt in Guyana set in motion by Uncle and Igbo, Captain Kofi, a Ghanaian again, Akan, led the revolt. Toussaint Louverture was Akan. Bookman, who really is the real hero of the first Haitian revolt, was Igbo. When you look at this culture breakdown, the leadership of the major revolts in the West Indies was Akan from Ghana. The instigators were generally Igbos. They formed a partnership and a corporation away from home, the like of which they never had at home before or since. They don't cooperate this way in Africa right now, and never did in Africa, and never even thought about doing it in Africa. When Nkrumah, who was a Akan, came to power in Ghana, the greatest jealousy of Nkrumah came from the Igbos of Nigeria. I'm going to show you that while in the Western world, away from Africa, they formed a partnership. All right, now you have this big country. The British occupied part of it, and they called Hausa land, Igbo land, and Yoruba land. And it was governed as separate pieces. Then the British, who had grown tired of sending their young men to die in these colonial wars, the British public had grown sick of this. So now the British were pressed to explain why you are still taking over another territory. Under the then governor of the area, the British governor, a man named Lugard, he was a captain then. Later on he's become Lord, and she's going to become lady. Now, this is an aside, but something which I can't explain. When you look at Lord Lugard, he's a little weasel with a long with a beard. When you look at Lady Lugard, who's going to become Lady Lugard, she's a lush and plush British lady, very imposing and, striking. And what she saw in the little weasel, I don't know, but these women have their secrets and what they look for in a man, and I guess it will forever remain a secret. But it seems she liked what she saw and he liked what he saw. But in the course of writing the articles, she fell in love with him and vice versa, and got married. And now, after he unified the area, and the British rewarded him with knighthood, made him Sir Lugard, because he had served well in East Africa and written a 2-volume work on our East African Empire, and later rewarded him further by making him a lord. And she's Lady Lugard. And he couldn't stand the African climate all year round, so he spent 6 months in Nigeria and 6 months in England. So she's got a lot of time on her hand. Titled ladies do not hold jobs. And she wanted to do something with her time. So she decided to write a book. It's permissible for titled ladies to write books. Now this is the age of Charlotte Bronte and that crowd. She writes the whole history of the Crimean. She writes the whole book of, and don't even mention the Crimean War. and her book is late in the period. How she managed it, I don't know. She's one of the Wuthering Heights and one of the Bronte sisters. That's not significant. Lady Lugard decided to write a book, and she's going to write a book defending the British takeover of Nigeria. But she decided she would write a preface explaining what happened in this part of Africa, in inner West Africa, before the British takeover, before the Europeans came. And she did her research well. She did so much research for a preface, and so much writing for a preface, the preface became the book. The preface was so good, the preface became the book. In the last part of the book, she spent about 100 pages defending the British takeover, but people stopped reading by that point. The book is called A Tropical Dependency. Africa didn't need the Europeans at all, because she did an analysis of these great independent states in Africa before the European came, including the last great African nation state, Songhai, and its leaders. And its greatest leader, Muhammad to be known as Askia the Great. Barnes and Noble can read there for you. I bought an edition in Peekskill and reasonably priced. Then I looked and saw another new edition coming out. It said so many guineas, and because I didn't know guineas from pounds, you forget about that last part of it. But she did some very good, clear writing. And she also did some good preface work on the Southern African origins of Egypt and putting it in order. It was with her suggestion that the country got the name Nigeria from the Niger River. Well, now this is Nigeria. This is how it came to be. The person I'm going to talk about is from eastern Nigeria, and he is Igbo. What the British tried to do is to break the trade relationships. Now, when the British arrived in Nigeria, even during the British slave trading, they found that Africans controlled vast trading areas, stores, and Africans had networks of trading posts stretching all the way down the coast. And the British tried to use these networks in the slave trade. And when these Africans failed to let the British do this, they brought in Lebanese types and drove some of these Africans out of the legitimate trade. See, never let it be said that the Africans could not deal with commerce, even surplus, and because they were dealing in commerce with each other, dealing with peppers, dealing with iron too. There was nothing the African needed that African wasn't supplying other Africans. See, I've repeatedly said the slave trade hit Africa during its pre-industrial period, and had Africans been left alone, Africans could have entered the industrial period along with other nations. And many African states were more advanced than some European states. But had they left alone to move into the industrial age and had better technicians and had more than the embryo of technology,
when the slave trade came. As emphasized by the number of African iron workers who was caught in the slave trade, number of African craftsmen, leather tanners. These people came to the United States and practiced their trade in the United States. The iron workers were noted for the grill work in New Orleans and the like. Because the French, when they had New Orleans, they let the African craftsman use his craft. A lot of the decorative work on the old French mansions and the porches, decorative with African iron work. Now these things are not in museums. They're beautiful enough. When the French changed the architectural structure in New Orleans, a lot of that work that was designed by Africans were taken down and preserved. Some of it was destroyed, but some of it was preserved. Now, Eastern Nigeria was a trading center. There was a part of the Niger River comes through Eastern Nigeria. And that was a trading city. Now the city of Harcourt, Port Harcourt, was then the city of Bona. And at this city there was a contest between two trading families, Manipipo and Anapipo, and two kings of these trading families. One king, Anapipo, had an unruly slave named Jaja. And so this king wanted to literally play a trick on the other king. So he gave him this slave Jaja because he was unruly, hoping that this unruly slave would drive him out of his mind. Jaja went into this house instead of driving the king out of his mind. Because he was treated decently, he calmed down and acted as though he was one of his sons. He learned the palm oil business. He learned accounting. And he grew up in that house as though he was one of the sons and was treated as such. And at 19, he was handling accounts equivalent to $50,000 a year and handling them well, giving an account to the king. So now, when the king died, the sons who preferred to stay in the palm oil business because being a king wasn't as profitable as dealing in palm oil, said, well, father loved him. He was closer to father than we were. Let him be king. In other words, who wants to be king? You know, money in the job anyway. It's okay, all right, let him be king if he wants to be king. So they let him be king. They made him king of the house of Anapipo, fearing that the stigma of having once been a slave would follow him, and also fearing his mortal enemy, the son of the local king, who was always kidding him and always reminding him of his lowly status, fearing being aggravated by this. He began to send agents up the Niger to the palm oil markets. The river goes into palms. So he sent them to the terminus of that river where the palm oil is collected to make peace with all the kings at the terminus of the river, because that's the heart of the palm oil business. says, one day I'm going to come up there and I might establish my headquarters up there, and I want to know whether I have your goodwill when I get there. All the kings said, well, you will have our goodwill. If we have yours, you will have ours. So one day he burned part of his village, fled upriver, and established a kingdom in honor of the king, the late king, that had treated him decently. He called it Oprabo. And he is known as Jaja of Oprabo. There he built a kingdom. He blocked the British inland move to take over the palm oil business. So you couldn't get nothing out of that area unless you dealt with that terminus, because everything came out of those palms of that river. He had captured the terminus where the rivers began to palm off in different directions. And all the people had his goodwill. He said, the British get nothing. No palm oil comes out of here. So they had united. It's really called a strike. And so now he had bankrupted the British palm oil business. And some of the British sailors came up there to work for him. And the British were in a terrible way. So he had not only wrecked that palm oil business, he had wrecked that legitimate trade. Well, he was the master of the river. And when we look at his records, the records were well kept by a black American woman from Liberia. What happened to her ultimately, I don't know. But the records were found by an Australian woman married to a Nigerian. Her name was Elizabeth Nchaya. She's still alive and still in Nigeria. But what happened to Emma Goldman, no one knows. But when she was keeping the records, they were meticulously kept, her handwriting. There was a point where someone else was keeping the records. All right. Jaja was a good businessman. And finally, the British, in a quandary, turned to Sir Harry Johnson. And Sir Harry Johnson told him, you use the guns too much. Told them, we've got to use diplomacy. So they sent a ship up there and told Jaja, alive, we will not do you any harm. Come aboard the ship and we will talk treaty with you. And he came aboard the ship and they talked. And he looked up and noticed the ship was moving. And he was surrounded by soldiers. They lied to him and kidnapped him. And they sent him to Accra. The British had a court in Accra. And they tried him. They couldn't quite understand what they were trying him about. And they sent him to Sierra Leone. Tried him again. Different charges. Finally, they sent him to St. Vincent in the West Indies. Then they sent him to Barbados. Fortunately, John Killing's father was alive up until about 10 years ago. And he was a boy growing up in Barbados. And Jaja was in Barbados, in exile. And Jaja in Barbados is a part of the folklore of Barbados to this day. There's a song they sing about Jaja. Because Jaja had a roving eye. And if an ordinary man, lays court and looks at your woman in a way you don't like, you can just put up your dukes and fight it out. But if a king looks at your woman, well, you kind of a little more careful. So the song in Barbados, which Louise Bennett can sing it better than anybody, she's Jamaican, but it sings, "Oh Jaja, what am I going to do about oh Jaja? Old Jaja a nasty thing, but after all, he is a king. What am I going to do about old Jaja? But Jaja lived until about the 1890s. He kept petitioning the British to let him return to his domains. Finally, the British consented to let him return, and they poisoned him on the ship going back to Africa. And he returned to be buried at Bona, now the city of Port Harcourt. A Nigerian scholar, then head of the University at Baton, Kenneth Odike, and also the creator of the Yoruba scheme and the Igbo scheme, historical scheme, very good friend of mine, unfortunately dead now. We decided that we're going to put a hold on all the material about Jaja. The scholars can get together and do this, if they got connection. Nobody is going to see all end of the material on Jaja for 5 years until we have gone over it and decided what kind of book we're going to write. And after that, we'll let it go to other scholars. Yes, after we made our decision. Well, 5 years passed. Kenneth got busy, I got busy. Then there was the stupid Igbo, stupid Biafra war. And because Kenneth Odike is an Igbo, he got all involved in that. And I got involved in a whole lot of things, including getting married the second time. And that's kind of an involvement. And you said it. I never got my book on Jaja out, and he never got his. But I did do a good short piece on Jaja. And Kenneth Odike wrote a book called Trade and Politics on the Nile. Yeah, Jaja. And there's a little book called Lives of Eminent Nigerians, edited by Kenneth Odike. There's a chapter called On Jaja. There's a little pamphlet called Jaja of Oprah. No shortage of work on Jaja. And the new histories of Nigeria have not only life of Jaja, but pictures of Jaja. Now, with Jaja gone, the British had thought that they had won the fight to dominate the trade of the eastern Niger River. They had overestimated the Nigerian mind and ability to trade. And the western Niger branch, there was someone else they had to face. They had to face now an Igbo. His name was Nina. He was Nina of the Itsakara Igbo. Now, when you call an Igbo Itsakara, that means the trading branch of the Igbo. He equally faced the British because he was a trader and he controlled a network of trade. Now, if you understand what I'm talking about, the European has tried to drive the African out of the trades. And this is why. To drive African people out of commerce. If you understand me, you'll understand why they assume now that foreigners must take over our neighborhood. And because you have forgotten that Africans were master tradesmen engaged in commerce long before slavery, long before the first European came, and that commerce is a natural thing for Africans to engage in, and that when people want to oppress you, the first thing they do is to destroy your self-confidence and historical memory. And when you forget what you have done, you will also forget what you got to do. And so the case of Jaja and the case of Nina of the Itsapara relates to what is happening in our communities right now. The case of other people taking over prerogatives, commercial prerogatives in our communities, because we have forgotten the time when we were the masters, not only of the commerce of our community, but commerce in general, when it was a perfectly natural thing for us to trade with each other, not only to buy and to sell, but to manufacture what we were buying and selling to each other. This is the whole concept of nation management. Nation management is not only buying and selling, nation management is producing what you buy and sell and producing what you consume. So it all goes back, What has all of this got to do with today? It has everything to do with today, because all history is a current event anyway. Everything you say about yesterday in some way relate to today. So if you understand Jaja and why they had to destroy him, you will understand why they have to literally destroy the commerce of our community, and why many times they will literally lower the rent when a foreigner wants to rent a store in our community, and double the rent when one of us want to rent a store in our own community, because they want to keep us out of commerce. They want us to forget the time when we were masters of commerce, long before any European ever came to any African state, and that commerce was nothing new to us. This is why history is important, because the role of history properly taught is supposed to make you remember what you once was, so that you can understand what you still have to be. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. To recite dates to you, to recite personalities to you, oh, you don't need anybody to do that. You can do that for yourself. Now, I can tell you when Columbus allegedly discovered America, knowing damn well he didn't. But what good is it unless I explain the significance of it? What you need is analysis of why things happen and what you can do with the information. Otherwise, all you've got is a bunch of cluttered dates. And this is why the life of Jaja is a perfect example of an African who was a slave twice in one lifetime and a king twice in one lifetime. And yet, when someone said Africans had a system of slavery, you say, yes, of course it did. Now let me give you an example of one. Let me explain the case of Jaja. Of course he was a slave. He had two African masters. He was a king too. And a very credible one. And a very competent one. This is why he lived and this is why he died. Show me one case of a European who lived that way, from slavery twice to a king twice, killed by his opposition, who feared his ability to match them in commerce, feared his mind, his ability to be skillful in commerce, to know economics. A man who never wore a store-bought shoe or went inside of a school outmatched some of the economic minds of Europe and literally bankrupt the British Empire in their attempt to control the palm oil business of eastern Nigeria. Deserves at least a footnote in history. Deserves a children's book, at least. I think what we need to do is to write simplified stories of these people. At first, simplified stories that we can talk to children about. Then, let the big books with the scholars and all that jargon and theories, let that come later. Explain it very simple. Tell the child, let me tell you the story about Jaja. You've been nice today. I'm going to tell you a nice little story. Story about an African who was a slave and became a king. I did that to my children a lot, telling those simple stories. On those evenings when I had enough, when I was at home. They don't know I was home nearly most nights. Well, Daddy, you rarely ever home. You know, children can, well, they can tell you some of the biggest things. I don't know, you're home right before that. That's all right. But they're grown and gone now. Well, one's grown and gone. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. My 16-year-old is still there. Mm-hmm. He's an A student in history. Honors in history and speech. I don't know what that means at all. Yeah. Yes, let's see what kind of time we got now. We have a little time.
On the trade and the destruction of trade, in an analysis, that's why I think, and I agree with you, that the taxi limousine service, every time you look around, these brothers are getting tickets, and even the street vendors, they do everything they possibly can to destroy commerce, private ownership in the black community.
Self-reliance, that's what it amounts to. They're trying to program us into dependency. That's the sum total of it.
Same thing, on 130th Street, 7th Avenue, they had a page of a big red newspaper. A man that had a cleaners every 30 years, the Korean came in, bought the building, raised the man's rent 3 times, and even the Lord can afford to rent the space, so he's going out of business.
Well, see, we assume that so-called third world people have mercy for us. We assume that, it's like we assume that racism stops at the door of communism and socialism. We assume that it stops at the door of so-called third world people. Well, it's an idealistic assumption, but unfortunately it's not true.
On the Biafran War, on the Biafran War, could you speak a little bit on the war between the Biafrans and the...
Well, the war itself was a war manufactured by the media. The Biafra war was really a war between eastern Nigeria and western Nigeria. And they were really fighting over who would control the oil interests. And the war was engineered from outside of Nigeria. The Catholic Church and Israel and some other nations backed the Biafran war. And England and some others back the other side. It was really a civil war. And Nigerians settled it eventually with some kind of intelligence, because the Nigerians got together and didn't engage in long drawn out revenge or punishment of those who engaged in the war. Even put Igbo governors in Yoruba countries, Yoruba territory, and vice versa, so that each one can get to know each other better. He would switch teachers around so that they can get to know each other better. There's still some wounds from the war. But the mistake that the Igbos made, because the Igbos, who call themselves the black Jews of Nigeria, is another mistake, because it had nothing to do with the Jews at all. But they were industrial people, and they make a dollar, save a dollar. But when they engineered the coup, the first coup, kind of a cleansing coup, overthrew one government, killed the wrong man, killed some people Nigeria needed, but cleared out one set of corrupt people, only to see another group come in. One of the most able people who came from the north was killed, Tobacco, fellow. And Nigerians, both East, the Igbos and the Yorubas, feel ascendancy of the North, who now controls Nigeria. Because the North is the less educated, but numerically the North is the largest population in Nigeria. Then the Igbos made a terrible mistake in the second coup. They killed the religious leader of the Muslims, the Sadana. The Sadana Sakatu. You never kill a religious leader. If a people want a religious leader killed, let them do it. Don't you ever touch a people's religious leader. If they hate him, let them do it. They want to get rid of him, let them do it. Don't you do it. You do not have the right. They're sensitive about that. You, an outsider who don't belong to that religion, come in and killing that religious leader. See, then the Muslims turned on the Igbos and killed them wholesale. The Igbos held the jobs in the north. They ran the post office in the north because those proud House of Fulanis were aristocrats. They didn't do much. A Hausa woman was the most pampered woman in all Nigeria. A Hausa woman would go to the store, get a spool of thread and carry it. It takes a servant to carry it back home. I know a girl here, Rashida Abubakar, and she kept saying, she's Hausa. And I told her, you got a Hausa name, but you're not a Hausa. She was shocked. I said, you grew up among Igbos. One of your parents was an Igbo. So she finally admitted her mother was Igbo, her father was a Hausa who left her mother. I said, how do you know? I said, you laugh out loud, though pleasantly. I know Hausa women. A Hausa woman never laughs in public. And when she feels pleasantly about anything, it shows only in her eyes. She expresses other pleasures only in the confines of her home with her immediate family. She's a very private woman. It's part of her culture. She's reserved and private. Nothing impresses her to the point where she will even giggle. If you watch her eyes, it tells you her expression. It's a closed culture. She's protected in the closed walls of her home and served. And yet that protection is a form of servitude. Touch her, you might get your hands cut off. You better not touch her. A non-Hausa man, did not look too hard at her.
Is it still today?
Today. They're very sheltered, very protected. Societies change almost from block to block in some parts of Africa. You better know what you're doing. When I'm in northern Nigeria and I see a Hausa woman, any part of the sidewalk she wants, she can get it. I step aside with respect, for fear I might touch her by accident and get myself killed. That's tradition. But some Hausa women want out. They want to go to college.
Conflicts would come in with African Americans and Africans not being aware of the culture.
Yeah. But now you go in eastern Nigeria, western Nigeria, you will find it's quite different. And where you will find the culture more closely related to the U.S., South Africa. The black culture, more related to the U.S., would be in South Africa. I noticed this when I was promoting the play Puerto Victorious. The humor of the play related the South Africans who attended the play could get the nuances of that humor. The other Africans, the black preacher humor they didn't understand none of it. The South Africans understood black preacher humor, picked it up right away, It's just a matter of the nuances, But if we ever understood each other, we'd be well on our way. When we have another question, as much as pushing the time. Now next week, on Monday, I'm going to try to work on some of these other things also, but next Monday we'll be talking about some of the resistance in the French area of Hansen and Somali and others. The Hansen is noted for fighting with the all-female army, at least as assault troops, all-female army. And that's been misunderstood because a lot of feminism thought that these women were lesbians and had nothing to do with it at all. There have been female armies in Africa on several occasions. Many of them had children function. And in Angola, a lot of there was exchange of roles in Angola. One probably the better things that happened in Angola more. Many times the men would fight and leave the front and go behind and take care of the children a while, and let the wife go up on the front and shoot at the Portuguese a while. Sometimes she shot better than he. Some of Michelle's first wife was a good soldier on the line and was killed, fighting up on the line. His first wife. And was as good as any soldier, gave a splendid account of herself as any soldier. So
who went against the grain of the sentiment in that country, while most of that countrymen was saying African people had no history. Who are the whites who stood out and said they do have a history, and this is the history? That's what it's all about. But first, I want to do what family people do. I want to give an account of myself to you. What have I been doing since you've seen me last? Now that I can barely see you, while my general health is seemingly improved. But the progressive glaucoma is not improved because the two operations control the pressure in my eyes, but it lowered the eyesight, and it never came back. So all I know is that there are a lot of friendly faces there, and I felt very good to enter here and see Dr. Scholes Doyle, who's one of my kind of people I adopted proteges. I'm always being the mentor of people who had to ask me to be their mentor, but they don't seem to object. But to know that she's in the audience with her child and that her family is functioning well. First place, I want to let you know some of the things I've been doing outside of the city than within the city. Outside of the city, I've been traveling a great deal. Made several lecture tours, and I'm start another one this weekend in Detroit. But I went to Florida and Atlanta, but I want to tell you about Florida and the sentiment in Florida. In Miami, African people are trying to be replaced. And they have decided they weren't going to be replaced. I toured through the so-called riot areas of Miami, and the brothers seem to be doing something right for once. They did not burn a single black store. Not a single one. The Haitian community is doing well with their little stores and their shops. They didn't touch a Haitian store. They didn't even go to the community, except to congratulate them for doing a whole lot of things that local blacks had not done. They didn't. Miami has a large Bahamian population. My wife's Bahamian. I made the mistake of calling her second-hand West Indian. I won't do that again. The Bahamians, they're so close to the United States, the rest of the West Indies don't consider them as being a part. And then they have not only Bahamian restaurants, Bermuda restaurants, Bahamian restaurants, then they have Caribbean restaurants. You have a human laboratory in Florida. But America, in its vicious anti-communism, which sometimes is a waste of the taxpayers' money, in their endorsement of Cuba, they built up a city that the Cubans have taken over. Now the Cubans are bossing some of the people who brought them here. And the Cubans are showing their colors. At first, there were no black Cubans. Now that the black Cuban has come to Miami, the black Cuban suffers the same way as the black American, even at the hands of the black Cubans. You have to understand, racism does not stop at the door of communism, socialism, or other kind of isms. It remains. Because until you can pass the taxi cab test, you might as well stop kidding yourself. The supreme test, who downtown can get a taxi? That separates the citizen from the subject. The citizen can get a taxi. The subject have to wait. Finally, one time after about 21 past you, a brother comes by because the brother knows you be thankful for getting uptown and you're going to give him a nice tip. So the brother ain't got no word. He can look at you and tell you, you don't even have enough strength to rob him. He's not insecure. Okay, now, in Miami, the brother's going down stores of a furniture store owned by an Arab who's been cheating them, and grocery stores owned by a Cuban who had been cheating them. They did not touch one black store. They're learning something about strategy. We're not knocking down our communities only to have people rebuild them and charge us for it. Now, I wish the riot had not occurred, but these things are generally forced. But in Florida, where you have a human laboratory in as much as you've got regular Caribbean people, Jamaicans and Trinidadians they've got their own community. You got the Nasubians and the Grand Bahamians, my wife's people, and each one have their own restaurant system, own little grocery system. I went to Bahama restaurant. I thought I was just going to a regular Caribbean restaurant, and they said, "This is a Bahama restaurant." I said, "Oh, what's the difference? You all get peas and rice." Taste our peas and rice. Nothing to do with the peas and rice of those up island people who don't know how to fix peas and rice. I didn't argue one way or the other. But you know what? They have improved on peas and rice. I didn't think, because everywhere I go to my own people. I spoke in one church, two churches, and in the second church, the minister had gone to Angola on the invitation of Savimbi. And he thought Savimbi was the president of Angola, and he addressed him as the president of Angola. He was displaying the presence he brought back. And his trip to Angola was financed by local fascist-minded Cubans. We fall into a whole lot of traps without knowing what we're falling into. Now, years ago, when Idi Amin was inviting blacks to come to Uganda and be citizens, Roy Innes took advantage of it. Soon after that, Roy Innes began to advocate Black American unity with UNITA and Savimbi. This would have been disaster, because I say no African people in the Western world should ever lift arms against another African people. why I wrote the only letter to the Amsterdam News, and they published it and published Innes' reply, saying that, look, we cannot be recruited in the West to support Africans who are being supported by the United States and South Africa. If you're being supported by the United States and South Africa, then you are out to destabilize Africa, and you're an enemy of Africa. When you think of that a black preacher from Florida would go there and bring back and display all the presents that he got from Savimbi, including a pure ivory hatchet, decorative hatchet. And I don't mean imitation ivory. This is pure ivory. You don't get much of it anymore because they stop people from killing elephants. So pure ivory is something very rare. That one piece he had would have cost over $3,000 on the open market. He's displaying his cap and all the different things he got from Unitar, which proves that he is politically naive about what is happening in Africa and what is happening in Southern Africa. But it was a good thing to go and to be on the spot and to ask the brothers what did happen, and to know from their point of view, other than the point of view of the mass media. The mass media missed the point in total. The black position in Miami was strengthened in the final analysis. But that don't mean they still don't have trouble. They do have trouble. Here's a city where the Cubans have done something I never thought anybody would do. They've taken the dry goods and the department store business away from the Jews. And they control it. Economically, they have control of the city. And another thing the Cubans have done, which we should be very careful to try to do, or make better use of what we have in this regard. They've taken over a university in Florida, Florida Memorial. Florida Memorial is, from all intentions and purpose, a Cuban university where they speak Spanish and all the high officials are Cubans. We never colonize other people's property and turn it in direction, turn it into our own. We are very kind and humane people, and sooner or later we'll need some kind of protection. But we have to toughen up for the century ahead. That don't mean we must lose our humanity, but we must recognize the fact that in this world you are not going to exist free without some form of defense. And while I don't like to hit nobody, don't have much hitting strength left anyway, nobody's going to be free in this world unless somebody hits somebody. I regret that this is true, but I'm not the one that made it true. I've been over 50 years on this line. I'm tired. I like to get off the line. But I get stimulated sometimes when I face a black audience. On a tour of North Carolina, I went to North Carolina at Charlotte, the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. And this is the way I get to serve black institutions. I went to University of North Carolina at Charlotte. They paid me $1,000 and plane fare and lodging. I delivered decent, honorable lecture at Charlotte. Then I go to J.C. Smith, a black school, and lecture for nothing. People at Charlotte, the white folks, some of them came to my lecture, J.C. Smith, and they asked us that we were very satisfied with your lecture at Charlotte. You seem to have given the best lecture over here at J.C. Smith. Here's a little black religious school, barely struggling to keep his doors open. When I looked at that, saw all of that energy and all of those black faces and all of those black young people. That was a new energy, new impotence. I pushed the script aside, you know.
I got something to say to you that I don't say to other people. We must again get into the custom of managing nations. We must get back into the custom of not being dependent on anybody, for anything. We must make everything we need, from a toothpick, telephone pole, to a train, and any kind of communication. And we must remember what I keep reminding you. 200 years ago, the Japanese did not have a good wheelbarrow. It was in the 1880s that Perry kicked open the door. 1905, they had built enough ammunition that they could take on Russia, and they took on Russia and won. When they turned to the rest of Asia and said that you don't need the European to rule over you, you should kick him out. And then in the 1930s, when the Asians did not respond to kicking out the Europeans, the Japanese said, if you don't kick out the Europeans, then maybe I'll come over and rule you. They kept telling the Asians, you don't need the white man. And when finally, after the war, the white man was too weak to hold their country, they turned to the Japanese and said, maybe I don't need you either. Maybe I can take over myself from this point. All right, now, I left Florida and I went to Atlanta, where I stayed at a very noted black hotel that I nearly always stay because the breakfasts are good, the food is just good. And it's better, instead of going downstairs, if you just order have it sit up in your room, you get it better quicker for some reason. You got the best room service of any hotel I know about. The quickest too. All right. At Pascal's, I ran into a meeting where Andy Young was attending. And when people get so big that they don't remember you when both of you didn't have matching shoes, I don't push them. So I let them come to me. I don't rush after them to ask for favors. So Andy Young came and said, you in the city, you didn't call me, and how's your son? Our respective sons used to be playmates. When Andy was at the United Nations, he would pick my son up in the limousine, and the two of them would go out together. He would father them one Saturday, I would father them the next Saturday. But that's really friendly, family connection. And his daughter used to come to my house and get her homework. I mean, so we were that friendly. But when people become mayors of cities and approve, I don't know about what attitude they have, so I don't push myself on them anymore. So he wanted to know why I didn't call him. Then he said that I got a little problem. It's the 50th anniversary of Gone with the Wind. I'm the mayor of Atlanta. They're going to do a special edition of Gone with the Wind. And I have to write the preface. What can I say? I say that you can be gracious and say something that will please them, that in the final analysis, it will be so worded, you wouldn't have said nothing. You wouldn't have said nothing. So he was happy about that, the fact that he's partner over that hook. Then he said that he planned to run for governor. I wonder what kind of support you got from the churches. Never mind the white vote. So many whites are dissatisfied with whites. Some of them gonna throw their vote to you just despite other whites. That's a margin. If you get the white margin and a solid black vote, you might squeak in. Although I would prefer for you to run in Mississippi where you got a numerical chance. You don't have to squeak in Mississippi. If all the blacks in Mississippi voted, then it's a run-in. Because they're 48% of the total population. Because you can get a governor or a senator out of Mississippi anytime they make up their mind that's what they're going to do. So it was a good meeting, although I don't know how to gauge middle-class blacks, never been a part of that group myself, and don't know what they're middle from what. From what? I don't know. When something is in the middle, that means you got to have a lower and an upper. I don't know the upper. So I know the middle from what. But you have to handle with nice gloves, and you know, and you can't hurt that feeling because you never know when you're going to need one, and you have to go through your act of Tommy to a Tom. If you want something for well-placed blacks, you know, sometimes you got to go Tom to them or you won't get it. So you never know which one of these Toms you're going to ultimately have to Tom to, so you treat them with halfway decent, with nice club. So that connection taught me a little bit about the Atlanta scene. There are two excellent bookstores in Atlanta, both better than the ones we have here in Brooklyn and in New York, and New York City. The Shrine of the Black Madonna, here's a church complex that has an entire block of buildings. The church, the school, the recreation, the computer center, all of this, one block. And got images in the church reflecting the blackness of Jesus and the blackness of the angels. Because they said that they asked a question. Of all the African people in the world, brown, black, and otherwise, who died before Christ, you mean to tell me none of them got to heaven and all that, and only the white angels got up there? You mean? So they painted themselves some black and brown angels, all kind of angels, all kind of different races. They didn't rule out whites. They just ruled other people in. And this is really what the lecture is about. Not taking white people out of history, but putting black people in their proper place. Once you put black people in their proper place, you can leave white people in. You can let Paul Revere stay in the American Revolution. He made that ride for a very good purpose. The good purpose is stated, but there was a secondary purpose that's not stated. He was a bootlegger, and he was also informing the bootleggers, hide that stuff before the British put a tax on it. But many times the incidentals of history get left out of history. Like the Queen of Sheba and Solomon, who was not much of a gentleman. He's invited a queen, one of Africa's finest queens, to visit him. She visited him because Tamaran, the Ethiopian commercial czar, had told her that Solomon had bought a lot of red gold from Ethiopia and a lot of things for his buildings. And each time he go to Solomon, Solomon gives him some wise saying instead of paying the debt. He said, go to Judea and see if you can collect the money. And while you're there, incidentally, check out his wisdom. The incidentally became a part of history, and the fact that the woman was going to collect the national debt of her country got left out of history. The incidentally could be played around with. Because you can play around with that because you can deal with Solomon and his so-called wisdom. I'm one of the people who's not a Solomon fan, you know. I think he wasn't a gentleman. You invite a royal woman to your house, a queen of Ethiopia, who's trained. I mean, her entourage was so large and so long, was 3 miles wide long. That's the attendants, the porters, and her bodyguard. Her private bodyguard larger than the armed forces of Judea.
Her country 30 times the size of Judea. She would not go there and say to anyone, I'm black, but call me you daughters of Jerusalem. She wouldn't say that. This was a period when nobody apologized for color and nobody boasted of color. Solomon gives her dinner and gets too much salt in the dinner. She gets up at night to get some water and he assaults her. He don't sound like no gentleman to me. I'm perfectly willing to leave Solomon in history, but not as a man of wisdom or integrity, or a man who had enough gentlemanly charm to treat a royal African woman the way a royal African woman needed to be treated. I'm not talking. I'm not taking him out of here. Okay, now, I'm saying because people emphasize what they want to emphasize, but we are approaching the 500-year anniversary of Christopher Columbus' alleged discovery of America. And I maintain he discovered absolutely nothing. How are we going to celebrate? Blacks are all geared to celebrate. The Caribbean islands are all geared to celebrate. What are they celebrating? Because had this man been kind to the labor supply in the Caribbean islands, it wouldn't have been necessary to bring Africans here. The Africans came out of Africa to the so-called New World. Their first encampment was the Caribbean islands. We have misunderstood the Caribbean islands, and the Caribbean people have misunderstood the Caribbean islands. Because they spend so much time saying, I'm different from those other people, they quite forget that the incubator, the rehearsal for slavery was in the Caribbean islands. And there it was harder than in the United States because they broke the slaves there for the American mob. Later on, certain circumstances, plus the fact that they became the majority on the island, and the lazy Englishman who was brought to do certain technical labor didn't work out, and they became the craftsmen, the shoemakers, the ship repair people, the armorers, the ammunition repair people. They repaired the sugar mills, and they developed a skillful class that was not only skillful but so needed that they had to lighten the load on that class, and that created a Caribbean free man ahead of the creation of a similar class in the United States, especially in New England. Why am I going all of this way to come back to the preservers of African history? Because in preserving African history, it is something that I study all of the time. It is a consistent thing with me, like breathing, forever inquiring into things. And this is why I regret that I do not have the visual facility that I used to have. And one of the reasons why is that I like to examine documents. I like to freshen up things. And I like to forever be poking in corners of libraries, digging up books that most people haven't read. And even if they knew about them, they're too difficult to read, or they think they're too difficult to read. Because the mission of getting proper information on my people in the world has been an overriding provision of my life, to search for the basic truth. I had 50 years or more of direct relationship to communists and socialists. And when the final break came, it came over my pursuit of the absolute truth. And even if it goes against Karl Marx, what Karl Marx has said, if it's the truth, it is the truth. I'm not against Marx. What he said about class and economics is applicable to Europe. It is not applicable to the rest of the world, because in the rest of the world, culture and religion prevails over class and economics. And if you want to approach the economic condition in these countries, you got to approach it through an understanding of that culture and that religion. I've explained to you why a big nation, an old nation like China, had a falling out with a young European nation like Russia. Not because they disagreed ideologically, but they differed culturally. You don't let Junior come in the house and be the boss when he hasn't gone through those paces that gives him that knowledge to rule. He's not to rule. He hasn't been trained to rule. He has been trained to understand. Now, one more item and I'm going to go to the subject. I've been in the community a lot. The last 3 weeks I have visited a different school each week. And I am encouraged each time. And this morning I visited a school 3 blocks from my house, John B. Russwan School, 135th Street and 5th Avenue. The questions that our young people are asking, the inquiries that they are making, the challenges that they are throwing down to you, tell me something that encourages me in spite of all the nonsense about crack. No children on crack can ask me questions like that intelligently if they were doing it intelligently. We have underneath and after all of these crack dealers and crack sellers, it's over publicized. We have a strong and helpful young crop of young people coming up who will do business and do it right. But we have to nurture that crop. We have to train that crop. We have to encourage that crop. We got kids who said that, all right, so came from a one-parent family. I'm not going to let that throw me. So I'll do what I can with what I have. I heard an interview with Thurgood Marshall a few months ago, and we said, someone asked him, in the final analysis, what do you think people should say of you? He said, they should say he did the best he could with what he had. It was an evening when I was a little bit depressed. I had a whole lot of new books and I could barely read them or even read the titles because I'd lost so much eyesight. I roamed through my books like an ancient wino roaming through a wine cellar, sipping here, sipping there, reading a paragraph here. It's one of the great joys of my existence go through my own library that's packed on every floor in my house. Reading a little bit from each book sometimes, just picking one up and remembering the last time I opened it. And when I began to think that I can't do that anymore, I can't go upstairs and locate in my civil rights library, locate the documents on the pamphlets at once. I have to feel my way now. Probably it was on that shelf, or maybe not. Probably I left it some other place. The best 8 papers of my students at Cornell, some of the finest papers I've ever read coming from. I can't do that anymore. So I was a little depressed, and I heard this interview, and Thurgood Marshall said that in the final analysis, just tell them I hope they say he did the best he could with what he had left. I said, well, the hell, there's nothing else for me to do. My basic health left. I have a phenomenal memory left. I can still walk. I can still lecture. I can still do a whole lot of things. Within this year, I have finished 3 books. I'm not ready for the boneyard. And what has enhanced me and made me feel good about myself, my community, and my people is that in these last 3 weeks going from one school to the other and finding black teachers on the case and white teachers trying to get on the case. And white teachers beginning to understand if you don't do some teaching now, you ain't gonna make it in no black schools because these black kids and all their curiosity, they ain't asking no mild, neat questions anymore. This morning, a kid got up in class and said that about the word African American and black and color. I'm black and my classmate sitting next to me is light. How did both of us get to be Afro-American?
Yeah.
Now I got to explain the fact that the slave ships didn't bring any African Americans. The slave ships didn't bring any Caribbean. The slave ships didn't bring any high yellows or low yellows. Most of us left Africa on the same boat, in the same color. One ship dropped us off, dropped some off in the West Indies, came over and dropped us off over here. We lack the ability to protect our women on the shores of Africa. We lack the ability to protect them on the ship. We lack the ability to protect them once they got off of the ship. And certain liberties were taken when we had not the ability to protect them. Certain liberties were taken. Certain NF people began to practice on them for their sexuality or their misconception of sexuality. And they began a process called bastardization. This process almost destroyed the Haitian Revolution. It has stunted the development of modern Jamaica. Oh, then in Jamaica will look you dead in the eye and say, no. Push Garvey out the first time, pushed him out the second time. Because that group was so strong, they could call the tune. Same group that elected a Boston hustler as their prime minister. Now that they made a drastic change, it's not so drastic because the one thing Mandela knows from his father, because his father was a greater nationalist than he was. He was just an arrogant black Englishman, but his father really knew and loved the Jamaica from a nationalistic point of view and realized that there would be an emergence in Jamaica of people other than the Light Brigade who's going to give Jamaica a new lease on life politically. And Mandela understands one thing. He may be the last of the big mulatto rulers of Jamaica. He don't regret it because he said a set of circumstances has made Jamaica the most stratified island in the Caribbean, one of the most stratified nations in the world. And he says, I am the result of it. But all he is doing is to prove it to the group that though he is almost white, in heart and in commitment, he is as Jamaican as any other Jamaican. So that in the final analysis, he can say, paraphrasing Othello, I have done the state some good, and they know it, in spite of everything. And that is true. It's some misguided concepts he had to work out, and some misguided diplomatic concepts he had to work out, and he may not have worked all of them out. But he can see now in a clearer light than he ever saw before, because he knows the danger zones. And you know, if you're going to go near them, he's got to go with protection. Now, all of this is a preface to the speech that I will now begin. What have we done to preserve the history
of African people in the world. I would like to take a look at some of the non-African preservers of our history and to dispel the idea that all white people have been against our history and against our proper place in history. Now, we like to tell a whole lot of stories about whites, and sometimes it's an easy out. So they did it. But as a matter of truth, all the time Europeans were distorting African history, there were groups of Europeans saying, no, that is not true. And this started in the ancient time. And we must go over now. We must now read some of these ancient texts. And most of them have been translated into English. We must now start with the first European eyewitnesses to Africa. The ancient Greeks, the ancient Romans, the ancient Persians. These first eyewitnesses spoke well of Africa. The first eyewitness to leave us a good account was Herodotus. Herodotus came to Africa around 450 BC. Though Egypt was in decline by then, hadn't been occupied by a whole lot of people, and the Iranians were still there, bastardizing the country, destroying the statues. He said then that Africa has more to offer in decline than Greece had to offer on its way up. And he traveled. He saw that Africa, old now, almost torn down by foreigners, still had more to offer than a young Europe. And he said that when he traveled from east to west, south to north, he said the tint of complexion of the Ethiopians are the same as that of the same. But he said the tint of complexion of the Libyans sometimes look like dark-skinned Romans. In other words, there was a likeness in the complexion of the Libyans, but they were not less African. And he also said that what made him a great reporter is that when the Africans told him something that he didn't believe, he said, the Africans tell me this, but I tend not to believe it. Now these eyewitnesses, these early preservers of African history, and who put it down, Herodotus, the 2-volume work, the best is the 1-volume Herodotus by Rawlinson. Rawlinson's work is the best. If you got plenty of time, get the 4-volume Rawlinson with the field notes. He did more than a translation. He did an interpretation of every chapter. Many people have preserved our history when we were not in a position to do so. This was followed by both Romans and Greeks. Pliny the Elder, Pliny the Younger, and another writer who wrote a book called Natural History, Diodorus of Sicily, known as Diodorus Siculus. His natural history gives you the history of African people before the coming of the Europeans. And with the coming of the Europeans, a great African scholar, with the coming of the Romans, began to first teach the Romans African history. When he saw they were making poor use of it, he began to distort it himself. His name was Manetho. And when you go back, you want to know the ancient dynasties of ancient Egypt, and in that chronological sequence, we go back to Manetho. Now, Dr. Ben and other writers have preserved all of this. Sheikh Anta Diop has preserved all of this. John Jackson in Chicago has preserved all of this, and John Jackson has written what he said is his last novel, and
Every time John Jackson gets in a serious illness, he called people in to write his obituary. Well, I've done all I can now. Farewell, carry on. Then he gonna live another 10 years. John Jackson has written a book is coming out soon called The Ages of Gold and Silver, a black man's interpretation of the whole world, not just Africa. Africa's in there in its proper place. But John Jackson looked at all the societies of the world. He said, that's his swan song, his magnum opus. He won't go any further. I leave it to you young people. Now, John Jackson could be 83. I've attended his 79th birthday 3 times because he said he's 79th and holy. John Jackson is from one of the light-skinned families in North Carolina. He, now that his hair is snow white, he looks more like a Georgia cracker than ever. He goes to his home in Chicago. Little black toughs who never read any of his books know that this man has made the greatest inquiry into the religious significance history of any man alive. Know nothing about his work on the African origins of the legend of the Garden of Eden, the pagan origins of the Christ myth, when he traced the Christ story through 26 civilizations, all 1,000 miles apart. His African origins of Christianity, and his book he came out a few years ago, no, just 2 years ago, Christianity Before Christ, when he showed that every element that went into Christianity existed in other religions before Christianity. He's not against Christianity, but he's dealing with its formal beginnings. And that what the African created was a great body of spirituality. You must make a clear distinction between spirituality and religion. Because spirituality is bigger than religion. Either religion comes out of spirituality or religion is not. So they extracted from African spirituality different concepts that they use to create their religion. I'm talking about Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. They created for the world a God complex, a God concept different from the Africans. The Africans had no gods of vengeance, no gods of doom. We gave the world its first salvation-oriented religion. And everything was extracted from that. The African created no God that cursed anybody for, least of all, for laughing at his father's nakedness after he's had too much wine. Least of all. So the Noah story is really Jewish folklore. And because black people will not deal with folklore, most black people don't know how to read the Bible. If they read it, they would get much more out of it. But if they stop saying all of it is the truth, they could find the essential part that is the truth and separate it from the part that is the truth to the part that is folklore. They can understand that many times stories are told to illustrate a point, and if the illustration is true, the story need not be true. But it is told as a teaching lesson. In an age when people did not read widely, stories were told, teaching was made through parables. But if the parable you use to illustrate the truth illustrates the truth well, and if you get the point, the illustration need not be true. All right, now, the Africans were the first preservers of history because long before Herodotus, long before Pliny the Elder, long before Diodorus Siculus, long before these ancient writers, long before Homer discovered the Africans as the great mysterious people in the Odyssey and the Iliad, long before that, the Africans had written books saying where they came from. We came from the south. They had said that we came from upper part of the Nile. We came from the headwaters of the Nile, where the great god Hapi dwells, near the mountain of the moon, meaning Kilimanjaro. The Africans had already said that. The foreigners came and discovered that. And with their discovery of this African fact, they began to make the wrong use of it. It seems inconceivable to them that the Africans could have built the pyramids, and yet they have not yet proved that anybody else did the pyramids. How could Europe build the pyramids? Because when the pyramids were built, there was no Europe. How would he build a pyramid in someone else's country before he built a decent pair of shoes in his country? Or a house with a window? Now, these ancient Africans who preserved our history, preserved our ancient spirituality. When people broke it up into denominations, they began to put one denomination against the other. I wish some of the brothers would actually read the Quran. I brought one here one night, and the brothers who were singing for the first time, Muslim brothers too, singing for the first time, so this is the Quran. They've been reading some other book, Hadith or some other supplement to Islam. This is the real one. Now, my main point is that these ancient visitors to Africa spoke of Africa in glowing terms. And now the Roman historians, well, the Romans were never as brilliant as the Greeks. Still are not. The Romans could fight well, he could dress well. But really now, he really wasn't a great thinker, still or not. But the Romans, the Greeks outsmarted themselves because they were so smart and intellectual, they thought they didn't need any army. And those bunch of Roman thugs go there and beat the hell out of them and took over their country. That's still happening. Any gangster can overpower any priest. Does that make the gangster better than the priest? The priest didn't think he needed any power, so he didn't carry a gun. So you have to think about who took over what, who, and what the circumstances of this takeover. Now we're beginning to get a record of the entry of foreigners into Africa. Dr. Ben, who's now teaching in Egypt at El Azhar, something I thought was terribly dangerous for him to do, because I don't think the Arabs will ever admit the truth about their entry and their destruction. He's discovering something which I have suspected all along, and so other scholars. When they burned the famous library at Alexandria, they took most of the books out first. And some of these books were hidden. Ben has begun to find some of these old books. Wow. I asked him now, he's as close to me as a brother. I said, look, brother, now, kind of dangerous territory. You go in. The Arabs are mean people. They're the most corrupt element within Islam, and they use Islam any kind of way to make their power point. You're going into dangerous territory. Some doors have been opened to me that have been closed for over 1,000 years. He's found actual statues and pictures of the Hittites, the first invaders of Africa. He looked behind the statues, see how the back of their head looked, found the dreadlocks. These were not white people. These were Eastern blacks invading North African blacks. Now, this is because there's so many small things we do not do. Years ago in the Harlem History Club, Wilson Huggins was sent to Geneva to look after our affairs. We were enlightened enough to raise enough money to send Willis Huggins to Geneva. We were making less than 20 a week. I was second salad man at a cafeteria, and I was making $18.50 a week. Wearing tweeds, imported from England, cost me $2 a week until I paid my $50 and got my tweed. I don't mean no imitation tweed. I wore real tweed. No shoes that I had to shine. That was my suede period. $18.50. Great salaries for that day in the late 30s. My main point is that we were enlightened enough on those small salaries to support Africans in missionary schools in Africa. Well, sometimes the tuition was $30 a year. We would adopt one child, some two. We get the money, got that money there. A great Ugandan named Ernest Kalabala was here then, and he was married to a black American girl. And that kind of Pan-African marriage sometimes makes out for the better for both of us when they get the brother hung up with a good black American sister, and she got whispering in his ears. Some things get together that otherwise wouldn't have gotten together. Now, my main point here in the focus in telling you that there are many things in our own life that we have missed. That when Huggins was in Geneva and the Young Turks took over the lecture series, John Jackson delivered the first lecture, and we did not have tape recorders, and very few people took notes. John Jackson's first lecture was something nobody believed. They enjoyed the lecture, but nobody believed it. The lecture was The Black Man as an Imperialist, when we ruled other people. You don't conceive of yourself as having once invaded and ruled over other people. You have not even read about what we did in Spain and the humanity of it. You have read that the Muslims in Spain were more tolerant than they've ever been since. So tolerant that they would marry more than that customary 4 wives that the Muslims entitled to, and they would let them remain in the Catholic Church. This started an argument between the Africans and the Arabs, and this argument eventually weakened their hold in Spain. Jackson was telling us that there were periods in our history when we were strong enough to take over other people's country, and we never did to other people what they did to us. We never mutilated them. We never took their women without consent of the women. We effected a wedding between their culture and our culture to create an amalgam culture that was a complement to both. This is true if you seriously study Irving Van Sertima's work that came from Columbus, dealing with the Africans in ancient America, but dealing with the Africans in the ancient East, and dealing with the Africans in ancient Europe, and how Africans preserved this, and while now we're beginning to understand things about the African presence in Europe we did not understand before. I did the second lecture, primed myself, read till I got my confidence up. Never forget the lecture. It was called An Inquiry into the Racial Identity of Jesus Christ. When you're 23, all of our children are technically trained, and
well employed. I guess that's progress of a sort. Now, let's go to the subject. And the subject for tonight is, are we ready for the 21st century? Now, I could answer the question in the negative and go on home, because I know we're not ready and you know we're not ready. But now, that would serve no purpose. I must deal with how we got to the point after 500 years of not being ready. And what did we lose that makes us not ready, and how will we get it back? We lost a lot of our mentality. Professor Van Sertima said that they locked us into a 500-year room. They cut us off from the great history we had made before we knew of the existence of Europeans. And he's merely talking about the second great age of grandeur after the first great age of grandeur fell with the fall of Nile Valley civilizations and Egypt. All right, now, I maintain that all history is a current event. And everything that did happen is still happening one way or the other. And to understand why we are not now ready to rule nations, you have to understand what we lost. We lost our religion. We lost our culture. We lost the image of God as a deity looking like ourselves. And we began to think that our best way to survive is to be those things most unlike ourselves. And when you become those things most unlike yourself, the person that you are imitating become your prisoner, whether they build a jail or not. And most of the time they do not have to build a jail, because the psychological jail of depending on someone else for religion, culture, and image is a more binding jail than any steel can erect for you. How did we become a dependent people from an independent people? Why have so many messengers came among us and we have not heard their message? Why have we started fights where there were no fights? And what we have to do in order to restore ourselves and prepare ourselves for nationhood again, we have to look at the life of maybe 4 men, but principally 3. We have to look at their lives irrespective of what religion we belong to or what ideology we belong to, and understand that everybody politically, left and right, has got us wrong. And nobody analyzed our case the way it needs to be analyzed. And a lot of the nationalists have used it for opportunism. To the right, you didn't expect very much. And one of the main reasons why the left had not understood our case is because they've fallen into a trap set by Karl Marx. Religion is the opiate of the people. Religion is not the opiate of the people. On this point, Karl Marx is wrong. Religion can be made the opiate of the people. People can misuse religion to the point where it puts them to sleep. But religion is a revolutionary weapon. And until you understand that it is a revolutionary weapon, you will not make the best use of it. Karl Marx's assessment of the world of his day based on what he learned from urban England and urban Germany. And the world is bigger than that. What he said about economics and what he said about class might well be applicable to those societies. But these things are not applicable to non-Western societies, where the main factor is not class in economics. The main factor is culture and religion. And this is what is happening inside Russia right now. People revolting not to leave Russia, people who are not anti-Russian, but they're against the suppression of their religion and their basic culture. They were brought into the Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics after the revolution, but they wanted to maintain their same religion and their same culture, in spite of the fact that Marxism said that religion is the opiate of the people. They want to hold on to that opiate. Now, if we ever become a socialist people, and we would not have to be imitating anyone because we were socialists anyway, all we will be doing is taking back what we had before. I have no question that the world is going socialist. There's no other place for it to go. Capitalism has played itself out. It lacks humanity. It fails to take care of people. It fails to share. There's a terrible imbalance. There's a few men with enough food to feed 1,000 and thousands of people with no food at all. Such a system cannot last indefinitely. The kind of systems that African people, South Sea Island people, and a lot of Asian people lived under were pure sharing societies where each man got according to his needs. This is a pure form of social living that others call socialism. It was communalism that other people later called communism. Because we are afraid of words, because the mass media tells us what to be afraid of. We've grown afraid of words and systems that we created without any doctrineering literature around them. As a socialist, Karl Marx was a Johnny-come-lately. It was old hat. We had already created classless societies. We had already created sharing societies. And Europe's intent was to destroy these societies. Now, before going on to what will we have to do in order to prepare for the 21st century, which will be day before yes, day after yes, tomorrow. It's right on us. Let's see how we got into this trap that we are in, the trap of not being prepared. What are the items we missed? What are the items we still miss? We get hung up with a bag of worms called integration, not knowing that this in part can be annihilation. I know some brothers and sisters stop eating cornbread after integration. White folks don't eat cornbread, watch it, they eat cornbread. That's imitation and not innovation. Those things dearest to you, those things that sustain you, must be continued. The Jewish people are integrated into the total society. You go to Brandeis, it is clear at Brandeis that you are going to a university that was founded by Jews for the best interest of Jews, and that it will stay that way. And if you don't like it, let the door hit you. They don't change one iota to suit anybody. Now, if you want to go to the university the way it is, all well and good. But if you want to change it, you've got trouble. They didn't change Einstein Medical School, and they're not going to. These universities are still going to be Zionist universities. I have nothing against that. I can deal with that. But shouldn't we have one or several or all so-called black universities dedicated to black people the world over? How many black universities are teaching an African language? How many black universities have in-depth courses on what happened to Africa? And how many would dare mention our Holocaust that started before? And how many black professors would have enough nerve to say that the people who were trapped into the German Holocaust participated in every aspect of our Holocaust that's still going on, and they're participating in every aspect of it right now? Who will deal with our sentimental attachment to the Hebrew mystique and how this mystique came into being? During slavery, we wanted to attach ourselves to a people who escaped from something. So we believed the Exodus story more than they, and still do. We believe the story of the Hebrew children in the fire furnace. We believed it more than they, right now. We cannot separate folklore and mythology from truth. Folklore is beautiful. Folklore is essential. Myth is essential to the ego of all people. But myth is not truth. Myth is based on folklore. I grew up believing and reciting the stories of High John the Conqueror. Because anytime we wanted somebody to do something to a white person and get away with it, you bring in High John the Conqueror. Slapped that man's face, kicked him, and he was begging for mercy. Ran out of the neighborhood. We didn't do it, High John did it. I'm saying that it is essential that people tell stories that make them feel good about themselves. All people tell stories that make them feel good about themselves, but you tell somebody else's story. You haven't told your story yet. But how did you get into the predicament that you're in today, where you are totally unprepared to handle a nation? Let's look at South Africa and the whole fight against apartheid. It's a good fight. I've been a part of it for 50 years of my life. What is missing in the fight? The main thing is missing is the fact that apartheid is not what the struggle in South Africa is mainly about. It's about European or white control over the mineral wealth of the world. They must control the platinum. They must control the precious metals. They must control the gold. They must control the diamonds, especially the industrial diamonds. They can eliminate apartheid tomorrow.
schools in the world is the Colorado Schools of Mines in the United States. Not one African student, not one black student studying at the Colorado School of Mines. If you're going to take over South Africa, you got to know how to control the mine. You got to control the metal. You got to know how to make people safe in going into mines. You got to know how to market the mines. You got to know how to guide the ships across the sea to deliver your goods and your property. South Africa is the 12th largest importer of food in the world. A lot of the peaches you buy in cans came from South Africa. A lot of the lobsters from South Africa, lobster tails. Now, if you're going to take over South Africa, you don't know how to handle the fields, then all you will have to do is to call them back to show you how to do it. How many people do you have who can fix an elevator? What I am talking about tonight is how you lost the concept of controlling a nation. Until you get back the concept of nation formation and nation management, you're going to have difficulty with or without apartheid. I don't question that apartheid is brutal. I'm fighting it the same as everybody else, but I know that's not the whole picture. You have to prepare to control every single item in a nation that needs to hold that nation together. How many locksmiths you got there? People have to be trained in every aspect of nation management, including sweeping of the street, sewage system, drainage system, water supplies, all of this. This makes up a nation. Now, the black man I want you to look at again, because each one in his own way was preparing us for nation management. And had we looked at each one and accepted each one on the basis of his contribution and stopped arguing about who was fighting who, we would have been close to a time or we might have been ready for the 21st century. Let's look at Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, and Elijah Muhammad. Why Elijah Muhammad? And you're not a Muslim? That's not even the issue. Elijah Muhammad, like most Muslims, was a disgruntled Baptist. And if you ever went to see one of his speeches, if you ever saw Malcolm X at the mosque and go to a Baptist church, you see the response, back and forth, a typical Baptist response. They don't let the minister stand there and preach a whole good sermon without letting him know that you're on the mark, brother. You know, that's God's word. It goes back and forth. Yeah, brother. Yes, you. That's all right. Make it plain now. When you see the same thing happening among Muslims, they've got on a Muslim veneer, just a coat, but beneath it all, they're the same Baptists that they left. They're just angry with the religion of the oppressor, the religion that the oppressor adapted but never practiced. Now when we go back now and look at Booker T. Washington, look at the school at Tuskegee, he was preparing black people to sustain themselves on a nation basis. You live in a brick house, own a brick yard. Learn how to manage a brick yard. You wear shoes made of leather, learn how to tan leather. Learn how to take leather straight from a cow, tan it, and make it into a good shoe. Many students walked to Tuskegee. They were so poor. They walked across 3 states and got to Tuskegee. They're barefooted.
And what did Booker T. Washington do? Started a shoe repair shop, and later a shop showing people how to design shoes. Most of the black orthopedic shoe makers in this country were trained at Tuskegee. I'm talking about the craft that you need in order to run a whole nation. And you got people here with PhDs that couldn't even design a crutch. People with PhDs, technicians, can't even make a carpet. No, can't put the roof on a house. He's got a PhD now, an academic passport. I'm talking about we went wrong educationally. We had wasted too much time in the argument between Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois. It wasn't an argument at all, but a difference of opinion between two men, both of them wanting the same thing in a different way. Booker T. Washington had laid down a concept of self-sustaining, self-reliance that was good then, that is good now, and that will be good all over Africa. This is why he had so much attraction in Africa itself. This is why so many Africans not only attended Tuskegee, but tried to erect schools similar to Tuskegee in Africa itself. And this is why nearly everyone failed, because the colonials did not want them to fail. The colonials told Africans, white potatoes will not grow in your country. The British and the Irish was growing most of the white potatoes, and so they needed a market. And they used the African market. And the African didn't even grow potatoes which could have easily been grown in his own country. And when we come to Du Bois, we have to take Du Bois the way he was. He was a political animal. And what he was teaching, while Booker T. Washington was teaching the structured state, Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois was teaching the political state. I'm saying that it was never a matter then or now as to whether we shall choose Booker T. Washington or W.E.B. Du Bois. It was Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois. Both of them needed to be taken on their own level. On the level of self-reliance and basic creative education, we take Booker Washington. On the level of the political state, we take W.E.B. Du Bois. There was no contradiction one to the other. Marcus Garvey would broaden the base of all of this by advocating a total relationship of African people throughout the world, the ultimate Pan-Africanist. And he began to prepare us for the 21st century. Elijah Muhammad, disgruntled with the Christian faith that he grew up in, because it was the faith of his slave master, turned to Islam. He could have turned to Buddhism or Shintoism or any other religion. He just wanted to belong to a religion that he thought was different from Christianity. Islam is not radically different from Christianity. Islam came into being so fast, it had to take a few saints from Zoroaster, a few from Judaism, a few from Christianity. It came into being so fast, it created very little, if any, original literature. No great poets of consequence. Not until the emergence of the African Anta, still the greatest single poet produced by Islam. A religion that was simplified. One of the reasons why it could spread so fast, it was very simple, not complicated, no catechism. Then there was a strange kind of a crude equality within this religion. Partner's still there. If they're beating you for being an infidel, and if in the midst of this you cry out allegiance to Allah, then they stop beating you and give you the whip they were using on you. Then you take your whip and join another thug and go beat somebody else into submission. equal to the thug who was beating you because you were not a Christian, a Muslim. Now that you're a Muslim, you can go out and beat somebody else. You don't have the same equality in Christianity. You can cry that you're Christian all you want to, but ain't no white man gonna join you to go beat another white man who's not a Christian. Ain't gonna do it. Now, Elijah Muhammad created a rough-hued Islam that resembles Islam like mist resembles rain. And yet he created a workable Islam that attracted a whole lot of people and made a whole lot of people feel whole again and complete again. People who had given up on themselves began to have faith in themselves again. He made a major contribution to the rescue of thousands of African people who otherwise would not have been rescued. He did not have to steal from the little church or the big church, the little lodge or the big lodge. The people out there that he attracted didn't belong to any of it. They were like the locusts that have no king. There was no head to them, and they were moving without direction, and he gave them direction. Never mind whether he was orthodox or not orthodox. He was orthodox in the sense that he got results, and he made people feel whole again, human beings again. And we need to reconsider him whether we like Islam or not. When I discovered universal spirituality, I knew then that I could take or leave any religion on earth and still be as spiritual as any person that walks this earth. All of it belongs to me one way or the other. And I can go in and out of all of it, pick the values and do the criticism. And don't feel bad about any of it at all, because I have found my own way to personal salvation that does not interfere with anyone else's. Every single day of my life, I will try to do something for someone other than myself without expecting any material return.
All right.
And whoever God is and wherever he is, if I serve his children, that's tantamount to serving him. All right, now, let's look at the world before we had the difficulty, before we were in what Van Sertima called the 500-year room. How did we get into this 500-year room that we are into right now, dependent on other people to do our thinking? What did happen to our minds, but what more important happened to our nations? Let's look at the world 1400 to 1600. This is the 200-year turning point in world history. This 200-year turning point in world history, when Europe came out of the Middle Ages, came out into the world and wanted to dominate everything. When they were looking for routes to the east, looking for some way to find food. Europe had come out of the Middle Ages or the Dark Ages, people poor, land poor, and resource poor. They not only began to colonize the world, they began to colonize information about the world. They colonized education, and then they made us forget what we still have not understood, is that education has but one honorable purpose, one alone. Everything else is a waste of time. Education's supposed to train the student to be an honorable handler of power. Any education that fails to teach you how to control power is a waste of your time. If you play the piano well, you are controlling power. You're controlling the tune. You're controlling the direction. You're controlling the melody of it. You're bringing in the sound when you want it brought in the manner of your training and choice. So all education that is honest is education for power. We did not see what they were doing to us, and we did not see what they were doing to the world. And we did not see then what we still do not see. Powerful people cannot afford to train you in how to take their power away from them. Education for you in the Western world is a contradiction in terms. If you can't teach that child how to go into the classroom and understand what that bigoted teacher is saying, and that's bigoted most of the time, because the black teachers rapidly disappearing, and many of them in the classroom are not teaching from an Afrocentric point of view. That Western education is from a Eurocentric point of view, a point of view that favors Europe at the expense of the rest of the world. Now, in spite of the fact that they are digging up more and more information, and more white scholars are admitting that Greece was a myth. There was great civilizations before Greece, and that Greece was really a stepchild of Nile Valley civilization. Most Europeans still hang on to the Greek myth. Now in the 16th century, when they moved out into the world, they were looking for honorable trade. But they discovered or believed that they could get more out of the world through slavery. And they turned honorable trade into the slave trade. Let's examine each one of those centuries, then come to the present and see what we're going to do or have to do in the present, in the present time, in order to rectify this situation. Because next week, my subject will be Notes for an African Revolution. I'll just do a whole lot of dreaming. I'll plan how to change the world right before your eyes, and hope that you can believe some of it. But let's look at the changing of our world. Egypt had fallen and was bastardized, and still is. We have not dealt with bastardization as an aspect of conquest. We have not dealt with sexual conquest. We have not dealt with the use and the misuse of the African woman in relationship to conquerors. We have not dealt with the fact that no conqueror brings civilization. They bring their way of life and they call it civilization. No people ever spread any civilization anywhere at any time. People spread their way of life. And the European came spreading his way of life. He began having colonized history. He colonized an item that still got us trapped. He colonized the image of God. And he began to change the image from black to white. And this took place after the conference at Nicaea, 332 AD. Up to this point, Europeans were basically ignorant of what Christianity was. They're basically ignorant of it now. Because they cannot separate Christianity from Christendom. Temples were not something that you went to a certain day of the week. It was there all of the time. It was, religion was, spirituality was the all-encompassing influence in your total existence. Even determine your diet sometimes. The European developed a political instrument that I call Christendom. An instrument to justify and rationalize their control of the world. You have to read some books on the conference at Nicaea and the conflict between Europeans and Europeans. And there's certain books in the Bible they couldn't deal with. And so they put them on top of a table and they left the room and they said the books that God wanted us to deal with will be on top. And those that God don't want us to deal with will be gone in the morning. This is the origin of the so-called lost books of the Bible. They lost the books that did not say what they wanted said. Especially the book of Mary, which deals with the Immaculate Conception. And they gave the concept of the Immaculate Conception an interpretation that is still basically in error. The African today will see a woman whose reputation is good, whose word is good, and though she might have 9 children, he would say that her reputation is pure, her straight is clean, she speaks the truth, her mouth is sweet, she is virgin. And that's virgin, and the African says pure of reputation, that her character has not been violated by fraud. She's got 9 children, but all of those 9 came from an honorable man. She has an honorable relationship, and that relationship was established in full presence of the total community and respected by the total community. He hadn't played around, she ain't played around. She is pure, and all of her birth are immaculate conceptions. Because she has no question about who the father is. He has no question about whether he is the father. There's no rumor about her doing anything impure. There's no proof that she ever broke a word. She is virgin inasmuch as her reputation is clear and clean. And that's the African meaning of it. And the European had to create another meaning. He also had to look at cultures as something that he created and that other people did not know how to create, and he refused to recognize those things in the society that spell culture for other people, and he began to co-opt other people's culture wares as his own, while the African was playing with his cultural toys. He was creating a concept of culture that related to his conquest. All of this happened in that first century, the 15th. When we go to the 16th, the indentured service system changed to the chattel slavery system. Father Bartholomew de las Casas had already gone to Rome and asked permission to increase the Africans, especially in the West Indies. And he would say later in his diary, from 12 to 25 million Indians, so-called, was killed. Christopher Columbus is the one that went to Father de las Casas, asking for the increase in the African slave trade. And this increase in the African slave trade was supposed to save the Indians. He wasn't an Indian in the first place. Christopher Columbus started off to the East Indies, ended up in the West Indies, and slapped the word Indian on people. Alwac, cabs, people of this nature. Whole Indian nations in the West Indies. You can't find the descendants of 10 pure Indians, West Indian Indians today. And I've looked from island to island where people said that we've got some authentic ones over here. I haven't found any of the authentic ones any place. But the disappearance of these people in the 16th century brought us to the 17th century, when England is now into the trade and has made the trade a business, and no longer a sloppy business, but a business where the slave stock on the exchange market in England, where absentee ship owners are buying up ships, and because of the different profit, the volume of profit, many times the owners of the ship never saw the ship. That business hired a sea captain, hired a bunch of thugs, and they went out to Africa to capture some slaves. Because they made tremendous profit from this, they did not deal with the fact that many of the sea captains were also thugs. They would load on, say, 350 slaves. They would write 300 in the log. They would stop at a port and sell 50. Put that in their pocket, in the pockets of the other thugs on the ship. Now these statistics are getting lost. This is our Holocaust now. Now when we start our count, we started at 60 million, and we're just beginning to count. 60, not 6. What you have to understand is what our Holocaust was and what their Holocaust was. Their Holocaust was European racism had spent itself out inside of Europe, turned inward on itself. It was a terrible family dispute. So was the French Revolution. It wasn't a revolution at all. So was the American Revolution, not a revolution at all, but a dispute between two branches of the family over who will control, the young one and the old one. The French Revolution was a dispute between two levels of aristocrats. And because the working class people saw these aristocrats chopping off each other's head, they had the illusion that this was being done for them. The condition of the French working class did not improve one iota because of the French Revolution. Now when we come to the 18th century, new civilization, new ways of life was being developed in the Americas, the Caribbean islands, and eventually in the United States. But the United States is not in existence until a little later. Whole new ways of life, African being in the United States, except in New Orleans, being stripped of his Africanness, his African religion, his African gods. All these things are now being taken away from the African. His basic African values are being taken away. And yet in the West Indies and in South America, they managed to hold on to more than in the United States, principally because of the buying habits. Now, when we come to the 19th century, we need to pause, because this is the beginning of the Pan-African age. This is the time when Africans the world over began to try to reclaim their African self. This is the period of the great slave revolts in the Caribbean islands, especially Jamaica and in Haiti. Period of the revolts in Brazil, Palmares, and Bahia. Period of the last aspect of the Berbice revolt in what is now Guyana. The period of the so-called Bush Negro revolt, not only throughout the Guyanas, but throughout the top of South America. period of escaped slaves and the independent blacks in the Caribbean islands and in the United States. The period when Prince Hall would bring into being the Black Masons, he called the African Lodge. The period of cooperation between Caribbean freedom fighters and Black American freedom fighters. The period when the British technician in the West Indies would either lose out or die out, and the local African technician would come into ascendancy, being skilled in the fixing of mills and wheels, sugar mills and the like, wagon masters. This is the beginning of the Caribbean free man, now making an alliance with the Black American free man in New England. This is how Prince Hall from Barbados got here, Peter Ogden from Antigua, who found the Odd Fellows, John B. Russwurm, another Jamaican, one of the editors of Freedom Journal, Robert Campbell, another Jamaican who went with Martin Delaney to search for a place for the settlement. And yet, it is in the 19th century that African people the world over began to try to reclaim their concept of nationhood. Because this is something we would lose in the 20th century, and this is something we are confused about right now. Whether we shall be a part of something that belongs to others or establish something that is distinctly our own. When we were confused on that point, we were confused about nations, and we were ill preparing ourselves to behave in the 21st century that will soon be upon us. We began to lose the concept of the formation of our nation, concurrent with the migration movement to Liberia, the claiming of Liberia, concurrent with the nationhood movements in the Caribbean, principally Haiti, principally Jamaica. We began to lose all of this. We began to lose the framework of nations. We stopped visualizing ourselves as the rulers of something. And yet that 19th century African all over the world was still the finest caliber of dedicated freedom fighters we have produced outside of Africa. Jamaica fought harder than Haiti and did not become free, principally because of who the Jamaicans were fighting, and the British could free soldiers to stop the Jamaicans. They could destabilize the fight in Jamaica, and they would use something in Jamaica they are still using in spite of over 20 years of independence, still being used. The color factor. The factor of the bastard who had not made up his mind whether he's going to choose his father's side or his mother's side. Lacking commitment to the common people in Jamaica, he sided with the slave master and began to try to make a deal. And when finally the British would not accept that deal, a lot of fierce radicals came out of this group. Then England learned her lesson and began to cater to them. And now catering to them, they began to turn away from the blacks and find a separate bastardized society that still exists. We couldn't do that in the United States because this cruel white man in the United States put every black and fragment of black and almost whites in one bag and put one word on the bag, and you know what that word was. And the lightest of the lights, if they had one drop of us, had to live among the blackest of the blacks. And when we came to the end of the 19th century, all over the world, 100 years of freedom fighting in Africa was behind them. Now the missionary-trained African is coming to power, being heard, not coming to any power, coming to some public acceptance. This missionary-trained African, having lost his African concept of culture, his African concept of religion, is now appealing to the conscience of the European, the Christian conscience, not knowing that European is not a Christian and therefore not obligated to a Christian conscience that he didn't have in the first place. But because we are true believers, we out-pope the Pope and out-Muhammad Muhammad. We believed in it. We believe in democracy. We still do. I remember my father once when he made $18. That's the largest sum of money he ever made in 1 week in his entire life. And he was lecturing about democracy. If you persevere, if you work hard in this country, and if you obey the law, you will make it. Look what a man can do in 1 week, $18. And I counted it. I tried to forget the scene, tried to forget the lecture. And one day down in Texas, I gave a birthday party for some nice-looking, tall brown frame. Rented a nightclub. Tipped the maitre d' $57. Now I thought of my father. If you persevere, if you work hard in this country, obey the law, you will make it in this country. You might even make $18 in 1 week. And why did I have enough money to rent a nightclub for some girl I hadn't even made it with? Cutting the crap game. Learned to be a crook for the first time in my life. Money in every pot. Contradicts his democratic principles, his concept of hard work. The richest people in the United States does not work hard. And I have thought about this a great deal in the last few years because I go down a path that I deliberately chose. And this path has not been materially rewarding, but it has been rewarding in many ways, both culturally and spiritually. It has taught me some things about myself and my people I never knew. It has made me straighten up myself and clean up my act and realize that I do not act or walk this earth for myself alone. I represent a collective. What I do reflects on a whole people. So I have to think twice about what I do. I have never met a rich man, and I've met many who had a much better mind than I have. I have met many. And if being rich had been my goal, I think I could have done a good job of it. I don't think John Johnson of Ebony, whose last reserve count, that was 5 years ago, he had $147 million in the bank. I mean, this is money you've already earned and paid taxes on and soaked away. Now, that's what we call reserve. I don't think John Johnson is one mite smug, one mite better, one mite wiser than I am. In fact, in many ways, I think he's an idiot. He could have built one of the greatest black publishing companies in the history of the world. He could have stretched black publications. He could have explained black history in such a way there wouldn't be anybody in the entire world, any black person in the world, in doubt about his heritage. Amen. He had the facility to do it, yet he didn't do it. He copped out for commercialism. He thought this would lose him the Chesterfield ad and the Lucky Strike ad and the Clairol ad. Look at the direction he's went. And look at where he's at now. Ebony is practically no longer worth reading. There's not a single article of substance in the last 2 years' issues. Not a single article of substance. Who's sleeping with who? What stars? Stars got what cars? Nothing. All right, now let's go back to something we have to seriously think about. It is the most serious thing we have to think about. The most serious thing in our life is how we will structure nations. Because we can make a deal with the United States right now. We can make a deal with the world. It'll be a good deal, and we'll get something out of it. All we have to do is to agree to be second best everything. All we have to do is to leave that first slot alone. We would be a good second best. We would be a well-treated second best, so long as people can be secure in the feeling that the best will always belong to them, and that we will aspire to nothing higher than the second best. We can have peace. People will adore us, dress us well, make way for us, so long as we don't contest for the first slot. And the first slot means to control a nation. So long as we don't contest for that. Now, you may not be for Jesse Jackson or not, but the one thing he has done, in spite of all of the other things he could have done, he has made a bid for the top slot in the controlling of a nation, and he has let both black and whites know that they have the same oppressor, and that the same person that oppresses us will oppress them, and that a political coalition is possible that can change this country and the world around, and they have nothing to lose but their subservience. Now, he is not asking whites to like blacks or blacks to like whites. But he said, if we all pull together, we all oppress together, at least put your political strength together and change the situation. The best thing he has done is to deliver a message. And that message will hold whether he wins or loses. And we are not so naive as to think that anybody is going to let a black man rule this country. Ain't going to let a chromo, people whose name end with I and O, not going to rule either. Jews not going to rule either. Women not going to rule either. This country was found for free white Protestant males, middle class and up, those who agreed with the prevailing status quo and who owned property. That's who owned it in the beginning, and that's who owned it now. That's who controlled it in the beginning, and that's who control it now. And they intend to forever keep it that way. There are other white groups, alleged white groups, who are servants to the Gentiles. Being a servant to him earns you a good position in the second slot of power, but not the actual real power itself that rests, or meant to rest, with white Protestant males of the lower, of the middle and upper class. Now, you can mention Kennedy as a Catholic and mention others. I don't think it's impossible to elect a Jew as president of the United States. But that Jew will have to make peace with that group to the extent that he will do their bidding. There were 3 great black emperors in the Roman Empire. They ruled exceptionally well. Septimius Severus was a good emperor. So was his son Caracalla. but they ruled according to the law laid down by the Romans. There were 3 popes in the Holy Roman Empire. They were as credible as any other popes, but they ruled in accordance with the laws laid down by the other cardinals and bishops in the Roman Empire. I'm saying that the Roman black emperors did not rule for blacks, and the Roman black popes did not rule for blacks. They ruled in the name of Rome. You can be anything in the power structure if you agree to maintain the structure as laid down by white male Protestants. The white woman got vote in the United States day before yesterday. When she got the vote, having used every kind of trickery, every kind of persuasion going, she got a vote when she got it across to the white man in a country where no white women can vote, some black men can vote. Then she got to vote on the backs of black men. And right now, she's been given jobs that are being taken from black men. The war has always been on the manhood of a people. Otherwise, there's no way to oppress them. Now, as we enter the 20th century, all over the world, when other people were preparing for nationhood, we were preparing to be accepted by our oppressor. The great culture continuity coming from Africa had been lost in the West Indies by now. It was a sustaining force until the end of the 19th century. It's now lost. They're becoming Britishers. British manners, British education, British aspiration. They're not asking for a nation, they assume they already got one. And this assumption was a mistake then, it's a mistake now. That a controlled nation is not a nation, a sovereign nation. And it's still controlled. In Africa, the missionary trained Africans, the Western educated Africans, were not asking for nationhood. They were asking for acceptance within the strata of the colonial system. In this country, where we were making so many demands in the 19th century, early in the 20th century, the end of the Booker T. Washington era, we began to ask for white acceptance. We didn't ask, what is the condition of your house? Is your house a clean house? Is your house a moral house? Or we asked, let us in the house. And did not know that we had a better house. We were asking for entry into a house whose religion was open to question, whose morality was open for question, and whose basic honesty was open for question, was then and still is. We were not asking for nationhood anymore. Liberia had been established, a sick nation then, a sick nation now. The internal integration movement, settlement movement under Chief Sam Pap Singleton was over. We had thrown in the towel. We had conceded that we were not going to be a nation. We just asking for entry into somebody else's nation without asking about the condition of the nation that we are integrating into, or the terms of integration. Just let me in. The missionary trained African was asking basically the same thing. He was trying to be like an Englishman, like a Frenchman, like a Portuguese, like whoever was controlling him. The Caribbean, they were becoming British, mainly, or Spanish. In the United States, we want to be Americans. We wanted everything the rest of America had. And we quite forget that the rest of America had many things that wasn't good for them and not good for us. Wasn't good then, not good now. When we could have collectively all over the world asked for a new social order, asked for what I heard in an African female meeting that was not called female lib because they already thought they were liberated. So what she said, that we are not anti-men. We love men and wouldn't dare live without them. But what we are calling for is to renegotiate the terms of our relationship. And what we should have done in the early part of the 20th century is to ask for a renegotiation of the terms of our relationship. And what we need to do right now in the Caribbean islands, if the Caribbean Federation had succeeded, you put all of the Caribbean islands together, you got almost as many people as France. You could have had an air force. You could have had a unified defense, an economic system, a unified economic system, embracing all of the islands as against one of them going it by themselves. There would have been no invasion of Grenada because this would have been unthinkable. The hustler from Boston would not be in charge of Jamaica. And you wouldn't have to have this rationale, but he's Lebanese in color. That's a lie. Call him color and he'll hit you. You would not have been confused over this statement in Jamaica, out of many comes one. That's all right so long as you're clear about who that one is and how that one's supposed to look. That one's supposed to look like me with the stamp of Africa on his face. Out of many can come one, but you better be clear about who that one is. Now, in this country, early in the century, our organizations wanted to stop lynching. They wanted to stop segregation. They wanted to be a part of the action without understanding the meaning of the action. And in Africa, we came into the 20th century, but with a slightly different kind of approach. They were asking colonialists to give them the opportunity to prepare themselves to be independent. I want to prepare myself to be like you. Instead of preparing myself to be like what I used to be. A total self-sustaining African nation. Now, if we are going to get ready for the 21st century, we have to begin to think over the things we have forgotten as a people. Nation formation. We have to look at other nations and what they did. And we have to do some things without necessarily imitating them all the way. We have to study the rise of modern Japan. It didn't even have a decent wheelbarrow 200 years ago. Now look at them. What did it for them? The will, study, a unifying culture, and a need to show other people that they can be self-sustaining and would be self-sustaining, and that they could learn anything that was necessary to be learned in order to sustain themselves as a nation. Militarily, as early as 1905, they had stood up to Japan, stood up to Russia, and defeated her. Now their spirit was good, and they're on their way. They would send their children to the leading schools of the world and bring back the technology, and they would combine that and add some creativity of their own and create enough technology to take on the United States in the Battle of Pearl Harbor. Now, I am not dealing with the rightness and the wrongness of their action. I am dealing with the fact that their action proved that they understood the thing that we still have to understand: nation formation and nation management. That we have to have the will, we have to have the intent. We cannot start silly arguments about how it should go. Certain cases right now is telling us something about our leadership, our loyalty one to the other, and our need for white people's approval that is so utterly tragic, and how many times to get his approval we will turn on each other because it becomes a need that we have not satisfied internally. We have not dealt with the fact that ego starvation is one of the greatest crises among us. I have said jokingly, we need to form a hugging brigade. See a depressed brother, give him a big hug. One sister told me that ain't gonna work. He might end up hugging the wrong man and the sister might get killed. So that won't work. The hugging brigade idea has to go. Sorry about that. I thought it was a pretty good idea. Some of us so ego starved, we are down most of the time. I'm saying that what is lacking and what you will have to regain the concept of nation structure is a love for yourself. People who love themselves do not feed poison in their veins or snort it up their nose. People who love their bodies. People who love their bodies do not do this to their bodies and to pollute their bodies with junk and have to give birth to a defective child. The child becomes the inheritance of your misconceptions of good and what a society needs to be. Now, throughout the world, there are nearly or more than 1 billion African people. All of the Jewish people in the world are less than half of the black population in the United States. It is no mystery that they get 10 times more aid than all the black nations in the world put together. They got their political thing together, we don't have ours together. What we have to do is to look deep into ourselves. We have to understand what slavery did to us and what oppression did more. It broke up our loyalty system, and it broke up the system when we like what we see in the mirror. When Michael Jackson mutilated his face, changed that beautiful nose, those nice, lush, broad lips into thin, Mediterranean type lips. He was saying he don't like what his mother and father did. And when you don't like what your mother and father did for you physically, you are in deep difficulty. This young mixed up kid made us look in the mirror again and realize that we cannot build a world until we like ourselves and like the people we're building the world for. I think we need to start with number one. We need to start with the vast number of African people throughout the world. If we and the Chinese are the only African people in the world that can count 1 billion people, we need to begin an economic system based on those numbers.
Let's build shoes for 1 billion people. Let's make shirts for 1 billion people. Let's make the facilities for 1 billion people. With all the things that need to be done within the African world, we can have full employment for the next 1,000 years. Mainly taking care of each other. Goods and services for each other. We must stop asking our children what to do. We might have to do the same thing the Japanese did on the Baron Tanaka. He gathered so many Japanese youth together and he looked, oceanography for you, medicine for you, engineering for you, diplomacy for you. He didn't ask, will you please do this? He said, you will do this, or we as a nation will not survive. All he was doing is telling them to train themselves in nation management. When they came back, they used the basic culture, the basic image that they had created for themselves to move forward in the world by mastering other people's technique. They learned what we still have to learn. Anything that one human mind can do, another human mind can do. If you're going to make a locomotive, first make a safety pin. And this is where you gain the confidence to ultimately make a locomotive. Then you have to ask yourself, who is going to do it for me? If I don't do it, who is going to do it? And if other people do it for me, what are their terms? And if I don't like their terms, then the terms that they use to do something for me is a new form of enslavement. You have to start with total mental freedom of a people, restore their confidence, restore their will to do and to apply themselves toward the fulfillment of that will, and understand what Frantz Fanon had said. In effect, each generation must find its mission. It must fulfill the mission, or it must betray the mission. You have to find out what you are going to do, not only for yourself, but for your children and your children still unborn. There is no solution, in my opinion, short of nationhood. There's no solution short of an international application of Pan-Africanism. There is no solution in this country or in this side of the world if we ignore Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, and Elijah Muhammad. Now, I can name 100 other people, but I am focusing on 4 men whose major emphasis was nation preparation. What you need to do is to look at the great states of the Nile Valley. Look at the great states of the Niger River, Mali Sangay, Ghana, Mali Sangay. These nations lasted for over 1,000 years after Egypt has fallen. Then look at Egypt itself. Then look at the structure, the culture structure of the world, mostly taken from Nile Valley civilization. The main thing we have to do is to regain our confidence, regain our will, and say to the world, we are ready to march again to the center stage of power. If we did it once, we will do it again. Thank you.
Yeah, we can go now.
No, we can, after you finish your announcement.
About 5 minutes. 10, 10 minutes.
As you said.
Okay.
Holy brothers and sisters, we come in unity and we leave in unity. Okay. Brother Clarke, although it's very warm, has consented to do about 10 or 15 minutes of question and answer. We realize it's very warm, but it's just like home. I know I was born in New York. I just want to remind you before Dr. Clarke comes back that we realize that there are many, many things going on, and we're getting hit from all sides, but there's one thing that we must keep remembering, that the Howard Beach case is still going on. Killings, one of the great writers, a great friend of Dr. Clarke's, and I'm very happy to see they're doing a tribute to Louis Armstrong in jazz at last. So great lineup. Take your children to something wholesome, pull them away from that idiot box watching all that nonsense, and let them see something wholesome and cultural, and they can learn. This event is coinciding with the African Street Festival. The registration is $15, pre-registration is $10. And this is presented, and make checks payable to the Cultural Center. Now, these flyers, all these flyers and stuff on the table, the one thing we always say at the church, often we put these flyers out, and whoever's having these affairs, print these flyers, and they don't come free. So we ask that you take them and put them up at your job, in your building, or even put it on the side of your car. Let people see. I think the more we become visual to our people, the more our people become involved. That's how they did it to us. Also, now you know about our book market, and the Sister Gwen is sitting over here. She has crystal semi-precious stones and jewelry. And it's not gold. Now, you know, all of us, our young people are buying gold and don't realize that our brothers are dying, digging that gold out of the mines. We wish that you would stop over and see her collection of jewelry. Now I'm going to bring back Dr. Clarke for the question and answer. And I'm going to ask again, and this time I'm going to insist. You ask a question, you do not make a statement or try to make another lecture or speech. Because if you do, I'm going to be rude and interrupt you. Agreed? Thank you. Anyone has a question for Dr. Clarke? Please stand, raise your hand, or come over here.
Dr. Clarke.
Yeah.
Afternoon.
Yes.
Good evening, I should say. And a question I'd like you to expound on is something that just happened a moment ago. I went up to get some cold water just as you finish your speech. I looked around, I saw all the brothers here tonight. I said, my gosh, I haven't seen this many brothers in a congregation since I was at Queen's Court or here, and when Rosa Parks was here speaking, or when you were here last. So my question was, would you expound and maybe clarify the point of us being three things: spiritual, mental, and physical, and somehow on a Sunday, our brothers seem to get away from the spiritual. Wednesday, the place is crowded, what I mean when I'm bringing out. Wednesday, the place is crowded. On Sunday, you may see 3 or 4 brothers into a house of worship.
Well, that's a custom that really started in Europe, leaving the church to the woman and saying that the woman is good for the church, the kitchen, and the bed. This is Hitler's statement, not mine. And I think that's wrong, because I think if the woman is a part of the totality of the society, the brother is supposed to be part of the same totality. And they're supposed to be here. Image-wise, I didn't even know about the church situation, because in the few churches of my acquaintanceship, it balances itself off, although the sisters run the general facilities of the church, but they've always done that in the church in the Western world. Well, they don't rule the power, they generally rule the facilities. They're the power behind the throne. Well,
I think the brothers like different messages at different times, and sometimes the brothers assume that they're already spiritual and don't need as much spirituality as others. It's an assumption, but probably not one word of truth in it, but it is an assumption. But I think we need equality in everything. This is an action church, and I think in an action church you need male and female participation on the same level throughout the totality of the activity of the church. I'm afraid I cannot successfully explain the absence of brothers in the spiritual aspect of the church as against the political activist aspect, other than the fact that one is attracting them more than the other. But if I think they understood both, one would attract them just as much as the other. Yeah.
You mentioned here some meetings ago about Jews having operated and incarcerated slaves. You said a book in Baltimore, Maryland, somewhere?
No, the book is not in Baltimore, Maryland. It's right here in New York. It's a...
I just have to get the title, maybe.
No, I didn't get the title, but the sister who's doing the work on mutilization of males at different times in the ages found a 10-volume work on castration, and she found documents that in the period when castrated slaves as eunuchs brought a higher market, that most of the castration was done by Jews and Arabs who were in that aspect of the slave trade, and that aspect of the slave trade was bringing more money than the normal slave trade at the time. It wouldn't be difficult for me to find the sister and ask her to give me the exact name of the volumes, because she's right there in Long Island. She's one of the members of Gus Denizulu's group, so it's not, she wouldn't be difficult to get in touch with.
Well, I'd like for you to get in touch if you get there.
Well, the next time I'll just ask her for the exact citation, and if I can locate her telephone number among all the papers I have scattered over my desk, because she called me just last week. Okay. Yes.
How did the Europeans really get a foothold in Africa when they first came to Africa? Was African civilization in sort of a decline? That's how they
Good. Africa was taken over principally because the Africans' open-mindedness in letting people in, the Africans' traditional hospitality to strangers. No African nation fell because it was in disarray. It fell because they did not understand the entry of the foreigners or the intent of the foreigners. And in West Africa, some of the states along the west coast had difficulty one with the other. At the same time, the states in inner Africa was rather stable. Now, the Arabs had already broken up the great Eastern African states by the slave trade. And the Ottoman Empire had broken up most of the North African states. At first, South Africa had not been established because South Africa wasn't established until about 1652. But the idea that Africans were in disarray and their countries were on the verge of collapse when the Europeans entered, there's no proof of that at all. While I admit there was some difficulty in the West African states, but the other states were rather stable. While the states in inner West Africa, I'm talking about coastal West Africa, while the states in inner West Africa were rather stable, the states in coastal West Africa were having some difficulties.
And also, is there any evidence to confirm the belief that history goes in cycles? Have you found anything?
Well, I have found in my own personal study that tend to be almost 300 and 400 year cycles of history.
But history, you cannot say that history moves in one cycle in favor of one people and against another people. History tends to be what people make it out to be. And history tends to be shaped by your understanding of history. If we understood right now that everywhere the European goes in the world, he wants to rule by any means necessary, and that no matter what his political belief is, no matter what he professes religion is, he wants to be in charge, and that he never shares power with anyone, and that the left shares no more power than the right in that regard. Now, when I say this, please bear in mind that for over 50 years of my life I've been a socialist, and I intend to remain one. But I have no illusion. Racism does not stop at the door of communism and socialism. A lot of blacks don't understand that, and it is unfortunate. They think that once they are socialists in accordance to what white people say, that they eliminate their away from racism. African students have been beaten up on the streets of Russia. Some have been killed. That don't mean that I am no longer a socialist, but I'm no longer their kind of socialist. I'm a socialist looking at the indigenous values of people, the indigenous values that existed before their entry. I think we have to study all of our relationships with people in the world. And just like the African women said in that meeting, it is time that we renegotiate the terms of our relationship with everybody.
I'd like to have a question to deal with us individually, personally, inside. How do you see us as African people dealing with the pseudo kind of organizations that we got, like the OAU, and the kind of organizations that we have running states in Africa and throughout the African world? And what do you see as dimensions of this African nation formation thing that you want to think that we should have in the 21st century? What dimensions do you see taking as far as area and geography?
Well, no, I see. He's talking about the pseudo-European organizations, such as Organization of African Unity, etc. I'm saying that you can take the idea of an Organization of African Unity is good. The Arabs have practically destroyed it because where Arabs are concerned, they're not effective, and they try to make it ineffective, make the whole organization ineffective. You have to take it and make it what you want it to be and what you need it to be. You have to look at other people. One of the reasons why Castro lasted in Cuba is he has Cubanized Marxism. One of the reasons why it lasts in China, they have Chineseized it. We just have to Africanize everything, turn it to be what we need it to be. No matter what it says on the paper, turn it to what we need it to be. I mean, that's the basis of what we have to do. Realize that then we have to stop caring about what other people say when we turn things into what we need it to be. They respect their nationalism, we have to demand respect for ours.
Last question. Mr. Clarke, the last 5 or 10 years, I've been hearing white folks try to accuse Africans of enslaving their own people. Can you expound on that somewhat as to how much activity there was of enslaving our own people and selling our own people off to slave masters?
Good. People, in as much as whites have accused us of doing it. The transatlantic slave trade was a 3-continent industry involving the kind of ships Africans did not have, the kind of connections Africans did not have, the kind of guns Africans did not have. The European misinterpretation of internal servitude in Africa has been interpreted as meaning the slave trade was all right because they were in it too. There is nothing in the African system of internal servitude, and I am not denying its existence, but there is nothing in it that resembles what the Europeans did. The basic factor in the slave trade was the gun. Admittedly, and this can be proven, some corrupt Africans went into the slave and threatened to kill her if you don't raid the next village and capture some slaves for me. The Africans were caught in a bind. I'm not trying to free the African of everything that he did in the slave trade, but I'm saying that the Africans did nothing in the slave trade to justify a system as massive as this, and had no apparatus to bring off a system as massive as this. What the Europeans are trying to do is to free themselves of the guilt in the slave trade. And trying to also say that the European who lived today, the white person who lived today, had nothing to do with it. My great-great-grandfather. Every white person on the face of the earth benefited by it in some way, directly or indirectly, and some still do. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you all next week. I have prepared an extensive lecture on what can we do about where we are, and I have looked at Pan-Africanism as the only alternative to the disaster that we're into. But we as a people have to look very searchingly at ourselves, spiritually, culturally, financially, and all other angles that we can think about. I'm very pleased to return to a good and exciting audience, and I hope next week we will be back again. And I don't hope we be back, but I'm going to make it my point of being back, because and after that I'm going to go to North Carolina to tape some courses on African history for Lester Milton in South Carolina. Must have been the third or the fourth time I've addressed students here at NYU. I went to NYU briefly after the war under the GI Bill of Rights, and they threw me out for objecting to the poor way they were teaching white history. I didn't expect them to teach black history, but they were teaching white history so poorly it was an insult to me personally, because I knew more than that, and I knew better than that. One of the reasons why the history of most people are out of kilter is that for the last 500 years, the history of the world has really been the history of Europe and its contact with the broader world. All right, now tonight's topic is the African-American background to African history. We don't talk boldly about each other enough. We don't talk honestly about each other enough. And we see ourselves in little pockets like Caribbeans and Trinidadians and Jamaicans and Bajans and North Carolinians and Deltas and AKAs. We see ourselves in little pockets. And we quite forget that some of us left Africa on the same slave ship, and the slave ship stopped off in the West Indies and dropped off some and came over here and dropped off others. And that the slave ship didn't bring any Trinidadians, didn't bring any Jamaicans, didn't bring any West Indians, didn't bring any high yellows, no low yellows, no deltas, no AKs, no Masons.
didn't bring any of the things we had to be in order to survive. We had to make an adoption. We had to adapt ourselves to a given condition or perish as a people. Having adopted ourselves to this condition and having taken on some of the values of this condition and having lost some of the values of Africa, we got ourselves into a tremendous trap which frustrates our bid for power at this juncture in history. First, we accepted certain tag names that we are not. First, we are not a minority. Between the Caribbean islands, the United States, and Brazil that has 60 million declared blacks and 20 million trying to make up their mind, you got the largest African nation outside of Africa in Brazil. They have less political muscle than the blacks have in Atlanta, Georgia. All of them put together. Someone told them that they have no problem. And believing that is their problem. They haven't asked themselves, how is it that the bulk of the population of Brazil is either African or part African, and they don't have 3 elected officials? That if they voted properly and brought the pressure properly on the Brazilian government, they could be the masters of Brazil. And one of the reasons they are not the masters of Brazil, that they have been told that Brazil has no color problem. But they haven't asked, if they had no color problem, why is it that I'm on the bottom? Because we haven't asked these essential questions, and we haven't asked the essential questions about the rest of the world. Now, I began this study of the history of African people by studying the Bible and facing the disappointments in the Bible. The Sunday school lessons that was sent from White Baptist Company in Nashville, Tennessee, had everything white. Of all the people who were not European and not white who died, there wasn't one colored angel, no place. I mean, they didn't make it. I began to ask some serious questions about image. 20 years would pass before I would seriously study the role of image in mind control. One of the main reasons why we think the way we do about ourselves, that we have not seen enough of the images of ourselves in the history of the world. We have not seen the image of ourselves in the Bible itself. I asked my then great-grandmother if this is God's book, and she said it was. And if God is love, why did he leave us out of the book? Why didn't I find anybody that looked like us in the book? I see Moses, born in Africa, going down to Ethiopia to marry Zipporah. The Bible gives him 1 Ethiopian wife. My research gives him 3. So the taste for chocolate was universal and historical. And it's still very prevalent. And it's a compliment. Sometimes the compliment is poorly used, but it is a compliment. The black woman has been an attraction for the men of the ages, down through the ages. All right, now, my point is that because I wanted to teach Sunday school, I learned to read early. I learned to pronounce the difficult names in the Bible. I was still in some kind of confusion until I wanted to do something nice for my 5th grade teacher, because she was another deity in my life. See, in the South, in current events, when I was growing up, maybe something your parents will tell you about. I doubt if your parents are as old as I am. Every Friday we had current events, and most of the kids would pick out one little item from a local paper. The paper published about 2 items a week on black people, and they would repeat it again and again and again. And because I worked for white people who had good libraries, and when I borrowed books to take home, they stopped missing them and I stopped bringing them back. I grew up with literature around me, encyclopedias, taken one by one. So I had bodies of information. They would get magazines and newspapers one day and throw them out the next day. So when I went to speak my little current event piece, I would speak about the Japanese invasion of Manchuria, and the Teapot Dome, and big international things, you know, and scandals of the world, and politics. And so I was a little somebody, plus the fact that I was leader of something we don't talk about in mixed company. I was the leader of the Black Brigade, as against the little middle-class kids we call the Light Brigade. Freaks, ate 3 meals a day and wore shoes all the year round. Strange people, you know. Wasn't too smart in school though, because the Light Brigade beat them out scholastically. But this is something I would write about much later. The main thing is that when I asked one of the white people I worked for about a book on Africans in ancient history, he said that we have. He said, "I'm sorry, John, but you came from a people who have no history." I began to rebel. And while doing chores at that high school, Rosenwald High School, that's another lecture, the old Rosenwald High School, when Rosenwald would give, the Rosenwald Fund of Sears and Roebuck would give 1/3, the city would give 1/3, the people would raise 1/3, and you get a school that way. Because we were suspicious of anything white people gave us, we assumed that Sears and Roebuck wanted us to be educated so we can read the Sears and Roebuck catalog and order from that company. That's our rationale. No, nobody gave us anything for nothing. But finally, I read an essay by a person who described himself in his lifetime as a Puerto Rican of African descent. I thought he had a German-sounding name, and only a few years ago, I discovered that the name was Danish. He was from the Danish West Indies, now the American Virgin Islands, named Arthur Schomburg. And his famous essay was called "The Negro Digs Up His Past." Then I began to understand that we're older than our oppressor, older than oppression itself, that we are the world's first people to give the world an organized society, give it a dynasty, give it a appreciable order. And I began to read this history. And when I finally reached Schomburg and asked him, he was on his lunch hour and his staff was out. I wanted to know the history of African people all over the world, henceforth within the hour, his lunch hour. He said, "Sit down, son. What you're calling African history and Negro history is the missing pieces of world history." He told me to go study the history of your masters. Go study the people who stole you from history. I began to study European history. While the 20 years I taught at Hunter College up to the last semester, I nearly always taught African history, or Africa's relationship to the whole world. But with 10 minutes notice, I can teach any aspect of European history. Because I understood through Schomburg, in order to understand the history of Africa, you must understand how African people relate to the whole world. And so I came to New York during the Depression, where I would encounter great black master teachers who would train me for nothing. So I have the great advantage of being trained by black master teachers. From Arthur Schomburg, I learned the interrelationship of our history to the history of the world. From Willis and Huygens, who headed the Old Harlem History Club, I learned I learned the political meaning of history. And from the lectures of William Leo Hansberry of Howard University, I learned the philosophical meaning of history. So coming in from history from all these angles, plus a knowledge of European history, gave me a range in the teaching and the study of history I otherwise would not have. Now, I'm going to begin by mentioning something you could know about. Jesse Jackson's suggestion that we be called Africans. Now, when I heard this suggestion, I sighed with boredom, though I like Jesse Jackson. So what else is new? Black scholars have been talking about this for 200 years. This is nothing new. And there's black scholars who've written, two Caribbean scholars have written good books on it. Richard Moore's work, The Name Negro, Its Origin and Evil Use, and a work written by Raphael Powell, and Raphael Powell is still alive, walking the streets of Harlem, pretending he's not starving. A proud Jamaican, you know, living on Social Security and what else, and a little pittance from being assistant pastor in a local church. But a man with great pride and dignity. His one pressed Palm Beach suit in the summer, his one pressed black suit in the winter. You know, always neatly pressed. But a person with practice, no means, we walk among black people, they know he's one of the finest scholars we produced. Now his book, produced in the 30s, still worth reading. The Human Side of a People in Their Right Name. You probably won't get it in a good library. I got my copy, facsimile copy from the in Michigan, University of Michigan microfilm. I think it's called Union Microfilm in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I mean, they can give you a facsimile copy of almost any book that was ever published. Costs you a little money, but I mean, if you absolutely must have it, you know. But I think the Schomburg collection has an original copy. And I think the major black libraries have an original copy of this book. My point is that when the Europeans colonized Africa and the rest of the world, they colonized information about the world. And they did something else, which is disaster today to the black mind. They colonized the image of God. We are the only people who worship a God that we did not choose. Someone chose him for us and gave him to us. And this began to change at the conference at Nicaea, 225 AD. Because here is where they began to fashion the Christian religion to suit the Europeans. If you think the European is a Christian, then you misread history. The European uses religion commercially and politically. When it fails to serve him that way, he gets rid of it. The Arabs are no different in relationship to Islam. See, out of Judaism, out of Christianity, out of Islam, the great African spirituality that was turned into religions became something the African never intended it to be. The African created a God of love. They created a God of vengeance. They created a God that justified their taking over the world and their exploitation of the world. And all of them have participated in slavery one way or the other. Now, the 15th and the 16th century locked us into what Professor Van Sertima called the 500-year room. A room that stagnated and brought our history to a standstill, so that you look at a curtain called slavery, but you never look behind that curtain. What were we as a people before slavery? And inasmuch as every people in the world has been slaves one way or the other, and when we arrived in the United States in a formal sense in 1619, most of the slaves were white. Why do we miss this statistic, this simple statistic? Chattel slavery had not begun, and slavery was an indentured matter. And Lerone Bennett, in a book called The Shaping of Black America, has given us probably the best, the clearest chapter on that. And the chapter is called White Servitude. And the second chapter is called First Generation, dealing with the first generation of Afro-Americans who arrived and how they made out. Some became landowners, and one, well, we have a record, became slave owner and had white slaves as well as black. We do well to read Carter G. Woodson's book on the free black heads of families before 1661, and also his book, The Education of the Negro before 1861. But my point here, in looking at the African background to African American history, I want to do this graphically so that you can have some discussion on it. And I want a good, hard discussion. You don't have to spare me. I either know my business or I don't know it. And inasmuch as I've been at it longer than most of you have been in the world, over 50 years, if I don't know it by now, I should go out of business and stop pretending to people. This is the one thing I've studied. I can't fix a car. I can tell you the history of mathematics, but I cannot tell you what 9 times 9 is. Now, my main point is that looking at Africa graphically, I look at 3 golden ages. How is it that we are people who've had 3 golden ages and most people hadn't even had one? And most people had one, never had another one. Did the Greeks come back? The Romans come back? When they were through, they were through. It was over. The light went out. Didn't come back on again. Why is it that we have carried the light from the beginning, lost it and picked it up again? Now let me explain briefly what these 3 golden ages were. From the beginning of dynastic rule in the Nile Valley, and when I say Nile Valley, I don't mean just Egypt. I mean that valley that's 4,000 miles long that culminated with Egypt. I mean Ethiopia, the Sudan, or ancient Kush, Punt, I mean all of that. It's the Nile Valley, not just Egypt. The Africans never called that country Egypt. They call it Tamari, they call it Kemet. The farmers generally call it Kemet. Other people call it Tamari. The ancient Hebrews call it Mizoram. The Arabs call it a name similar to that. All these were names before the word Africa came into being, into common use. The beginning of this dynastic period, about 4000 BC, and the development of dynasties, which means nothing but families who rule, and the unification of the lower and the upper Nile, had a great leap forward during the third dynasty, when African people produced something that they have been consistently producing without the world noticing it: multi-geniuses. Men whose achievement was so broad they could be qualified 10 different specialists. Like that last of the great African teachers at the University of Sankore at Timbuktu. The master teachers had to teach 10 subjects well. The graduating students lived in the master's house, and there was no such thing as a ceremony of graduation, because the student was under examination all of the time. And each one would graduate as he qualifies, not in a single collective ceremony. And the student would be questioned by the students and the master teacher. He would go on trips with them. He would examine them. What did you see? What kind of culture? What kind of people? What kind of marketplace? What kind of writing, if any? And when the student becomes proficient in understanding the culture around them, as well as the general culture, the collective decision between the master and the teachers that he's ready to graduate. So 1 or 2 students will be graduating almost every day. I'm talking about a graduating class now. Students have already had their basics. But why I'm tiring to look at Imhotep, because he was the world's first physician. He was the forerunner of a medical doctor, and as it has been said, he was the first picture of a physician to emerge from the mist of history. He built the step pyramid, being one of the world's first great architects, one of the first people to build in stone, and he introduced the massive pyramid and temple building period. He was the real father of medicine, and the Greek, who's called father of medicine, said, I am a child of Imhotep. And why do they have an oath after him instead of Imhotep? Because they don't want the oath to come from anybody except a European. When they opened the New Harlem Hospital, I was then head of the anti-poverty program, the teaching program, and I suggested with my students that the hospital be called the Imhotep Pavilion. People thought all of us were crazy, and naturally they paid no attention to us, of course. But Imhotep set in motion that learning, that intellectual discussion that led to the development of the Great Lodge at Luxor. The Arabs call it Luxor, the Greeks call it Thebes, the Africans call it Warat. That was the first semblance of a university any place on the face of the earth. Now he left behind his stamp of intellect that gave that period a great leap forward. That was the beginning of the first golden age. All right, now, the Great Pyramid building period, now, and why I'm asking you to listen well, because there's some whole misconceptions here that a whole lot of black people are not willing to deal with, because they're not willing to deal with the Bible scholarly and thoroughly. The pyramid building period generally lasts from the 3rd through the 6th dynasty. The temple in the pyramid maintenance period lasted from the 6th through the 12th dynasty. some foreigners who said they built the pyramids didn't even arrive in Africa until the 13th dynasty. So therefore, if anybody says that they built any pyramids in Africa, you can repudiate it. Then you can also read Dr. Ben's work, Black Man of the Nile and His Family. You can read, if you must read a white writer, I'll give you a good one. Gerald Massey's work, Egypt, Light of the World, 2 volumes. Book of the Beginning, 2 volumes. Natural Genesis, 2 volumes. But read his American disciple, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, and read Kuhn's work, Who is This King of Glory? In my opinion, the best book ever written on the Christ story. And it not only written on the Christ story, but good emphasis on what was stolen from Africa to make Christianity in the first place. Kuhn was not an Africanist. He was an agnostic. And he was trying to prove to the British that your religion was stolen from foreigners. And while searching for the origins of Christianity, he discovered a lot about Africa that he wasn't looking for, and spent 40 years writing this book. It was a 6-volume work. His collective essays are also available, including his most famous essay, The Historical Jesus and the Mystic Christ. The Hebrews entered Africa during the 13th dynastic period, 1700s BC. All of the pyramids had already been built. The Sphinx was already there. And if they say that they were slaves in Egypt, there is not one iota of proof any place that they were slaves in Egypt. There's no proof of it. I didn't say there was or was not. I say that thorough research has not brought us one iota of proof. They came into Africa hungry, escaping famine. They were fed. They were taken good care of. The Africans were kind, as the Africans tend to be hospitable to strangers. Even today, even strangers they should kill. When the country was invaded, 1680 BC, by people from Western Asia, Hittites, or shepherd kings, they did not join the African benefactors. They joined the invaders. And they rose to great height under the rule of the invaders. And during this period, they produced the world's first wheeler-dealer politician, Joseph the Provider. I am saying that there is historical evidence that the stranger has never appreciated our kindness. And this is the first clear record we have of strangers coming among us, eating our bread, living in our house, sleeping with our women, without favoring us when we were in trouble and we needed them. Now, the Hittites' invasion ended the first golden age. There was a period of recovery, and during this period, a myth called the Exodus occurred. I'm using my words advisedly. I said a myth called the Exodus occurred. There was a 16-mile land bridge connecting Africa with Western Asia. Nobody had to go by sea. The people who walked in could have walked out. Now, going by sea is a beautiful story. It has no basis in fact. Now, let me go back to an African story 3,000 years before where they copied it from. Magic played a great role in the development of religions. And kings or pharaohs always took their magicians with them. So the king was feeling a little blue, a little despondent, and so his magician decided that what would help his spirit is a rowboat ride on the Nile. And so he took him in to make him still more happy. The people rowing the boat were all beautiful women. And finally the boat stopped and the lead lady started crying. And the Pharaoh asked, what is wrong? He said, she dropped her necklace in the Nile. And the magician said, well, I'll take care of that. So he parted the water, dried up the sea, got up, walked, picked up her necklace, handed it to her. The water came back down, they rode on, she smiled, everything was all right. Now this story existed 3,000 years before the Hebrew entry. Much of what you think is the Bible were copied African stories, personified. The Africans tell animal stories. The Africans tell all kinds of stories to illustrate the truth. Now remember, this is difficult for you to understand because there's an intellectual laziness that makes us think that we are sacrilege, that God gonna send thunder if we question the Bible. But the Bible is a Jewish survival book, and a good one. I'm not knocking it. But I'm saying that most of it was copied from our folklore and literature that existed thousands of years before they got there. The whole concept of phallic worship was in Africa. And it was not a dirty story as Western man makes everything dirty. It was an honorable story. Man thinking that by his penis he could produce life, and he could, with a woman, of course. And he would swear on that. This is where the whole concept to testify came from. To swear on my intestines that this is the truth. Now this is folk and truth because it actually happened. All right, my main point here is that after the period that we refer to as the Exodus, and the African came back to power, the African made a proposition to the strangers. If you can obey existing African law now that we're back in power, you can stay. If not, you have to go. And just at that time, fortunately, an African born in Africa, in Goshen, and I was there last summer, it's still there, still in Africa, in the mountain where he's supposed to get the laws, still in Africa. We don't look at the African geography and the creation of the world's religions, because we don't read our writers very well. I don't think many of us have read with great depth and seriousness Dr. Ben's work, African Origins of Major Western Religions, and another one, Africa, Mother of Western Civilization. Or John Jackson's earlier work, Man, God, and Civilization. Most of them hadn't read the white writers on it, and we have not read to a great extent. So James Frazier's 3-volume work, Folklore of the Old Testament. We think that if we depart from the standard approach to things, that we are sinning and somebody's going to strike us dead. But we need to examine everything. I told my students, I taught up until last semester, I told them if someone could give me some concrete proof on the Exodus, I'd give them a month's salary. I didn't give a nickel. You know how I examine it? I examine the literature of Egypt during that period to see if there's any record of large number of people leaving Egypt or Pharaoh getting drowned. There is no record at all. And yet, that was one of the best recorded periods in the history of Egypt, because the king had a pimple on his behind and made a record of it. No, if you have a pimple on your behind and make a record of it, don't you think if 600,000 people left your country, that would be a record of it someplace? Now let's use a little logic. There is no record in Egyptian literature and Egyptian history where they left. But we also know that an African named Moses took up with them because he was in some difficulty. And he said to them, obey my God, I be your leader. And what God did he give them? The religion of Akhenaten. Now, they say that Akhenaten gave the word monotheism, and the Jews said that they gave the word monotheism. The concept that Moses palmed off on them became part of what they interpreted as monotheism. Akhenaten didn't give the word monotheism, and neither did the Hebrews. What Akhenaten did was to correct the corrupt Egyptian ministry of that day, priesthood of that day, who were telling people you can't travel too far because you don't have my protection. It was just religious hustlerism at an early period in history. And he told them God is everywhere. God is omnipotent. God is in every living thing. And if you want to pray, pray to the wind. God is in the wind. Pray to a lowly cockroach. God is in the cockroach. But most important, God is in you. Pray to yourself. You didn't necessarily need to go to the temple. You didn't necessarily need to go to the priest. That is still true. But most people don't feel comfortable unless they go to the church or to some minister. You know, they don't feel comfortable. But you know what my temple is? My bathroom. That's the one place I want to be able to take my time, shave and shower leisurely. I said that's one of the few pleasures left in a turbulent, uncivilized society. The right of a man to take as much time as he wants to in the morning getting out of the bathroom. Because you don't go there just for the normal sanitary reason. You take care of that anyway. But you go there, you kind of to yourself for a few moments, you know. And nobody can enter because you got the doors locked. And you can just sit and think, you can look in the mirror and say, now, who is this guy? What I meet him from? Do I like him? What's he doing? Has he got integrity? So, having spirituality without necessarily having religion is nothing extraordinary, because man had spirituality first. I'm saying that period was a great period of spirituality as against religions. Foreigners took the spirituality and made it into religions and put the religions against each other. Religions toned down the spirituality of mankind. Now, I'm not against anybody's religion so long as it's a spiritual thing. But I don't think Jimmy Baker has anything to do with it. I don't think Forwell has anything to do with it. I don't think that imitation black Baptist preacher who's white, who was guilty of peeping at ladies, swagger, I don't think he got to do with it. I ain't talking about nothing like that. I'm not talking about vaudeville shows. I'm not talking about religious hustlerisms. I'm talking about people who are genuinely spiritual. All of you are probably too young to remember John Haynes Holmes. He used to head the community church. One of the few white ministers that I have met that I would accept as a Christian. He was a pacifist in the First World War, pacifist in the Second World War. He was consistent. You're going to be against something, be against it all the way. You're going to be for it all the way. He could preach sermons on so many things that people need to preach sermons. To think that you can't get a sermon except you get it out of the Bible. One of the greatest sermons I heard John Haynes Holmes preach was on the theme of love in the short stories of William Sorolla. I would like for people to do something on the theme of beauty, you know, in certain work, and also on the theme of decadence and mythology. So therefore, somebody need to really preach an angry sermon on the color purple. That was a distortion of our history as a people, because they laid it in a period when we were doing so many wonderful things, building land-grant colleges, getting ourselves together, dealing with the Booker T. Washington period. Now let's go back to what ended that age was that invasion, and that invasion brought foreigners into Africa who misinterpreted Africa then and who misinterpret Africa now. But with the recovery of that period, with the beginning of the 17th and the 18th dynasty, the second golden age was underway. And this would last from the 18th dynasty until the 24th dynasty. By the 25th dynasty, Egypt had grown weak, and her cousins from the south, 3 kings, Castor, Pianki, Tahaka, came up and conquered Egypt, and the main thrust of the conquest, and black women who think they belong to white women's lib need to understand this. Because when those generals conquered Egypt, they wanted to know, do you have your house in order morally in accordance with the teachings of Maya, the last of the great female gods? Can you imagine people going to war now, wanting to know, do you have your house in order in accordance with what a woman taught? See, the Africans had already created a matrilineal system where the lineage came down through the female side of the family. In most African countries, the people are still matrilineal as against patrilineal. And it hasn't hurt anything. They're the first women in the history of the world to ride at the head of an army was in Africa. While Egypt produced some magnificent kings, but queens, but the greatest queens were produced in Ethiopia of the Candace lines. 2 are mentioned in the Bible. One Candace told Alexander the Great, get out of Africa, and he got out. Now this takes a whole lot of romance out of it. But Alexander the Great, who was great as a diplomat, wasn't. He was a third-rate conqueror, but we can't get into that right now because it's another lecture. He would march that magnificent Greek army to the border of a country, all their lancers and fire throwers and horses, and tell the king to come out and look at the army you got to fight. The king would cringe and give up. But when he decided to move down south, an Ethiopian queen named Candace sent 40,000 of her best soldiers to parade before him and said, if you want to come down south, I've got some more soldiers to show you. And he didn't go south. He left Africa, went to India, where he died, or thereabout, Asia, where he died in a drunken stupor, having attempted to kill his African strategist, another great African left out of history, Cletus Nigra. Of course, Cletus Nigra was the only one who would stand up against him. My main point here, graphically, is that the Iranians, one of the last of there was an attack from people called the Assyrians, now Syrians, then the Iranians, then calling themselves Phoenicians and Persians. They'll lie both ways, but that's still another matter. It was this period when the Africans cried out to their gods, if you cannot send me a conqueror who's a liberator, send me a conqueror who will show mercy. Now you can understand Well, this young Macedonian, Alexander, didn't have any difficulty entering Africa. He promised to show mercy, and true to his word, he did. He was still a conqueror. He was still a raper. He still raided the granary of Egypt to feed his army, but he did show mercy. And he wrote home to his mother that he had last arrived at the land where Greek culture started. The gods Zeus and Apollo had to come from Africa. He saw the evidence. Then he sent a message to one of the oracles, the great teachers, wanted to interview them and wanted to ask one question. And the oracle said, how old is this young man? About 30, 31. Tell him to return in 20 years. He might be intelligent enough to ask a question that I might want to answer. He bemoaned the fact that he did not see any of these great teachers of Africa referred to as oracles. Can you imagine a person having an apprenticeship in a school 40 years, then he's examined after 40 years to see if he has the right to continue. Then he continues till 70, then he becomes an oracle, and he goes out in the populace and dispenses his knowledge free of charge. He has no expenses because everybody considered an honor to feed him. Everybody considered an honor to make him some sandals. Everybody considered an honor to take his things from one place to another. So money is not an issue. One of the things about early spirituality in Africa, early spirituality in the world, is that money was not involved. The people wanted a temple, they built the temple. The priests wanted shoes, they got them shoes. Priests wanted bread, they delivered the bread. So was he needing money? Wanted to travel, they took him. The foreigners began to commercialize religions. An African at Syracuse, 1932, wrote a PhD thesis on why indigenous African religions never became world religions. And he pointed out, no piping, no priests, no great big temples, no great land-owning oligarchy. How are you going to become a world religion and you ain't commercializing on nothing? The priesthood and the church belong to the people, then let them support it. It's theirs. Instead of taking up money, you take up labor. All right, now, I'm going to sum this up. There is no summary, but I'm going to try to make one anyway. The Roman period, the Greek period, led to the Roman period. Now we find a European entry. For nearly 300 years, the Romans started killing Christians. And after that, strategically, on the advice of Constantine, they stopped killing Christians and became Christians. And that's why all of us were in trouble. A person who became a Christian strategically, commercially, and politically. He didn't believe it then and don't believe it now. Wouldn't live by it then, won't live by it now. Wouldn't be found dead living by something as impractical as Christianity and democracy. He would dismantle his entire society if he lived by it 24 hours. If he practiced one of the 10 commandments, thou shalt not steal, he would have to return all stolen property, have to return you to Africa. Then what's going to happen to his economy? All right, I'm saying that the Roman mismanagement of that church caused a camel boy to start grumbling and complaining to his other camel boys. And when he asked for reform and failed to get reform, he finally had enough organization to call for a new religion, and that was Islam. Islam became a new force in the world, and what is neglected is the role of Africa in the birth of Islam. The first Mazum, Bilal, Ibn Ribat, Bilal, steward, secretary, first-hand assistant to the Prophet. First military man of Islam, Zayd bin Harith, killed in the wars with the Byzantines. First literary man of Islam, Anta. Kosakov, what's the other part of his name? A Russian wrote a suite about Anta. Kerensky Kosakov. There were many Africans in that religion, and when they were about to be driven out of Arabia, these two Ethiopians, Zayd bin Harith and Bilal, told the Prophet to send his key followers to Ethiopia until the trouble blew over. And the Prophet said that, go to Ethiopia, go to that righteous land where no one is wrong. And on his deathbed he said that Islam will never forsake Ethiopia when Ethiopia is in distress. No one ever keeps promises to us. That was one of the noblest promises ever made to us. Tragically betrayed like all promises that's made to us. No country in Africa has had more difficulty at the hands of Islam than Ethiopia. And even now. But the important thing is that except for the shelter in the haven of Ethiopia in the early period, the religion would never have come into being in the first place. I'm saying this because too many blacks go into the religion through the back door asking an Arab's permission. And they don't know that what they think of as Islam is Arabism. And they've forgotten a basic statistic. 70% of all the Arabs in the world live in Africa. There are 127 million Arabs in the world. There are more Africans in Africa who are Muslims than there are Arabs in the world. Then why are you beholden to them for the practice of this religion that you have to create in the first place? We are naive in looking at the origin of things. But with African help, Islam swept through North Africa and subsequently in the conquest of Spain, led by an African from what is now Mauritania and Senegal, Jabral Tarak Benazad. There's a work on him by Halle Bagiba. It is called by his name, Tarak Benazad. And she said that as they conquered Spain, the army was as black as ink. The general seemed blacker still. Why did the general seem blacker than the rest? He was the only one riding a white horse. This set it off. African horses were better dressed than the then kings of Europe. Halle Bagiba's description of the conquest is that the women were throwing their garments at his feet as he moved into Barcelona. This is only one of the many fine works written on the African and Arab occupation of Spain that is neglected. An old book is going to be republished by the Black Classics Press. Standard Poo's The Story of the Moors in Spain. It's going to be published. It's in preparation right now. But if you want a capsule history of it, John Jackson's work, Introduction to African Civilization, have a chapter, I think it's the 4th, called Africa and the Civilizing of Europe, dealing precisely in a condensed way with the impact of the Africans in Spain. Now, after the Crusades, the Europeans discovered, especially the tragic Children's Crusades, that they were people poor, land poor, and resource poor. They had lost the skill in longitude and latitude In other words, they didn't even know what to do with ships. And they were looking for spices and the sweets of Asia at first. Looking for something to put on that gosh darn awful European food so they could eat it. Looking for salt. When they came down the coast of Africa, West Africa, they were not looking for slaves. They were looking for an ally. That troublesome Arab and those Islamized blacks had blocked them from the Mediterranean trade for nearly 800 years. They were looking for a king called Prester John, a Christian African king. They were looking on the wrong side of Africa. He was in Ethiopia. Then there was no such king individual as Prester John anyway, because the Ethiopians called all of their kings of substance Prester John. And so when finally the Portuguese got to Ethiopia, said, "Oh, at last we're at the kingdom of Prester John," the Ethiopians got tired of explaining this. Okay, yes. And as they got to the king, "So you're Prester John?" So I said, "Yes, I'm Prester John." In the meantime, a faker had written a letter to Europe saying, "I am the Prester John you have been talking about. I have so many ships, so many wives, so many camels, so many this." And the Prester John letter made Europe feel good about itself. At last I found an ally in Africa now. They weren't thinking about slaves at that point. Now, the Portuguese came along the coast of West Africa, 1438, did not take any slaves out until 1442. Between 1442 and 1492, there was nothing for slaves to do. So no great number was taken out. But who opened up the world for the massive slave trade is one of the great fakers and frauds in human history, Christopher Columbus. After the murder of millions of Indians by Christopher Columbus and his thugs, he went to follow Bartholomew de las Casas to increase the African slave trade, to save the soul of the Indians. And when the Pope sent commissioners to look into this business, there wasn't one Indian on some of the islands. And they weren't Indians in the first place. Christopher Columbus headed for the East Indies, ended up in the West Indies, and slapped the name Indian on the Caribs and Arawaks and people of that nature. Father de las Casas' work, one of the monumental work, he's really the first historian of the New World. His work, Destruction of the Indies, was such an indictment of the Catholic Church and the Europeans. The Pope had it brought to Rome and locked it up, and for 200 years, no one was permitted to read it. And if you go to a good library right now, you'll be looking at suspicious. Don't ask for the books on Bartholomew de las Casas. Ask for the books by Bartholomew de las Casas, especially his work, Destruction of the Indies. I'm saying that this destruction in the Caribbean islands of so many indigenous people made it necessary to import Africans in larger numbers, subsequently to South America, subsequently to the United States. We as a people came into a nation of immigrants. We were the immigrants against our will. We were the only people who actually were invited here. And keep this in mind. We are the only people who were invited here. We didn't come here looking for nothing. We came against our will and was forced to do something. What we did made industrial America. What we did on a world basis collectively helped Europe's economic recovery and laid the basis for the modern technical industrial world. If you think the world don't owe you something, you think again. You have to ask some serious questions. Why are other people getting reparations? Why are other people getting compensations from countries that oppress them? And why nobody even thinks about giving you anything? Because we lost something, the most precious thing a people can have is that this framework of nationhood, the responsibility of nationhood, the responsibility of international organization. We lost entrepreneurship. This is why foreigners are running the stores in our community. If any of you would go to Korea and open a store, you wouldn't get one customer. And one Korean would come in and see how crazy you are to assume that you could get a customer in his country where he's supposed to run all the stores. I think when we began again on the road back to nationhood, we will have to study three men in our history that we still misinterpret. Booker T. Washington, his concept of self-reliance, community maintenance. W.E.B. Du Bois, his concept of political maintenance. And Marcus Garvey and his concept of African redemption and reclaiming. Once we reclaim the concept of nationhood, and once we understand that Africa is 12 million square miles, and that all of it belongs to us, once we stop using words like black Africa and realize that black Africa assumes, the word black Africa assumes that that's some legitimate white Africa. Everybody in Africa who cannot be called an African is either an invader or a descendant of an invader. We not only must take back that entire continent, but we must make contact with the Africans of the Pacific, the large number of Africans in India, large number in South America, and the technical skill of the Africans living outside of Africa must reawaken Africa and begin to exploit Africa for Africa's sake. And no matter what system Africa used, it has to be made by Africans in Africa for Africans. If it's socialism, and I think it will be, it has to be a socialism designed by Africans for Africa with African culture in consideration. It cannot be, you cannot swallow European socialism and regurgitate it and think you've got an answer. You have no answer. Karl Marx was addressing himself to a European condition. He was totally ignorant of non-Western cultures. This is why the left movement is ignorant of non-Western cultures to this day. It was a mistake to say these are primitive cultures, primitive communities. There wasn't nothing primitive about it. These were advanced cultures. They were doing something you haven't done. They were taking care of people. They were making sure that people got taken care of. They had no word for jail because no one ever gone to one. Had no word for orphanages because no one ever threw away children. Had no word for senior citizens' homes because no one ever threw away grandma. Humane societies. My main point is that we gave the world its first great spirituality and its first humanity. And we're in a position now to do the same thing again. But we will have to expand the narrow concept of Pan-Africanism beyond its base to a concept of an African world union. And we have to connect with other African people in the world and be unapologetic about it. My main point is that we can change the world if at first we change ourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now someone will have to field the questions for me with my advanced glaucoma. I won't see the hands anyway.
Does anyone have any questions and answers for Dr. Clarke?
Questions, I guess I'm supposed to have the answers. Okay. Yeah.
My question is this. You had touched on in the end of your presentation about Pan-Africanism and, building the world union. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I want to know from your experience, from your understanding, how do you feel about the concept of, struggle when you say, say claiming this land and building this land, that there are certain segments in our population who feel that, like Booker T. Washington did say, cast down your brother where you are.
Yeah.
And be concerned with where you're at and build yourself right here in America, and don't be concerned, those are our brothers and sisters, but don't be concerned about Africa, because that's over there, and we're here now.
No, there's no contradiction in what I'm saying and what he said, because sometimes the best thing you can do for Africa is what you do for yourself right here in the United States. That don't mean you have no relationship to Africa. That means Africa has a reservoir of talent to draw on it otherwise would not have. I advocate that blacks set up factories in the United States and prove to the Africans, ain't no mystery about making toothpaste. Ain't no mystery about this. He can do all of that. Colgate's is selling in Africa. I mean, let's do the basic things first. There's a skyscraper in Midtown, hurricane-proof, built by a black architect. I don't maintain that Africa needs a whole lot of skyscrapers because there's enough land. You don't have to build buildings that high. And besides, they're dangerous. But a whole architecture needs to be designed for Africa and for Africa's need, not as imitations of the West. I think although we are having a difficult time now relating to each other because we're talking to each other through the messages of whites. Once we deal directly with each other and close the door and it's just us and come, okay now brother, now we're gonna have to change your political diaper. Now let's get it together now for the best interest of all of us. I think there's a possibility. I think Booker T. Washington was preparing us to control our communities. So if you live in a brick house, you should own a brick yard. So what's wrong with that? We should have all the plumbers in our community should look like us. We're talking about self-employment of our own people. Because we can employ 1/3 of all our people immediately, just finishing goods and services to each other. All ethnic groups build a basic economics by serving each other. But now they're only building a basic economic system by serving each other. They're building a basic by serving us and doing things for us that we should be doing for ourselves. That's basically Booker T. Washington's message. And there's no contradiction between what I said and what he was saying. He did not say, don't worry about Africa. But he said, take care of home first. And once you take care of home, you will understand that home extends further than the geography of the United States. Then using the skill, you take care of one home, you take care of the other home. I'm glad you brought up the question, but I see no contradiction between the situation you analyze and the situation that in the broader situation that I address myself to. Thank you anyway.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Since you're a Harlem native, you live in Harlem yourself, and you mentioned how you mentioned about how we've lost our entrepreneurship. What do you think it would take for us, say, to get more of the businesses back, say, for example, in Harlem, from the other people, from people who have come in and set up businesses there and are providing hospital service?
Well, I think the church and the lodges have to encourage it, and we have to go back to collective buying. Now, if 10 black men had a grocery store, they need not compete with each other. All of them so they can make a contract with an orange grower. We want so many oranges. They could buy the oranges before they even ripen, so that you get a break that way. If the man has so much operating capital ahead of time, he gives you a reduction. Then we can send our own trucks to Florida or to California to pick up the oranges. I mean, we can, by collective buying, we can sell to our people cheaper. And we can produce fabrics. Look, we are producing fabrics for other people. You mean to tell me we can't do it for ourselves? Who do you think working in these shoe factories? You go in the Floshine factory, there's black people that producing Floshine shoes. You mean he can't produce a Floshine, he can't produce a shoe on the black supervision? At heart, what I'm talking about is the restoration of self-confidence. The Japanese didn't have a good wheelbarrow 200 years ago, and look at them now. I'm saying you can do it if you believe you can do it. If you're going to build a train, all you need is one train. You break one train down and look at how it was put together, and you can put another one together. Go take a watch, break it down, lay it all out. Say, Joe, you produce the hands, you produce the wheels, you produce the casing. When all these different, I'm saying, don't sign it to one person. All these different people produce it and put it together. They got to watch again. I think it's a lack of confidence. There are too many simple things that we can be doing for ourselves to furnish employment for ourselves that we have assigned to other people. I'm not talking about high-tech engineering, although that's important and that's something we should, of course, master. But even before we master that, before people go to a fancy technical school, there's certain basic things we could be doing for ourselves. My father worked in a brickyard and was a night supervisor of a brickyard. My father didn't go to 3rd grade, but he knew how to supervise the baking of bricks. He couldn't lecture on it, but he could get it done. Give him a crew and some help, and those bricks got in the oven, they got baked, they got taken out on time, they got loaded on the trucks on time or loaded on the train on time. And he was a person who rarely ever lifted his voice. And yet he was a fine supervisor, a poor man who really wanted to started off his life as a sharecropper and always wanted to go back to the land. And he farmed on the side. And I remember one time between farming on the side and working in the brickyard where he made $14 a week. It seemed inconceivable to your generation. He made $18. And he lectured me on perseverance. And if you work and if you do work hard, if you obey the law and conduct yourself right, you're going to make it in this country. He believed in democracy. He didn't know it was a fake. And I thought about his $18 for many years until when I was in the Army as a sergeant major, I couldn't quiet the soldiers down, so they told me that if I didn't let them go into, they wanted to go into town to chase the ladies and bargain. And see, a service company in the Army, this may not have much to do with, but a service company in the Army process other companies going overseas. And when you are processing a company to go overseas, all of your men must stay on post until it is finished. And it was payday, and they wanted to go up and go and visit the ladies and do their bargaining and their shopping. And not necessarily for a tile, a pair of shoes, but, and they told me that inasmuch as we can't go into town, they were shooting crap, and I had to go manage the game. So I made a lot of money managing the game and didn't invest nothing, because every time someone wins 3 times, you get the 3rd. I knew a little girl who said it was her birthday, and cute thing, but I hadn't even made it with her one way or the other. And she said, I rented a nightclub for her birthday and tipped the waiter more money, over $18. And I thought my father said, if you persevere, if you work. I said, oh no, Daddy, I've learned to be a crook for the first time in my life. And I got money in every pocket. I got to spend it before I get arrested. All right, now that may not have much to do with history, except my own.
Are there any other questions?
Dr. Clarke, I'll try to condense this question. It's really 2 parts.
Okay.
I didn't grow up in the South, but from my readings and stories and whatever, and especially seeing Eyes on the Prize the other night, it seemed like we had, even with segregation, I mean, there are a lot of problems and everything, but it seemed like we created or developed a different set of problems with integration. And what happened in that transition where we had our businesses and we were more self-reliant, and after integration it seemed like we either got lazy or we felt that integration would solve things. And then somewhere in there, it seems like within integration, this tremendous crime element came about, and it's just taken over. And how do you feel about what happened there, and what can we do to get a hold on the thinking of a lot of young people that, well, miscegenation will solve everything, and integration, you know, will take care of things, and the nationhood is not important, so, and all that other stuff is old-fashioned and not relevant?
That's a very important question, because I think the emphasis on, I don't mean integration was a mistake, I think the emphasis in the method was a mistake. And that we thought that we had to put aside our values for other people's values. We had to neglect our house to enter someone else's house. And a lot that you call integration was just social body bumping. They didn't understand each other, and they still do not. And people do not give up power easily. Power is sweet, it's good. People just don't just give it up. Had we fought for justice, then we would have had the right to integrate or not integrate. I have the right not to associate if I don't feel like it. I got some members of my family I don't want to be bothered with. Now, you know I don't want to be bothered. There's some white people I want to be bothered with, some of them I want to avoid. I had white colleagues in Hunter. I don't want to be, I don't associate with, he's a nut, you know. And I think we misunderstood that, and we failed to look at other people. The Jews, white women, and other minorities got more out of affirmative action than we did. And they still do. But they did not dismantle a single institution. The Jews did not say, Brandeis has to go out of business, we're integrated now. And yet you got a school in West Virginia State, now 85% white. It was an all-black school. You got integrated out of existence. And the whites used these black state schools, dumping ground for poor white teachers and poor white professors. And they were on the state payroll and other schools. And it was a good reason for the predominant white schools, state schools, to get rid of them. Dumped them in, because you're talking about integration and affirmative action, then that means if it's a state school, they got a right to teach at the black state schools as much as blacks. And blacks didn't resist it, and many of the able blacks teachers got pushed out in favor of these non-teaching whites. Non-teaching, and the black professors failed to even question them. Integration turned out to be a bag of worms, because it told us we had to be dependent on other people other than ourselves, and we discarded too much that was ourselves, and too much we needed. I can remember the time when I would go through Harlem and have my choice of one of 10 restaurants, 3 o'clock in the morning. Restaurants there, fresh food. I don't mean you eating the leftovers from the day. There was food cooked for the night. Fresh vegetables, well served. Community basically safe. Drugs like AIDS was created to destroy us. Go back and look at the literature of the Carter administration, this Project 2000, Global 2000. They intend to get rid of 20 million of non-white people from this earth. Europeans intend to rule the world by any means necessary as long as there is a world. And there is no, when it comes to rule, there's no difference between the left and the right.
That's right.
Racism does not stop at the door of communism and socialism. It changes codes. But don't stop. This is what I mean by if you become socialist, and that's probably no other way for you except some form of socialism. It has to be fashioned by you, for you. And you have to extract what elements of capitalism you want to use. You have to do it and not have someone else force it on you. So that we need some strong, independent thinking. We need people to investigate societies that had socialism and communism before Europe had shoes or lived in a house with a window. We are too dependent on ideas that came from Europe. We have not done the independent thinking we need to do, and some of our intellects are cop-outs and basic cowards. They're split level, they're tenure, and the second car means more to them than the future of an entire people. We have to identify them and deal with them accordingly. Either you serve us or get out of our way. We got a lot of people who are in a swing position, want to know whether they're white, whether they're black, whether they come in, whether they go. We say, come in the house and stay, or go out and stay. Don't confuse me. One way or the other. If you think your white father's going to take care of you, go take a chance. No, we don't have to kill them. We don't have to kill them. Washington is run by the Light Brigade, and Atlanta is run by the Light Brigade. That's the basic problem between Julian Bond and Lewis. The black people of Atlanta had gotten tired of the rule of the Light Brigade. And all they loved Julian. He's cute and all of that. The ladies admire him and all of that. He speaks well and all of that. But his kith and kin, his social kith and kin, had not delivered. Blacks want jobs done now. They want people to be forthright, speaking for them. You can't hedge now. This the same thing is true about New York City. I don't give a damn whether they have a black mayor or not. If he's a man without any courage, I just do not have him. When two people, I think we could dump cards one way or the other. I have no problem about dumping cards, but don't dump cards and put another card in there with a black face. And let cards rule behind the scene. Recently, some black man named White became president of the National or the American League. And the first thing he said, I do not represent my race. Well, fool, who do you represent? I think he should be made to go apologize to his mother, go to the grave of his father, apologize. They could have slept through that night. They didn't have to be bothered getting him in the world. The man got no respect for his mother and father. Do you think Joe DiMaggio would say that? The Italians are proud of Joe DiMaggio. DiMaggio knows that. He don't have to proclaim nothing. All he have to do is to be Joe DiMaggio and not conduct himself in any way that brings shame on the Italians. And he represents the Italians. He don't have to say it. He is. He just is it. But why do we feel called on and say that we don't represent our race? Why do we have a famous novelist who said that I'm not a Negro novelist, I'm just a novelist who happened to be a Negro. Oh my God. I said, what the hell? Look, I've written a lot of fiction. If I write a fiction story about whites, Some of my blackness is part of it. It's a part of it, part of the totality. Because I don't deny myself, I bathe in it.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
This is why Adam Powell was so effective. He could pass for white any place in the world. And he not only bathed in blackness, he smeared in people's face. That's why he got on the nerves of those whites down in Congress, and they had to get rid of him. They just couldn't stand a man from Harlem having his nerve and not afraid of any of them. And we have made not the proper assessment of his career. He probably used less than 1/10 of his talent. He was still the best politician we sent to Washington.
That's right.
Had he used 100% of his talent, God. Now let's just dream a little bit. What would Adam have done in Jesse Jackson's position?
All right.
He'd have turned this nation around. He would say, I will stay in the Democratic Party irrespective. He said that, now if I don't get my way, now I'm going to pull the house down. I'm going to take my father and go. All of it, all history is a current event, and everything that ever happens continues to happen. So it's impossible to even talk about ancient history without eventually talking about the here-ness and in the now-ness. I think we're in a golden political position, we're a golden cultural position, but we've not made the best use of the things we have. And when other people are showing their cultural and historical wares in the marketplace, we have not shown enough of ours.
Questions right back here.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Whoever.
Regarding African Americans, Dr. Clarke, how would you advise college students who say, I'm an American, I just happen to be black, I can look in the mirror and see I'm of African descent, but Africans don't like us and we don't like them, and some college students have never met an African, or if they've reached out to the African, they may not have had a good personal experience.
Well, that approach is the worst approach you can make. If you have never met an African, go and meet one. And to say that, look, when you say that you're an American, not an African, no German would say, I'm a German, I'm an American, not a German. He have no problem with saying I'm a German American. And there was an argument in my class one of the semesters between the Africans, the Afro-Americans, and the Caribbeans. And the class was over Lexington Avenue. I said, I want one by one, go down and count the number of taxis that pass before one picks you up. An average of 21 cabs pass without picking up any one of those people, but all with black faces. Then I picked one of the white girl students. I said, you go down and see how many cabs passed before you picked up. She was on her way to the sidewalk, and her hand wasn't all the way up. She was just raising it. She didn't get it all the way up. 3 cabs stopped. I said, sit down now. All of you have failed the taxi cab test. You might pass some of my midterm exams, but you failed the taxi cab examination. That bigoted cab driver, in his negative way, is a better Pan-Africanist than all of you.
All right.
I said, this may be hard, and I pointed to the white girl students. I said, that is a citizen. You are subjects.
Thank you.
There's a difference between being a citizen and a subject. You were not brought here to be citizens.
Never.
You were brought to be subjects, and that's all you are. When that cab driver refuses you, he don't have to feel guilty. He don't accept you as a human being and a citizen in the first place. But if we say to ourselves, we will be in spite of it, and we will reclaim ourselves as a human being and pull all African people together, tell them to feel proud of themselves. We should begin by looking at a mirror and see if we like, do you like what you see? I think the idea of saying I'm an American other than an African is self-defeating and serves us no good at this critical juncture in our history. I think we have enough to offer ourselves, enough to offer the world to be both. No one's denying that you're an American. You were here a year before those people who came over on the Mayflower. You built the railroads. You cleared the forests for the farms. You got a better claim on America than any other immigrant group. I'm not denying any of that. But you're also of African origin. And your original claim, and your original cultural incubator was African. And you can never leave that.
There's a question in the back.
Yes.
Hi, John. I wanted to ask a question. Some of my friends were discussing the fact that just beginning in the semester, they've been offering a lot of courses about blacks, related to black fishing classes.
Black what now?
Black literature classes.
Middle classes.
Literature.
Oh, I understand now.
And particularly also African civilization class. And they were all taught by people of a Caucasian background.
Henry Hull. Richard Hull.
Richard Hull.
I know him. I've encountered him. And I'll reserve my comment.
In class and also outside of class, we were discussing, the fact that, hey, wouldn't this be funny if there was a Caucasian guy teaching this class? And then he walked in. I wanted to know your opinion about Caucasians teaching that kind of class. From my own opinion, I see that there's too many of them teaching us about ourselves. And I think that's only detrimental to the cause, but I also wanted your opinion on that.
I have no objection if he knows the subject. And I found very few who know the subject well enough to bring to it the depth of intellectual understanding that the subject needs. I would have no problem with Basil Davison teaching it. But I would have, now this is delicate, I would have some problem with Ali Mazarui. Because Ali Mazarui is a cultist Muslim who intend to vindicate Islam by any means necessary. I do not think a white person can teach African history from an Afrocentric point of view. I believe Basil Davison can teach it from an honest historical point of view. He's still a white man teaching it, although he is probably the best in the field. And I can accept his work, and I've leaned on his work a great deal and use it for reference. I would not use the work of Robert July, because Robert July is not only naive, he's inaccurate. Richard Hull's work is a novelty. It's kind of a dilettante, interesting journey into Africa. Some concepts that are not based on facts. But, his subject matters are good, but his minding of the subject matter leaves a lot to be desired. There's still a few black master teachers of the subject. And I maintain that any teacher can teach anything if he learn it well enough and bring something to it that's of insight that wasn't there before. I'm not against white teachers as teachers. I'm against them teaching our subjects before they have time to learn it and develop a feeling toward it that they develop toward their history, and somewhat a partiality in understanding it that other whites don't have. See, when whites begin your history with slavery, you can know immediately that that's not your teacher. I can't prevent them from teaching these subjects, and you can't either. I believe there's a few whites who teach black literature fairly decently, and a few who know it. I think Robert Bone up at Columbia is not one of them. because he's arrogant, know-it-all. And I'm tired of big white fathers who never met my mother.
Dr. Clarke,
Yes, sweetheart.
doesn't it really speak to the fact that blacks are not getting through the tenure process? And of course, anybody can teach anything, but more importantly, we need to create and continue to create a group of black intellectuals who are teachers, and they only do that in this system by going through the whole tenure process. And I find that that is where we're not getting through. So you open the door when you're talking about a number of brevity of jobs. Part of the problem is they are getting those jobs because we're not getting through the system.
Well, because the system is rigged. See, having been chairman of a department sitting on tenure committees, I know it's rigged. It's rigged ahead of time, and they only want so many of us tenured. And generally, too many blacks who are tenured are worthless to black people.
Thank you.
Now, while I was chairman, I said that we should have somebody in Hunter College teaching something other than black history. A black man teaching some other. So I brought in a botanist. I voted for him. And we tenured him, but he'd worked for private industry, worked in university. We tenured him at the door. I met him in the hallway because some of his students black students began to complain to me. This man is setting the class up to almost to the benefit of the white students. I asked him, what are you doing in your class on Emmett Job? On his job. He said, who's on his job? Here's a black man teaching bottomists, never heard of the greatest black botanist this country ever produced. Never heard of him. No knowledge of great black scientists in the natural sciences. Then he hadn't spoken to me since. Hadn't spoken to me since. Now, if a black man is teaching a subject where other black men pioneered, then they should, I'm not saying ignore the other people, but should at least know the black man. Judd read papers in Germany in German. When he went to France to read a paper, he read it in French. The whole cell biology, the whole concept of cell analysis was taken to a great extent from the researches of Judd. This is what Percy Julian used in his researches on the Sawyer beam. For a black man to make that kind of contribution and to be called the black Apollo of science and to be unknown to another black man teaching his subject is just unforgivable. I was so unnerved. I went to my office and just closed the door. He shook my head for 10 minutes. Sorry. Then every time, see, they were bringing black professors on out of the line of the salary line. There was no line for them. But because you had a female president who was a dynamo, who had gone to school with black men, who had respected black men as thinkers, seemed to respect them more as thinkers than lovers. Because some people can respect you as a lover and bring you in for that service. But this woman seemed to have a great deal of respect for black men as thinkers. Because she had gone to Syracuse with Ron Walters, Rudy Lombard, all these heady black men who really got it on the ball, you know. And so she had tuned herself well politically. And so when I threw out the proposal, let's bring some black men on in capacities other than black studies, in the sciences. And she picked him. I regretted that I had voted for it, but my vote and the votes that I had in my pocket help to sway it. I mean, like Adam Powell, I don't want to go into a meeting. I got the votes I needed in my pocket before I go into the meeting. You don't go to the meeting and solicit no votes. You do your soliciting before the meeting starts. That's good politics. So I knew I had the votes. When so I feel a little wasted on him. He's still there. Well, but black professors who think that they don't relate to black people because they don't teach black subjects, it's kind of hard for me to deal with. You didn't resign from us, you can't anyway. I think, first place, we have to strengthen the predominantly black colleges. Strengthen them. Which does not mean that you are to go to them and them alone. You go where you please. But you are strong outside of them because they are strong. Because that's an institution where we at least supposed to control. That's the institution where we can set a tone in the teaching of literature that we can't set other places. That's where we can have a specific curriculum we can't set other places. And all of this is training for a black cadre to come into the predominantly white control school.
Another question right in the back.
Yeah. I think the support of our economic aspects goes hand in hand with re-educating our youth, many of whom lack or are resistant towards acknowledging that link to their African culture. I used to work in a boys' club, and I saw that many of the kids there lacked the sense of confidence that knowledge about their culture could impart. And also, it's a particularly trying time because we're seeing that a lot of our slow measures, slow progress that we've made so far are being revoked. I'd like to have your opinions on the recent Supreme Court decision on affirmative action in Richmond, Virginia, and what that signals.
That signals a return to conservatism on the court, and Thurgood Marshall by himself can't swing that court. No, see, Brandeis couldn't swing the court, but Brandeis had another Jewish partner named Frankfurter. And together, they didn't say we don't represent the Jews. They looked after the interests of the Jews without ever saying they don't represent. That's the worst thing you can say. I don't, go do it. We produce a society where man did not say, I'm my brother's keeper. He just kept him. I think the decision, that Virginia's decision, is beginning of a bold retraction, a regression of the gains of the civil rights movement. And that court was appointed to do that job. We have to start the fight all over again because we did not put enough political flow and definition under the fight so that we could move to the next step forward. We could be pushed back because we did not even explain to young people the political meaning of what you're doing. And many of them came out of the movement and betrayed the movement because they did not have a locked-in definition of where the movement was supposed to go. I hired a number of them as teachers in my program at Hunter, only to discover that they were looking more after themselves than the students. And they were, while they were proclaiming blackness, they weren't living any of it.
We have time for one more question.
Dr. Clarke, sir.
Yeah.
How do you suggest that we as young African Americans try to regain our peers out there in the street? It seems like that would be the prerequisite to us casting down our buckets pretty much in the image of Booker T. Washington, or either networking with our brothers and sisters across the two oceans. How would you...
This is going to be difficult because your peers out in the street who's probably making more selling crack than some college professors will ask you, can you duplicate this money? And you can't, of course. Can you explain to him that it's not necessary for you to do that in order to give him some kind of a leadership? I think you should not take on the total responsibility yourself, although one-to-one connections are absolutely necessary. I think we need to look around and pull strength from the total community and the people who have the attention of the community, the ministers and etc. I think there's too many people drawing funds and other resources from our people who are not responsible for getting a message across. I think up until the end of the 19th century, the church was a credit. In the 20th century, I think it takes more than it gives back, and it's now a debit. Maybe I don't answer the question, but I think what we need examples out there, and I'm not necessarily talking about charismatic leaders. I think a charismatic program might do more in the long run than a charismatic leader. One thing about charismatic leaders, they're generally handsome and they spend so much time saying yes to temptation. They generally get killed too soon. God, what would we do today if we had the voice and the mind of a Malcolm X? Hallelujah. Or an Nkrumah, or in spite of all of the negative aspect of nonviolence, a King still. Because we will never know where King was going because he was cut down while he was still growing. We will never know what kind of man he could have been or would have been because he was moving progressively toward revolution. Anytime you question the nation's participation in the Vietnamese War, threatened to lead a poor people's march on Washington, poor blacks and poor whites, that's political power. And he might have been in a political crossfire or on a collision course with other political forces. But he was going to be higher than what he was had he lived to be. He was increasingly challenging the economic system of this country, the social system of this country, and the educational system of this country. You cannot measure King solely because of by nonviolence, and you cannot measure Malcolm X solely in his relationship with Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad also needs a reappraisal. He made a more meaningful contribution than we think. You don't have to be a Muslim to understand that Elijah Muhammad created a concept of self-confidence in black people that made a whole lot of them whole again. A whole lot of people coming out of prison brushed themselves up and became human beings worthy of society again. And I used to go to the mosque myself, and the one thing that I loved most is see the brothers step back and let the ladies pass and get them seated, you know, before they got seated, or stand when the lady needs a seat. That was a beautiful thing. We were becoming a family again. We were becoming considerate of the women that gave us birth, or the women who must give birth to a generation still to come. I may not have answered the question. Maybe I don't have an answer. But I'm still searching for a better answer. No matter what answer I give, I'm searching for a better answer. We must find a way to communicate with the young. When he said his peers, he means people of his own age group. And he can do it better than we can do it, because I think if they're going to listen to anyone, they would listen to someone of that age group. It's a pity that Michael Jackson mutilated himself and tried to be white. He was a handsome young man. He was black handsome. Good full lips and good nice shade of brown, you know, fine smile, you know. There was nothing wrong with it. Absolutely nothing in the world wrong with that boy's face.
Now he got a thin nose. I wonder how he breathed out of it. He's the color of a ghost. So we like what we see in that mirror. We're in trouble. We not only need better national examples, we need better international examples. All right, I've enjoyed this evening with you. If you have no more questions.
Therefore, on behalf of the Black Business Students Association and the Black History Committee, we would like to thank Dr. Clarke for coming this evening and lecturing us and showing us that Black history is truly the essence of the world and this nation. Thank you.
Yeah, oh no! This is my colleague. We came over to hear from you. This is Dr. Hughes, Clarence Hughes. We worked together at NYU. And he was taking copious notes. You were marvelous. Okay.
I forgot to bring that. They're still editing those things when you have time, I want to get back to that unedited.
Okay, I'll drop it. I'll drop it off.
I'm jumping about, you know, this is our company.
Oh my goodness.
I had enough eyesight this summer to finish 2 books.
Oh, great. But is it good?
At the end of summer, I couldn't read my first two.
Now listen, I have the well, why don't I send them UPS and make sure you get them? I could do that. I could do that. I can take care of that tomorrow.
I'm out of the house. I'm in and out of the house. Tomorrow I'm going to sleep at 5.
Well, you are.
I don't know what to give up on 55 but now.
Not yet. My daughter's still in there.
I'm on the street. 9th Street. What they do is
I know. All the PS I had there, we were reading about 3 or 4 grades above grade levels. I went to something in District 5 and I ran it. But I'm worried about those cassettes. I looked at them, as a matter of fact, 2 days ago. Yeah, well, they need a lot of editing, and I made my, but they kept saying they were going to edit them. So I'll get them too.
They're being edited now, and there's a second, Shasha McIntyre is going to big essay on music. I don't know.
I don't know I went with Dr. Vance. I tell everybody, don't go to this. Don't go to this.
It's almost like a circular question. So I see the essence of the question. Or I'm still like conscious as family amongst our brothers and sisters. Because like all of us are like this. That's my opening, right?
Because I look to you. Yeah, they look, like every time I go out the country, they go in there. So I'm looking through that book, I'm getting nervous.
Another battleship to pay for.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
John Killer, the last 10 years of his life. Last 10 years. Now they're on me.
But it's a
I was there.
Yeah.
$100. And they still came back and said, I owe more. I remember saying, man,
I know, but once they start on you, and they got your name in that book and your activities, this is one way of curbing your activities. That's what it is.
But the man who has
but I do like this school.
just
Yeah, but he was handling John Henrik Clarke's account. I'm sure if they say do that. I'm sure they've read all your books. They got them away. That's right. They got it right. Category. That's right.
And they figure they can make you without causing no trouble.
Our problem is now you can't let it worry you because you got to stay well. You got you got all this contribution out here, man.
After I had this story, people come up I don't mean books I have.
Yeah, but you're done already.
2 books of short stories, 2 books of short stories I wrote when I was a student here at NYU.
Oh no. Are you going to put they coming out?
I just college. A complete novel about 4 boys in the South, in Chicago, and Southwest New York. Journey to the Fair. The best work I've ever done in the picture.
Who's the film's name?
I didn't see all that.
All right, you know that's right. That's right. Stop calling about it. That's our national church.
Call me when you might have lunch on Friday.
Okay, good.
I'm not one of them. Marley, can you reach your unforgivable thing? Yes. Everything within the phase is capacitor. Everything outside of it is a wall zone. I agree with it, but be consistent about it. At least you got to frame of reference. No Muslim, that was supposed to lift up arms against another Muslim.
How do you classify
those Muslim Arabs as the most select element within Islam?
And they're from African origin anyway.
There are some black Arabs. I've seen some black. You know, the blackest Arabs I saw was in the Emirates. Several rich nations there behind Iran.
Around the Middle East. Yeah.
I miss black Arabs. They don't mention a word out. Emirates told me when they was announcing all the conferences now, 2-3 telephone calls, telex. The black Arabs in charge of communication called me and said, brother, that wasn't for you. You can call anybody in the world you want to and send a telex to any place you want so long you see how to do it. I'll take care of you, brother. You personally. That's for the other people. Come to you, you do what you please. And I went down the next morning. He said, did you go to the marketplace? I'm trying to get out of it now because if you see one marketplace, you've seen 1,000. I'm trying to say that, well, you know, I sort of kind of rest up. He said, you should go to the marketplace, you know. I said, well, I don't have any transportation. Now, what I will say that? He clapped his hands. 3 cars. 3 cars.
You know what I'm saying?
He knows that you don't have anything to get out of these streets. But I'll be in touch.
Call me one day if you come by the next day. If I'm in town, you can just come by. You know. Okay, now. Take care of yourself. Okay. I really appreciate it. Okay, thank you. I have a small little question. This is you? Yes. Good. Alvin Lloyd Cuban. All right. How much they go for? One of the American disciples of Gerald. Appreciate it. Take care, bro. Gerald Massey wrote Egypt Light of the World, 2 volumes, Natural Genesis, 2 volumes, and Book of the Beginning, 2 volumes. Alvin Lloyd Cuban. Now there's a place in San Jose called Health Science something that sells a lot of reprints of old books, but they kind of loose stitch. And you know, I just don't like a book that way. I like a notebook that way, but I just don't, you know. It don't mean as though the pages might get torn out or something. Snatch them out.
Because I was so amazed at how much you remember. And I look at myself and the kind of classes I've taken, you know, it's all the same thing over and over again, even in this school. And you know, that's why hopefully we can like copy down almost every book we live with. So maybe I can expand my own knowledge in history. That's very exciting.
When I was here, Saul Bellow won the Nobel Prize. I don't think he's good. He was one of my teachers.